Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to the British Minibikes Championships campaign for 2025. The road to Moto GP continues. Watcher, howdy doody, and good morning. We're at Teeside for the second round of this 2025 campaign. It's already been a fantastic start to the season a few weeks ago in Rowra in Cumbria, and we've already got so many exciting stories that are playing out over this 2025 season. We're just finishing off the warm-up sessions here, and it's going to be an interesting one. As you can see for yourself on the live stream, slightly overcast, but there are some suggestions of sunny skies to come over the course of the day. So expect some really exciting race battles. Qualifying yesterday showcased that not every championship leader is coming into this one with a dominant performance. There's going to be some eyes wide open all the way through the course of the day, with race after race after race. We're going to be through from the day at the start here all the way through to the end of the bill as the light begins to fade. And there's going to be plenty of two-wheeled drama for all of our riders today. Lots of excitement on the horizon. Jake Sanson here with you in the commentary box, and overlooking the circuit positions as we currently look at them, it is going to be an interesting one. This is a very tricky circuit and a very different one compared to Rowra in Cumbria. There are some elevation changes. There are definitely some dynamic corners here, but it's a very different nature of race circuit, this one. A little bit more old school, perhaps a little bit more rough and ready than the Rowra circuit in Cumbria. And that's the way the riders like it. The challenge of this place makes it a fantastic opportunity. Overtaking opportunities are quite regular around this particular circuit as well. There are a few choice bangers in terms of overtaking sidelines, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities for riders to really pull out the stops and showcase their skills. As we come to the end of the Mini GP UK 190 warm-up session, Wilson Dilks has gone top, which is a very decent omen for him going into the day. Gives us a subtle little sneak preview of the Premier categories. There is one rider that's gone down in the warm-up session though, so that's obviously going to be something of a negative heading into the session. Trying to figure out from a distance who that might have been, actually, because we saw some great battles between the likes of Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphreys and the rest of the cohorts at Rowra in Cumbria, and it was certainly a very interesting weekend to start the campaign for 2025. And I think it might even have been one of the top-level riders in this championship that has gone down there at the final couple of corners of the warm-up session. The checkered flag is out. Wilson Dilks, as I mentioned, going top with a 1 minute 10.95. So a very competitive lap time for him under the circumstances. This fall, by the way, is going to bring a subtle pause to the proceedings, which is rather unfortunate because we were just about getting ourselves ready for the start of race action. For all those of you who are watching, though, on the YouTube stream, do get your comments and your questions and your messages coming in. I'm one of those commentators that likes to hoodwink the unsuspecting keyboard warrior. So let's have some conversations. Let's talk banter. We're also going to have a lot of opportunities to see and showcase some of the lessons that were learnt from Rowra coming into this second weekend at Teeside. A lot of riders to watch out for. In the first race of the day, we've got Junior SM90. Championship leader Cody Brennan comes into this one from third on the starting grid. Did not have the pace in yesterday's qualifying session compared to Carter Spinks, who put his bike on pole position. 1:25.829, very nearly 2.5 seconds clear of anybody else. You've got to remember that in the world of British mini bikes, you do get some dominant performances and you do get some leading streaks because there's no club racing, there's no regional competitions for mini bikes. There is just the British Championship. That's it. So a lot of these youngsters, rookies, inexperienced, trying to work their way up the ladder, they've got to come into this essentially blinded. So there's a lot that they need to do in order to try and develop themselves at a Premier run. So there's a lot going on in this particular discipline of motorsport, and the riders have to learn on the job. It's not an easy discipline, and certainly the gaps between first, second, third, fourth, and so on are not necessarily tenths or even 1 second or so. There can be a couple of seconds between them, but they're all big talking points, and these riders are learning on the job, and it's not easy. I've always said that motorsport, whether it's on 2 wheels or 4, is so much tougher than any other form of junior sport. You've got to remember that in the worlds of football, rugby, cricket, tennis, snooker and pool, a lot of the work that these youngsters will do in their sporting pedigree as kids are done behind closed doors. They're done in the junior academy programs where those races are never live streamed, never televised. All of the stuff is done in secret until they're ready to walk onto that pitch or into that stadium or into that arena as a senior competitor in their late teens. whereas in the world of motorsport, you are under the microscope from the age of about 8 on the live stream. So it is an incredibly intense environment for a competitive athlete to walk themselves into. And it can be very, very tricky in terms of how the racing will play out. So we've got this little delay on the circuit due to an incident right at the end of the warm-up. Fortunately, though, the medical team is already on the scene, and the rider in question does appear to be upright, just getting some medical checks as a precaution. So I don't think there's anything in particular to be too concerned about. And the clerk of the course, Brett Moore, will obviously be overseeing everything and making sure that the Orange Army around the course are doing exactly what they need to do. Fantastic team here at Teeside Autodrome, been coming here for events for nearly 10 years now on and off, and they really do put on a fantastic show, whether it's on 2 wheels or 4, and a magnificent race circuit, one of the most underrated in the United Kingdom. This is predominantly used as a testing facility for young drivers who are getting out on the road for the first time, as well as obviously working in and betting in various car races in various brigades. But there's a lot of different types of motorsport that go on here, both karting in the professional grade and in rentals and endurance. Obviously, this is where the British 24 hours of karting takes place every year. And there is the rider in question, who is fortunately just being escorted in. It's only going to need precautionary checks and nothing more. They don't even need to escort him to the ambulance, which is very good news indeed. So hopefully that's just going to be a fairly statutory procedure. Obviously, the severity of the appearance of the fall means that they do have to delay the start of racing just to be on the safe side. It's other people's lives that they're dealing with here, folks. You've just got to take the precautions, and patience is a virtue in these situations. Already the good luck messages are coming in on the YouTube stream. Good luck to Sydney Marshall from Woody G Photography, and Nicola Matthews is cheering on Cody. No surprises there, because Cody is going to be a really strong competitor over the course of this second round of the championship. We're going to kickstart things, as I mentioned before, with Junior SM90. Very competitive category, this. One, of course, in the 2024 motorsport season in fantastic style by Cian Daly, who had a fantastic year in front of JJ Magister and Dan Tanton. The man who is the highest rated from last season, Carter Spinks, has come into this category once again in 2025. And he is, of course, the early championship favourite. But he has got his work cut out. Cody Brennan is currently the championship leader after the first round in Rowrah, having had a fantastic weekend there. It was not the easiest race weekend because so many competitive riders up at the front end of Junior SM90 already. Jake Todd, Tommy Dickinson and Oscar Rowland, to name a few more in that little mesh of riders. But Cody Brennan and Carter Spinks, there was not much to choose between them. They're only 5 points separated in the Riders' Championship after that first weekend in the series. And going into this weekend, Carter Spinks is the one who's got the pace here at Teesside. He's going to be on the front row alongside Jake Todd, who was second quickest, then Cody Brennan. Louis Craig and Oscar Rowland are not far behind. Tommy Dickinson struggling a little bit for initial pace, but there's still plenty of great racing to come over the weekend. And the first of our Junior SM90 races, the first race of our live stream for the second round of British Minibikes 2025, the Road to Moto GP, sets out onto the circuit for their reconnaissance lap. JSM 90, brought to you by Motos. This is a very competitive class. Expect the top 3 to give us a really interesting showcase, although Carter Spinks really nailed the qualifying lap. But that is just one lap over a race trim, and after an overnight doze, it's going to be an interesting one to see if that kind of pace is going to be maintained, because you don't always get that transfer of one lap pace from qualifying into race trim. Often riders will feel different overnight. Something will be slightly unsettling. The bike won't quite perform the same way. So you don't always know if you're going to get that dominant advantage again from one day to the next. It obviously puts Carter Spinks in the best possible frame of mind. And after being 4th in last year's championship, he is the Premier category rider and the top seed in 2025. High humidity here this weekend as well, which could make things pretty tricky, especially if those clouds overhead do decide to break with a 6-degree air temperature. So it'll be fascinating what the riders can do. I would guesstimate that the track temperature will be around 10 to 11 degrees Celsius, which again will make tyre management interesting off the start. But these are not particularly long races, so the riders can certainly take good benefit from them off the initial get-go. But a lot of the flow and rhythm of the race can be decided on this launch. So the riders will definitely be wanting to put in a decent showcase from the outset. Middle of your screen, the 71, that is Jake Todd, lining up second on the grid to his right side to our left side is the pole position. That is the 296 of the leading seed in Junior SM90 for 2025, Carter Spinks. And then Cody Brennan is there in third position as well. Expect a really strong start from these competitors. Carter Spinks, Jake Todd, Cody Brennan, Louis Craig, Oscar Rowland and Tommy Dickinson. Then Ryan Merrin, Oliver Med, Oscar Duckworth, Dylan Mosgrove, and hopefully Thomas Johnson, although no time was set in qualifying yesterday. It could have been a registered rider and then no further part in the weekend's action. And actually, having said that, I can count 10 bikes in the list and not 11. So I would estimate that Thomas Johnson is no longer competing in the weekend. 4 bikes to the left of your screen, 3 in the middle, 3 on the right. And that is going to be Spinks, Todd and Brennan from Craig, Rowland and Dickinson, Merrin, Med and Duckworth, with Dylan Mosgrove giving chase. The final checks being made there to Louis Craig's bike as the marshal clears the grid. And when the green flag is raised at the back of the field, it means we're ready to start the countdown lights sequence, which will only be a handful of seconds before we're racing for the first time this weekend on our live stream here at Teeside. Round 2 in the fantastic weekend here in the British Mini Bikes, but Junior SM90s will kick us off. We're under starters orders, and away goes Junior SM90, and it's a fantastic launch, but not for the pole sitter. Look at the frustration of Carter Spinks, who absolutely smashes his fists into the handlebars. Carter Spinks does not get away from pole position. What was I telling you right before we started racing? Pole position does not guarantee a victory, and out in front, it's absolute Christmas come early territory for the 79 of Cody Brennan, championship leader after Raura, and doing a fantastic job already as he charges his way up the crest. So Cody Brennan in front of Oscar Rowland and Jake Todd. Terrific start then for Cody Brennan. No start at all for Carter Spinks, whose opportunity disappears. And it's a magnificent launch for Cody Brennan, isn't it? Look at him. He's already about 2 corners clear of the rest of the riders out there. The racing gods giveth and the racing gods taketh away. And for Carter Spinks, it is the cruelest robbery in motorsport. Doesn't even get the chance to showcase what his talent is capable of. And in this fairly short opening race of the day, 6 laps of the Teeside circuit. It's a fairly long circuit, of course. You've got to remember that. 2,300 metres in length in the Teeside International configuration, which is almost double the length of most of the British karting grade circuits that we go to. So this one is a really long test, almost like Spa-Francorchamps for British mini bike racing talents through the S's, which you get to do once you've taken the launch off the start. And Cody Brennan is loving life in the lead. Jake Todd now second in front of Louis Craig. Oscar Rowland getting a good initial start, but now he's having a duel for 4th position with Tommy Dickinson. Oliver Med, P6 after the first lap. Then it is Ryan Merrin ahead of Oscar Duckworth and Dylan Mosgrove, who was in 9th position. Did Carter Spinks actually manage to start the race, I wonder, as here comes Louis Craig, trying to go right round the outside of Jake Todd on the way to the chicane before the crest. So that's some bravery there for Louis Craig, who can really start to muscle in now on Jake Todd's advantage. Carter Spinks, I can tell you, did get going again. He has continued on. He's at the back of the field, and his qualifying pace of a 125.8 compared to Jake Todd on a 128.2 tells us that Carter Spinks is going to be running through this field like a cat out of a paper bag. The problem is, has he got the time and the opportunity to actually make up enough progress for this race to be nothing more than an afterthought? So a little bit of a trip there off the pedals for Jake Todd. Manages to get it crossed up and through this long sweeping right-hander. A very flowing corner this. Very easy to lose the bike altogether, as Louis Craig takes an alternative line, but it does seem to suit him quite well, even in these early stages on relatively cold tyres. So the riders definitely getting into their groove now. Cody Brennan ahead of Jake Todd and Louis Craig. Oscar Rowland doing a fair job there in 4th position ahead of Dickinson, Med, Merrin, Duckworth, Mosgrove and Spinks. There's still a lot of work to do here, though, for Carter Spinks. He might be able to make some progress. So Brennan has a decent lead at the moment, 9 seconds clear. Very good rhythm for Cody Brennan at the moment. This is the battle on the road for 2nd place. Carter Spinks is already up to 9th place and bangs in a 125.8. See, now he's driving with the red mist. He's pushing that bike through the field. And this is where Carter Spinks is definitely going to find a very tough run But he's got a lot of time to make up, hasn't he? There is the leader at the bottom of your screen, Cody Brennan. As we watch the duel for second place, it's still these two, Jake Todd versus Louis Craig. And it is very close indeed between the two men. So expect a good opportunity now. Riders still giving it everything they've got in the rather competitive stages of this race. I think you're going to see some real emotions from these riders after this one. It's a much more aggressive stance from Louis Craig this lap around. Still trying to hustle Jake Todd into a mistake. And those errors can come at any time on a lap like this. It's a very long and flowing lap here at Teeside. 3 laps to go then for our race leader, Cody Brennan, who's got himself a very neat run. Here's Jake Todd. Nice and planted through the corners. He doesn't need to be overly aggressive here. He's got the advantage of being in front of his nearest opponent, Louis Craig. So he can really manage his own race here. He doesn't have to fret too much about where Louis is going. He can just focus on himself. Tommy Dickinson and Oscar Rowland get their personal best lap times in. Carter Spinks is now P6. Absolutely rocketing through this field now. Ahead of Med, Merron, Duckworth and Dylan Mosgrove. Duckworth's got a good run on that lap as well. So Oscar Duckworth up into 8th place ahead of Ryan Merron, with Dylan Mosgrove still doing the best he can do for the moment. Louis Craig really starting to hustle. Jake Todd, though, in 3rd position. Jake Todd is in 2nd. Braking zone for the hairpin. Just pressure. Just put the pressure on him. You don't even need to make a bid for an overtaking move at this point if you're Louis Craig. Just sit behind him. Just look for the opportunity on the inside line. Try and make him guess where you're going to place the bike. See, that's what you want. Jake Todd just looked over his right shoulder. Louis Craig needs to be unpredictable, but also calm and controlled. Doesn't want to put Jake Todd into an easy position. He wants to make him guess where he's going to go. And that creates airs of unpredictability that pushes Jake Todd to be a little bit more concerned about where his bike is going. And those little moments are the ones that give Louis Craig a chance. So here's Jake Todd. 2 to go. Louis Craig doing a great job here. Really putting his bike in all the right places. Through the apexes. Running out to the first half. And there is the hard-charging Carter Spinks. He's caught up to the back of Oscar Rowland. And he should sail past him here when he's got a good opportunity to get the line right. So Carter Spinks charging his way back to the inside. Oh, he nearly trips over Rowland. He's got to be careful where he makes the overtake. That's the difficulty. You may have a faster bike. You may have more confidence. But you can't just charge in gung-ho. You need to know that the overtaking move is going to happen. Now he can get it done round the inside line. That's perfectly done there for Carter Spinks. And now he's going to charge after the man in 4th. That's Tommy Dickinson. On the green machine, through the S's goes Carter Spinks. A guaranteed victory is washed away, but he can still nail 4th position. Damaged limitation for Carter Spinks, and he's done it. So no worries at all there to get ahead of Tommy Dickinson. But he's not going to have the time to close up on Todd and Craig. So he'll just have to settle for 4th position for the moment. It's better than a smack in the face, but that's going to feel very, very punishing for Carter Spinks after his massive pace yesterday. He will get another chance to go for it, of course, but that's not going to be consolation for the time being. Cody Brennan goes into his last lap up front. Very nicely handled. 14.9 seconds clear of Jake Todd. The best of a quarter of a minute, as Carter Spinks is just doing everything he possibly can to get that deficit down between himself and Louis Craig. So Craig is still running a great race. He was 16 seconds clear of Carter Spinks and Tommy Dickinson at that point. What is the gap now? Well, it's 14.5. That shows you how quickly Carter Spinks is recovering. But he's going to run out of laps, unfortunately. So Carter Spinks will have to take solace in the fact that he at least managed to charge his way back from dead last to 4th position. Great ride from Carter Spinks under the circumstances. It won't feel good to him. But let's take the positives out of these situations. Meanwhile, though, the race leader, Cody Brennan, is on the crest of the victory as he runs out in front of Jake Todd and Louis Craig. There is your man in the lead. And Cody Brennan has made this one look fairly decent since the start. Hasn't really had any challenges at all. Has kept this race very much in his own command. So Cody Brennan brings his bike through the final section. The checkered flag will fly, and it's Cody Brennan who takes the victory in fantastic fashion. No worries at all for Cody Brennan. Crosses the line. Excellent work. And that was a very neat and tidy race indeed for Cody Brennan. Not a wheel wrong at any point. Watch in the background and we'll see Jake Todd just about resist Louis Craig. There's Carter Spinks in the background. So that's how quickly Carter is getting on with it. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough time. There is Jake Todd coming through in front of Louis Craig. And the next rider through will be a very frustrated Carter Spinks. But what a recovery ride it was from him. There he is, Carter Spinks, 4th position. He'll be bitterly disappointed. But look, he did do a fantastic job in recovery. His fastest lap was a 1:25.05, quicker than anybody else, including the race winner, Cody Brennan. So a very tidy race there. Not too much flotsam and jetsam in the race itself. Certainly no major catastrophes other than the start for Carter Spinks, who then decided he would ride the rest of his race in an absolute pit of red fury. And that was enough to push him from dead last to 4th position. There's the initial result. Cody Brennan ahead of Jake Todd and Louis Craig. Carter Spinks bouncing back to P4. Tommy Dickinson ahead of Oscar Rowland. Then it's Oscar Duckworth from Oliver Med, Ryan Merrin and Dylan Mosgrove, who is about to complete the race distance. So there are the results then for the first race of the day, the Junior SM90 for 2025. Their championship continuing on. Cody Brennan is the championship leader. And that's why it's particularly frustrating for Carter Spinks to have lost the chance to go for the victory there. I think he would have liked the chance to get closer to him in the championship rather than watch as Cody Brennan pulls clear. But there's still time, not only this weekend, but in the season as a whole as well. Expect a lot more excitement from the battle between Carter Spinks and Cody Brennan, especially when you consider that we've still got some great weekends over the season. We've got Rowra, we've got Three Sisters, and we've got Pembrey in Wales on an actual road course before the end of the year. So plenty still to get excited about in British mini bikes in the Junior SM90 class. Really good start to proceedings then, and exactly what we were hoping for from the first particular grid on this particular race day. Minimoto is going to be next up. They've already had their first race of the weekend, but race 2 of their weekend is coming up very shortly. So we've got an exciting race coming up for you next with the Minimoto 2025 Championship continuation. Race 2 of the weekend. Sadly, race 1 was yesterday, and therefore it couldn't be televised because we were obviously focusing on multiple things yesterday. But the Minimoto Championship definitely looking very strong indeed for the contenders as they venture out onto the course now. Shorter run for them, shorter configuration of the circuit too, I believe, on this particular occasion, as they will run a slightly shorter course. But Minimoto Pro is going to be a very exciting one to battle us through the contention of this grid. And I expect big things from this particular race. They've already given us plenty of excitement. So now we've got the riders making their way to the starting grid. Austin Dilks, Daisy Grayson, Joey Billum, Logan Paisley and Harry Evitts. They'll be in the mix to give us another great showcase. These Minimotos that only weigh about the equivalent of 3 bags of sugar, but still very nice indeed with these 40cc bikes. And they are very, very quick and powerful for the power to weight ratio. Very nearly Grand Prix level for the power to weight ratio, to be perfectly honest. And the racing is going to be a good one. So Minimoto Pro brought to you by Ninja Super Juice. We're going to see some really good racing from this particular contention of riders, as the collection of the 5 have made their way to the grid. Not many on this particular grid of Minimoto Pro, but there's still plenty of great race action to come. 83% humidity on the circuit still. I wonder if we're going to get a break in those clouds at any point. But certainly for the time being, our racers are ready. Austin Dilks qualified with a 56.382 for this lap, which is a shorter configuration of the course that you saw earlier on. They're waiting for the command, and when we go racing, it'll be a very fast one off the turn. They wait for the lights to go, and they do. Oh, no, they don't. And that was a bit of a jump, unfortunately, at the back. But as a result, the riders make their way through the first corner. And it is going to be an interesting one. But it's Daisy Grayson who actually gets the best launch initially from Austin Dilks, the 85. Roles have been reversed a little bit through the turn. So once they start settling into their rhythm configuration of the Teeside Autodrome, it's going to be Austin Dilks that really launches into the rhythm. He was so good over the course of qualification. Only 0.4 of a second quicker than Daisy Grayson, though, who does look like a real talent for the future and certainly is riding the crest of confidence. So the battle between these two should go on quite a long way through the course of this weekend. And at the end of the first of 12 laps, it is Austin Dilks who leads the way from Daisy Grayson through the chicane and up to this hairpin turn. As you can see, the Minimoto course very different to that of the full configuration. And they can change it over the course of just a couple of seconds. Great work again from the guys at Teeside. So Austin Dilks under pressure from Daisy Grayson nice and early. Third position for Logan Paisley, who qualified 4th place actually. So this is much better for him in terms of running well ahead of Joey Billam. And then in 5th place, it is Harry Evans, who is still learning his current pace and still trying to figure out how the bike is genuinely going to progress with him. But this is the kind of ride you need to see from Daisy Grayson at this point. Just hustling Austin Dilks, very similar to what we saw in the previous race. This time it's for the victory. Daisy Grayson not needing to be too aggressive, just following procedure. And Austin Dilks should have a very tough race trying to shake her off. Through the S's at the end of the lap, or the beginning of the lap, I should say now, as they come through. In the background, we've got Paisley versus Billam, and that is going pretty full guns blazing as well. There may not be many riders in a race like this, but hey, every single race counts. And every single rider who pays the same fee is still going to get the same level of recognition. There's a good fight going on between the leaders, but there's also a good little duel cooking up between 3rd and 4th, as Paisley and Billam are trying to trade the same bit of race circuit. So everybody trying to get the most out of it. This is a great ride from Austin Dilks, but it's also a very aggressive one from Daisy Grayson. This is exactly what she needs to be doing. Full of confidence. Just running in behind Austin Dilks, knowing that he's the race leader, but she's doing exactly what you need to do in these situations. Just follow in behind, get close to that rear wheel, and try and make the rider in front make the mistake. You don't even need to make an overtaking move necessarily. Just get close to them and get in their headspace. Through the hairpin. Good run from both of these riders, not looking out of sorts at all. In a good flow. Through the tweaks and through the troughs. It's a great little battle going on for the batters. That was Billam, I think, getting the move on Paisley. Yes, it is. So you just saw there in the top of your screen, Billam got his run there on Logan Paisley. And that's enough for 3rd position. So he's just managed to turn that table over and squeeze it through into 3rd position. Now we can see that Austin Dilks is finding a rhythm. So it's getting tougher for Daisy Grayson to really maintain it. But there's still 8 laps to go at the end of this one. So I wouldn't stress too much if I was Daisy Grayson. This is exactly the right method of going about this race. One step at a time, one lap at a time is all that is needed and all that is required at this point. So Dilks ahead of Grayson. Good work from Daisy Grayson to stay so close to Austin Dilks at this point. Round the hairpin. Coax the bike in very carefully towards the curbs. You don't want to take too much of it, of course. And so Austin Dilks just starting to find that level of pace now that keeps Daisy Grayson just that little bit further away. Joey Billam versus Logan Paisley. Oh, it was the other way round. My apologies. So Paisley had got ahead of Billam and then Billam returned the favour. So it is still an ongoing concern then for 3rd position. Although that move at turn 1 from Billam certainly made him look particularly confident on that occasion. Paisley having to remain in 4th position for the time being. And then, of course, in P5, it is Harry Evans, still riding well. Off the turn. This is the stride that is invincible for Austin Dilks if he can keep this up all the way through. Just got to take your time with it. Through the S's, through the sweepers, round this long flowing hairpin to the right-hander. And Daisy Grayson is just falling a couple of tenths of a second per sector. Doesn't need to worry too much about it. Still a long way to go in this weekend. And even if it doesn't come at Teeside, it could certainly come later on in the season. It's about banking good results, though. While the opportunity is there, good points on the board will definitely help. So with Austin Dilks ahead of Daisy Grayson, this is a good chance for them. Meanwhile, there is a slower rider in front of them. That is Harry Everts, who just gets out of the way in time for the competitors to work their way through. So Harry Everts is lapped for the first time then, as Austin Dilks and Daisy Grayson have managed to make that one work. Paisley has still got a bit of work to do to close up on Joey Billam. But Paisley, who was initially in third position ahead of Joey Billam, that has returned back to Joey Billam. And it's just that confidence on one lap pace. That's all it is. It's not skill at this level, because they've all got a lot of ability to be riding these bikes at this level. In this age group, in this category, skill is not actually what wins these races. It's confidence. And if you've got confidence and ability in your bike, as well as in yourself, then that's where the natural rhythm can come from. It does take time to build that up. There's a stamina, but there's also a little bit of self-reliance as well. There's a lot of these little things as a young athlete that you've just got to click with it. You often see it in various forms of racing at this age, where a rider or a driver, for example, just clicks with it, and it just suddenly, it's like a light bulb going off in the attic. It's like, now I figured it out. And then suddenly the developmental train just cavalcades, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So works very well indeed. Certainly going well for Dilks and Grayson up front. Still only 1.6 seconds between those two. So although Daisy Grayson doesn't seem to have the raw outright pace to have the win on her own ability just there, what she does have is consistency, and that's keeping her in the game. So 1.6 seconds away from Dilks with 5 to go. Any mistakes from Austin Dilks, and she's right there to steal the victory as the riders are working their way through the S's. And well, that's a brave bit of racing going on there as Joey Billam makes his dive on the inside line and picks up a rather authoritarian move to third position. 3.8 seconds clear of Logan Paisley at this point. So that's the race for third position, of course. That was relatively close, but now that Billam has got into his stride, there's no real chance of Logan Paisley getting back into that position. So there you see on your screen, Joey Billam loving life and really getting into the lean angle. This is where a rider really loves to ride, because they can just feel so much natural chemistry with their bike. The riders I've spoken to in the past have said it's like wearing a very neat fitting shoe. It just feels right. And when you get into that sort of mode, it's very difficult to climb out of that particular scenario. You just want to keep on riding forever and ever. It's very hard to find that. Riders chase that all the time, where it all becomes on instinct. You don't have to think too much about where to brake. You don't have to think about where to turn in. You just get the most of yourself in those circumstances. And that can start from even the tender ages of 8, 9 or 10 years of old in these young gun classes. The road to MotoGP, they've all got to start somewhere. And here in Minimoto Pro, it's certainly very competitive indeed. Austin Dilks has started to stretch that little bit of a gap now over Daisy Grayson. And it's just that, again, it's partly confidence, but you've also got to consider the stamina of keeping this up for a long time. These are not as long a lap as we see from the other classes maybe, but it's still 12 laps of racing around this shorter configuration. So there's a lot of physicality that comes into that. I think people automatically assume that because the machine does all the power for you, that the body doesn't really take too much on it, but it does, because it's also got to deal with G-forces. It's got to deal with lateral as well as vertical. So there's a lot going on for an athlete in these competitions, and that's why you've got to stay on top of your physical fitness. You've got to stay on top of your mental focus as well. There's a lot of rigidity that these riders have to have if they want to be champions at any level. Dilks and Grayson separated now by 4.2, so Dilks is just finding that his overall experience in this category is just giving him the edge now over Daisy Grayson in the closing stages. But that's not to take away anything from Grayson. She's 18 seconds clear of Joey Billam in third place. But it's, as we keep saying, it's all about consistency and confidence. If you've got both of those things, then you're going to be a great rider one day. Austin Dilks, still your race leader in front of Daisy Grayson. There is Joey Billam, just doing his best there in third position, just taking it nicely in his stride as he moves forward. Now, Logan Paisley's in trouble. I think Logan Paisley has not come through recently because that's Harry Everts now in fourth place. Indeed, Logan Paisley has pulled out of the race, I'm afraid, did not complete the 7th lap. So Logan Paisley in trouble. I did think for a while that Joey Billam had suddenly gone from being 3 or 4 seconds ahead to being on his own, but I just assumed that the pace had dropped off. So, unfortunately, Logan Paisley out of this one as they go into the last lap. And Austin Dilks, 5 seconds clear of Daisy Grayson. A good run from the two riders, though. First position, Austin Dilks has the best lap of the race, a 56.110. The fastest lap of the race for Daisy Grayson is a 56.155. So there's not much to choose between them in terms of their raw speed. The only difference, really, is the consistency and the stamina and the rigidity of Austin Dilks in terms of his natural pace. Here he comes. Going to put a second lap there on Harry Everts. Does the job, works his way through. Excellent performance. And so the checkered flag will fly in the direction of Austin Dilks, who really has taken this race by the throat. Checkered flag is on the circuit now. Austin Dilks claims the win here in Teeside. Daisy Grayson, a very solid second position. Harry Everts is going to be fourth. He's already crossed the line, a couple of laps adrift, and there in the background is the man who will come through in third place, Joey Billam. Good start to the season so far from these 2 weekends. And a very good race indeed in Minimoto. As there comes Joey Billam off the turn, checkered flag. Thank you very much. That'll do nicely. And that is your race over. A 59.218 on the last lap, just for good measure there for Joey Billam. No need to stress. And certainly a fairly decent race from him. So the provisional results then in Minimoto Pro. It is a victory for Austin Dilks ahead of Daisy Grayson. Joey Billam in third position ahead of Harry Everts in fourth. And then unfortunately it was a non-finish for Logan Paisley, who didn't quite manage to bring the ride home, having had to park it at half distance. So now you're going to see how quickly it is to change the circuit configuration back over. It's literally move one barrier. That's how it's done. There is the official results. They didn't quite come up on your screen, unfortunately, but they do now. So Dilks ahead of Grayson by 4.7. Good effort from Daisy Grayson there. Joey Billam half a minute back. Harry Everts 2 laps adrift. Logan Paisley only completed half the race distance. So it's definitely been an interesting one leading up to this stage of the race weekend. But now we get the Mini GP 110 and Ovale 110 Cup. This should be some very interesting races now within races, because this is one of those classes where you do get 2 for the price of 1. And it's always incredibly entertaining when you see all of these competitive riders up the sharp end. And it's double trouble this weekend for Cody Brennan, who also steps into the world of Ovale 110. But we'll see some great riding between the competitors. And don't forget that within the Ovale 110 Cup, the riders like Caden Herring, Leon Simpson, JJ Magister and Cody Brennan, who were the top 4 in their qualifications. There's also going to be some great challenges in Mini GP 110, as we'll see the likes of Dylan Cook, Seth Hayward and Carter Spinks. Can he make up for the misery of earlier on as the riders venture out onto the course once more? So for Caden Herring, it is pole position ahead of Leon Simpson. Third place for JJ Magister ahead of Cody Brennan. Sam Whitaker and Ella Mosgrove. That's your first 2 rows of the grid sorted out. Dylan Cook, William Dickinson and Seth Hayward are next up. Then Kian Daly, last year's Junior SM90 champion, alongside Carter Spinks and CJ Maguire. Rex Armand is next up from Matthew Jennings, and then Dan Tanton, Jasper O'Neill-White, Thomas Med, Oscar McAllister, Austin Dilks and Thomas Johnson. So with all the riders getting themselves into a good position, Teeside Autodrome on the long configuration once again, 2,330 metres. That's a very long circuit for these particular riders, 2.3 kilometres in length. But they can hack it, you just ride for fewer laps, that's all. But what a facility. This is one of the most underrated jewels in the crown of British club racing. Always found great entertainment at this place. But we're going to see some more, as now Caden Herring will bring his number 95 Ovale 110 bike to the front end of the field. the great motorcycle giveaways, BMB 110 and Ovali 110 Cup. This will be one of a rip-roaring set of collections of races that we'll see today. Expect drama right from the outset. The first race weekend, cobwebs and jitters are shaken off, and now they can work their way through into the start of the continuation of the battle. So with the riders putting themselves into position in Mini GP 110 so far, Max Robinson is your championship leader in front of Sebastian Goslavsky and Mason Fedrick. Caden Herring is in the mix there with Leo Soliu and Leon Simpson. So that'll be interesting to see how they continue. But of course, the Ovali 110 is the category that need to be rather religiously looked up in this one, because we're going to see some really great duels from them from the outset. Max Robinson, championship leader, but let's see if it remains that way, because of course Max is not here this weekend. Lots of riders can take advantage. There's an arm in the air at the back of the field. That is Jasper O'Neill-White. So Jasper O'Neill-White has got two of his arms in the air there. I've got a problem. I can't take the start. And that's right, we don't get the green flag at the back of the field. So Jasper O'Neill-White is getting some attention now, just to double check that everything's okay. Seems like there's something wrong with one of the foot pedals. Going to take himself off the bike, and he's going to get some assistance from the marshal just to kickstart the bike again. Clearly an engine difficulty there for Jasper O'Neill-White. Hopefully they can actually get it started. It's certainly not over-the-top reactionary from Jasper O'Neill-White. He's definitely got a problem, and I think that's going to be a stand down, a false start then. As Jasper O'Neill-White is still desperately trying to get some power in. His mechanic comes over to help. Let's see if Jasper O'Neill-White can join in with the fray. There's nothing worse for a racer then you've done all the hard work, you've geared yourself up for it, and then you can't compete. Right, they've managed to get Jasper O'Neill-White's bike started, so hopefully he'll be able to join in. And our racers are in position. The green flag is stationary at the back of the field. Duck down on the bike. And we're underway, although they look like a couple of riders there that were jumping the gun a little bit. So there could be an investigation or two. And leeching his way to the front end. As a great start from the 85, Leon Simpson. As the riders work their way through the left-hander and down towards the top of the hill. Through the right sweeper, there's going to be some great riding to come here. Simpson is your leader, but in second place, riding behind, that's JJ Manchester, who's been threatening a decent result since about this time last year. So great to see JJ Manchester now on the brink of something special. Second place, a good position to be in as they come back to the middle section of the course, out of the trees. And now they will go to that tight and twisting section. It's a long race this one, and through the chicane. That's incredibly brave for third position. I think that was Caden Herring trying to get his work back onto the inside line of JJ Manchester, who resisted, and as a result, they both had to come off the throttle. But I think JJ Manchester's held on to that in second place. He has indeed. So now Caden Herring's going to have to try something else to get ahead of him, but that was dangerously close on the first lap. That was a little bit too big a risk, I think. They just about managed to get away with it, and Leon Simpson's laughing all the way to the bank as he's got himself a couple of extra bike lengths in hand as a result of that little trip up. So it's great news for Leon Simpson, who has a very strong lead going into the second lap of 8. So Leon Simpson ahead of JJ Manchester. Third place for Cody Brennan, in fact. So it was Brennan who was still fighting his corner to try and make up as many positions as possible. Dylan Cook is P4, then Caden Herring, along with Sam Whitaker, Will Dickinson, Cian Daly, Matthew Jennings and Seth Hayward. Then we've got Carter Spinks in 11th position ahead of Thomas Med, Ella Mosgrove, Rex Armand, Jasper O'Neill-White, Dan Townsend, CJ Maguire, Oscar McAllister, and then Austin Dilks in 19th position. Battle raging for second place right around the outside from Cody Brennan. Brilliant return off the corner there through the right-hander. He had good acceleration off the turn, and there's not really any chance of a response there from JJ Manchester. He tries again out of the S's, but he's just not close enough. He needs to have a really big throttle twitch as he comes through one of the next apexes if he's going to come back in there on the inside. And it's all going to come down to his prowess on the brakes. How late is he daring to leave it? But once you've been sliced on the inside line there in the manner of which Cody Brennan has done so, it's very difficult to come back from psychologically. Although JJ Manchester's not throwing caution to the winds here, and certainly not throwing in the towel. So JJ Manchester still fancies his chances. I've run as high as second only a couple of times in my career. I want to go for this now. But there's the rhythm from Cody Brennan. So much more confident in the faster apexes. That's where he gains a lot of his time. So Leon Simpson, who's away with the fairies up front. Second now for Cody Brennan, third for Manchester. Fourth place is Cook. Then Herring, Whitaker, Dickinson, Daly, Hayward and Jennings. Fastest lap of the race from Leon Simpson, a 1:18.85 compared to Cody Brennan on a 1:19.598. So a big difference. That's a second disparity between the two riders at the moment. So still a lot that can play out over the course of the Ovali 10 Cup this weekend. British Minibikes 110 and Ovali 110 Cup. Really close quarters stuff at the moment. But Leon Simpson, coming off the confidence of that epic start of his, really looking strong. And at the moment, it just doesn't seem to be another rider who can challenge his authority at the moment. Cody Brennan did a good job to work his way up into second position. But JJ Manchester is now, I think, starting to realise that reality has got to set in at some point, and he finds himself there in third position, ahead of Dylan Cook and ahead of Caden Herring. So plenty to be excited about, and certainly enjoying the raft of the draw. Sam Whitaker, P6 in front of Will Dickinson, then Cian Daly, who's definitely made a good impact in the world of Ovali 110. Good effort from Cian Daly, who comes up to Ovali 110, of course, having been so strong as the champion in last year's Junior SM90 category. 5 to go. Simpson is 4.5 clear of Cody Brennan, and looks like he's gaining about a second per lap. There's more good battles everywhere you look, though. Here is the battle further back in the field. And this is what we're getting for fourth position. Dylan Cook, Caden Herring and Sam Whitaker. Behind our three leaders, that's Brennan, clear of Manchester. And now we've got three riders very close together. Cook, Herring, and in sixth place, Sam Whitaker. Will Dickinson isn't that far away in seventh position, so there's still quite a lot that can play out here on the course. 5 laps to go, including the one we're on, of course. But JJ Manchester has definitely settled into the pace, but if he's not careful, he's going to start to drift a little bit closer to the front fairing of Dylan Cook's bike. That handlebar is going to be dangerously close to the rear exhaust, as Dylan Cook has obviously got more pressing matters at the moment. He's got to try and find a way to keep Caden Herring from getting through on the inside line, and that's no lean achievement, because Caden Herring looks very racy indeed. Look at the aggression he takes with his bike through the S's. He might just get alongside here. I thought that Dylan Cook was going to find it tricky. This is big drama from Caden Herring. He's really trying to find the animosity off the throttle in these positions. Look at him, just chucking the bike in left, right and centre. Up to the chicane, he's got to bail out of it. But if he can be slow in and fast out, then that's going to be the move for fourth place from Caden Herring. Through the right hairpin. He can sense that there's a chance here, because Dylan Cook is very smooth, but he hasn't really got the killer instinct in this one yet. Tell you what, Caden Herring definitely looks like he has, as JJ Manchester slows to the chicane, and that's enough for Cook to get through to third. So Cook is through in a third position. JJ Manchester struggling there, but that was a necessary overtake, I think, from Dylan Cook, because he had pressure from behind from Caden Herring. He knew that he essentially needed to commit to that. He's bought himself a ticket to the fight for the podium there. Had he not made the move then, I think he would have obviously been overtaken fairly quickly and rapidly by Caden Herring, and that could have denied him any chance of toppling onto the podium. But certainly Dylan Cook saw that situation very quickly, read it well, and now he's there in fourth place. One more position, and he can get himself farther towards the podium. My apologies, he's already on the podium. Dylan Cook, third position, ahead of JJ Manchester and Caden Herring. But now Herring's turn to go after Manchester. And again, Herring just going through that first corner with so much commitment. That's what makes him so exciting, is that Caden Herring has so much confidence in his own conviction. Almost getting level there to the breaking point with JJ Manchester. But this is great timing for Dylan Cook. Look what it's done to his race as well. It's galvanised him, as he's now made the bid to get into third position. He's made it stick, and he's got a bit of daylight now between himself and fourth position. But it is going to be close for fourth. Manchester going to lose out here. He already has, by the look of it, as Caden Herring has asserted the authority again up into fourth position, as JJ Manchester does his best to recover and salvage as good a position as he can expect to get But once you start losing 1 or 2 places, and he was in second, don't forget, now dropping to P5, that will be demoralising. You've got to pick the pieces up and focus on what can be achieved in the next one. So it's a really interesting scenario now for the contenders. But it will be tricky, that is for sure. Good point from Hudson Kai Cooper as well, who points out it's great to see a healthy grid. Yes, it's really positive and really strong that the Ovali 110 Cup and Minibike 110 grid is such a proper powerhouse of talent now. 19 riders in this race. Only Thomas Johnson, I think, unable to take the start. Not entirely sure what the reason for that is. He was off the pace yesterday. They might have developed a problem of some kind, but certainly he couldn't take the start for this one. Up the climb. This isn't over yet, folks. Caden Herring has dealt with JJ Magister, left Magister to struggle with the clutches of Sam Whitaker, and now he's closed up on Dylan Cook again. This is what he was threatening earlier on with Dylan Cook, and he's now going to be all over him in the S's. Through they go. Up to the hairpins. He's got to wait for another opportunity. One more lap, I think, before Caden Herring can really take this on to Dylan Cook, because you don't want to rush this. He might get an opportunity out of this hairpin, but it's unlikely because you've got to build up to the move. So there is the challenge. Dylan Cook. Lots of pace from Caden Herring round the far side. He commits long. Dylan Cook's hugging the inside line a little bit here. Could there be a little bit of a pendulum swing in the favour of Caden Herring? Through to the left-hand hairpin. Who's going to get on the throttle first? And will it be slowing fast out? Into the last lap goes our leader, Leon Simpson, in front of Cody Brennan. And this battle is the best one on the track at the moment, and certainly the most exciting, because Dylan Cook and Caden Herring both want to be on the podium for this first race of the day for them. Let's see if there is going to be enough impetus from Caden Herring to make a launch on Dylan Cook. He's going to come from the far side of the course to do it. There's Cody Brennan. Never been far away from the pace, but certainly hasn't had too much of a stress. He's only really had to focus on his own race. There is Leon Simpson, though. Right from the start, it looked pretty slam dunk for me. Gone into the first corner first and has not really looked back since. So Leon Simpson having a fantastic ride. He goes into the hairpin, through the right. And so for the last long flowing hairpin corner, this has been a magnificent ride from Leon Simpson. Exactly what he wanted to start his day with, and it's exactly what he's been able to produce. So he comes off the turn, back on the power, kicking the bike out, and this is a great finish to a great race. Leon Simpson takes the checkered flag. Victory is his, and very deservedly so, here at Teeside. Second is going to be Cody Brennan. Final question, though, who'll be third? I think Dylan Cook's just about done enough to stay in front of Caden Herring, but we're about to find out, because it's right to the line for Dylan Cook, who closes right up on Cody Brennan. He got away from Caden Herring and thought, well, maybe I could take on Brennan. I think if he'd have done that a lap earlier, we might have seen a different man in second place there. So a very exciting conclusion to the race. And it looked to me as though Whitaker did manage to get through to fifth position ahead of Ella Mosgrove. And then Will Dickinson came through in seventh place. So JJ Magister, having run as high as second on the first lap, something wrong with the bike by the look of it, but down to eighth position falls JJ Magister. So it's going to be a tall uphill struggle from here this weekend. So the last riders finish off the run, and our temporary result will show that Leon Simpson has absolutely decimated the field on this occasion. 9 seconds clear in a fantastic run, becomes 13.8 seconds. Cody Brennan ahead of Dylan Cook, but only by a couple of tenths of a second. Caden Herring fourth ahead of Sam Whitaker, Ella Mosgrove, Will Dickinson and JJ Magister, who had a real struggle in the end. Cian Daly, ninth place ahead of Seth Hayward. And then Carter Spinks, 11th ahead of Matthew Jennings. Jasper O'Neill White, Rex Armand, Thomas Med and Dan Tanton finishing off the field. CJ Maguire, Oscar McAllister and Austin Dilks. Not a single retirement from that first race. So good work from the BMB 110 and Ovali 110 Cup riders. They've definitely put on a fairly tame show to start us off with, but it's about getting those points on the bank. The spectator may be craving action and drama and excitement every 45 seconds since the modern interpretation of the attention span. But these riders are just getting on with the job. They're making sure that they have still got a good bike and a good headspace, and also a good body that's still body-shaped, ready in time for their second encounter a little bit later on. So a great start then to the procedure there. But there's a lot more to come from our competitors in the continuation. The Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160 race will be up next. So with our Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160s, this is very much no holds barred. If we see a gap, we're going to go for it. We're certainly going to entertain the crowd while we're in the process. Great racing so far in 2025. And certainly at Rowrah, the Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160s were definitely incredibly entertaining. That's one thing we can call back on from last weekend. Rick Jenkinson, is the man who's going to come into this one with a very decent performance. Tim Patterson, of course, is the man who leads the championship in Minibike 160. He's also pole position for this race. So expect some good times from him. Tim Patterson on the front row of the grid along with Jamie King and Sam Morrison. Then it will be Jake Whittaker, James Mostiger and Dave Cook. From Ryan Estman, Mike Carr and Chris Wells. Then the fourth row will be Aaron Parker, Lee West and Ben Nixon. Jordan Grant, Joshua Kay and Barry Clark are next up from Adam Harris, Nicky Margetson and Jamie Smith. Then Michael Judkins, Connor Smith and Dan Baker, Jamie Bunclair, and then it is Matthew and Barry Lindley, I should say, behind Jamie Bunclark. And then it is Ben Johnson, Dean and Jack Bednarak, and then 28th and 29th, Pete Johnson and Reese Morgan to complete the field. So the pitbikeRacing.co.uk, Minibike 160 and Minibike Veterans will get themselves out onto the circuit. They now form up on the starting grid after the reconnaissance lap. And right from the start, these riders will know exactly what's expected of them here at Teeside. Tough race circuit. Tough duration of race as well. Anywhere between 8 and 12 laps starts to get torture around about lap 6. It's such a physical circuit, this, but you don't really feel it as a competitive rider until you climb off the bike at the end. That's when it all catches up with you. Up till that point, your body is just telling your brain, it's okay, we can handle this, we can still concentrate a little bit further if you just work with us. They don't tend to think too much about these things during races. It's only when the race is over that those conversations get more meaty and interesting. So Patterson, King and Morrison, Whittaker, Mostiger and Dave Cook, Ryan Esmond, Mike Carr and Chris Wells, Aaron Parker, Lee West and Ben Nixon, Jordan Grant, Joshua Ray and Barry Clark, Adam Harris, Nicky Margetson and Jamie Smith, Michael Judkins, Connor Smith and Dan Baker, Jamie Bunclark, Matthew and Barry Lindley, Ben Johnson, Dean and Jack Bednarak from Pete Johnson and Reese Morgan. So we'll see 9 riders in the middle, 9 riders at the edge, and 10 riders on the far side of the course to the left of your screen. We are about to go racing for the first time here today in this particular category, Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160. We wait for the command, and they're off. Great start from the front, and it's the 121 that launches forward. That's Jake Whittaker trying to get into the lead around the outside, and he's done it. Brilliant start from Whittaker. Absolute cat out of a bag stuff. And now the fight for second position begins in earnest as Patterson tries to put himself to the inside line there to make it happen. But it is going to be an interesting ride all the way up the hill. Jake Whittaker, what a start though, up into a very comfortable looking first position at the moment. As the riders continue their charge forward, 8 laps of the course. But how long is this going to last? Tim Patterson is getting back into his stride now. Up to the inside line. This could be a real challenge forward. Driving around the outside. Not going to happen. Still very close indeed. Is Tim Patterson really working hard here. And off the turn. Oh, that'll do nicely. Better on acceleration. Tighter line. Greater trajectory. Has the run. But now he's going to challenge on the inside of the hairpin. Jake Whittaker. Trying to work his way further forward. Oh, that was tight. Really good racecraft here. And these 3 riders are now together. Patterson, Whittaker and Jamie King. But Tim Patterson has the level of experience where he can just take his time with these things and not put himself in a too hard a position. Oh no, my apologies. That's Sam Morrison who's in the lead. Tim Patterson is in the top 5. He's in 4th position. I'm used to him being on the yellow bike, which is why I kind of misconstrued it. Look in the background and you'll see it. There is Tim Patterson. So number 73 is Sam Morrison, but the bike he's riding is certainly not any configuration of a 7 or a 3. So I'd suspect then that this is a very interesting last-minute switcheroo here for Sam Morrison. Or it might just be the kind of pace that they've managed to create. I don't know. Certainly for the moment, though, Jake Whittaker fancies his chances to get on the inside again of Morrison. God, you've got to be brave if you want to pull off an overtake on one of those big hairpins. I say big not in terms of speed, but in terms of radius. This is a very fast hairpin now because they obviously have to run as close to the white line as they possibly can on a bike, which is never easy to do. Patterson trying to close up on Jamie King. Everything about this race screams that it's going to be fairly straightforward, provided that the right rider gets into the lead and stretches away. But we don't know who that rider is going to be yet. We know that on pure one-lap pace, the battle has obviously come down to the wire, and we've seen some great talents over the years. But Tim Patterson not getting a good start drops him back into 4th place. He's still hustling the 3 leaders, though. So Sam Morrison, Jake Whittaker and Jamie King have all got to run and race in front of Tim Patterson in 4th position. Meanwhile, fairly decent start for James Mostiger. Didn't gain any, didn't lose any. And then in 6th position, we have the very talented Dave Cook. With the S's, this is where a couple of riders have slipped up in a couple of the other occasions on the calendar. Off the turn, just a little check over the shoulder there from Sam Morrison. All is not at sea yet. He's just keeping his options open with 6 to go. He knows that he's going to have to defend like Billy O. I think he'd be one of the first to admit that. That doesn't mean he couldn't do it for the entire upkeep of the lap. Still, they wage war on the circuit where it counts. There in 6th position is one of the top rivals for this one, Dave Cook, who's again just having a very consistent race here in the top 6. Great sweeping corner there through turn 1. Almost completely flat on the throttle through 1. I think a couple of them might blip the throttle just to give themselves better confidence in making it the way out of the corner. This battle for 3rd position just will not relent, will it? And even our race leader is not that far away from it. So now it's all going to be about pacing yourself to the end, because you want to start making that push run, but it's not automatically going to come your way. You've got to make sure that the balance on the bike is paramount above anything else, and then you can find your traction, then you can find your speed. This is the opportunity on the inside, is it? Oh, I thought for a moment there we might have had a change of position. But if anyone knows what it's like to change position, is this particular man, who in 5th position is giving us plenty to get excited about. James Mostiger. Definitely a real talent for the future, that's for sure. Off the hairpin, charging the way down the back straight. 5 laps to go still. So it looks like they've both borrowed alternate bikes for this one. Essentially, if you could read the minds of many people, you'd understand what they were really thinking, of course. But Tuaka Najiri sounded like such a disappointed man yesterday. There's the chance for Morrison. Whittaker. Jamie King. Top 3 going well. Patterson still holds station. There's not much to choose between these 4, is there? Down to the inside of the chicane. Nothing in it. Watch for Patterson. He's the danger man in 4th place. He can just trip over anyone that makes a mistake here. So close in the fight for the top 4. 4 laps to go. Not much in it at all. Tenths of a second is what we're dealing with here now. Morrison, Whittaker, King, Patterson. And watch out for Jack Bednarak as well. He's currently in P6, the 91. He was always going to be charging his way through. Round the outside, Patterson Can he finish that move off in the next apex? He has to think about it. Oh, I genuinely thought he was going to go right round the outside of the right-hand hairpin there and then close it off on the left. He thought so too. Jack Bednarak is now P6, just in behind James Mostica. Over the curbs, careful. And a 1:16.1 for Bednarak. He's going over a second a lap quicker than the riders directly near him. But Bednarak is having an absolute charge back. P5 is not going to be long for him, and then he'll have these four to go for. Can he catch them with only a couple of laps to go? Tim Patterson still fancying his chances of getting into the top three. On the inside here of Jamie King. Back on the power. King is going to try and retaliate to get into second position minimum. Still these riders ride. S after S after S, and it looks perfectly okay to me for the race leader, Jake Whitaker, hanging on from Sam Morrison. Then Jamie King and Tim Patterson. So close. Off the turn. Into the hairpin. Patterson again. Trying his luck, having got into third position. Oh, and that's a rider down. So we've got somebody down up on the rise up the crest. Can't quite make out whose bike that is at this moment in time. But hopefully that's not going to cause too much of a drama for anybody, including the rider himself that's hurt. Opportunity knocking on the inside line. And that was so gutsy and determined, as the riders at the sharp end of the field are still having some very tough race reports here. Up the climb, 2 laps to go. Look at Patterson. Absolutely determined that this is going to come to him. Some really great racing as they come back onto the back straight. But there's a chance this is going to be a tricky one. Down to the braking zone. Tries round the outside. It's not going to happen. But still, for the moment, a very tall race here, as our racers are having a very good meal to see who wanted to end the evening with some food and pleasantries. Let's see how it goes on the inside line. Oh, having led the race initially, you've got to feel for Sam Morrison. Now all the way down to 4th position. But this is the shuffle of the deck, and this is how it happens. Round the far side, is there going to be another attempt to get back into 3rd place here for our former race leader, I should say, Sam Morrison. Through the final first corner switch as we go into the last lap. This is where you're going to need to be brave on the brakes. And round the outside, it's Patterson who's brave on the brakes. But can King resist him back on the inside line? He gives it a go, and Patterson has to bail out. This race isn't over yet because Whitaker is catchable. And Jamie King knows it. He's got a great run off the turn. He's going to go side by side with Jake Whitaker on the back straight. Can he dive in on the inside line? He's trying to edge it through the chicane. There's nothing in it, and he's there. Oh, brilliant from Jamie King. Fantastic ride. That was nerves of steel from Jamie King in the chicane, and it's not over yet. Patterson fancies his chances now in 2nd place on the inside. Can he finish that move off? Jake Whitaker's got very little response. Whitaker's going to try and run right round the outside. Diving in on the inside, that's Morrison. Back into it once again. Oh, contact with Patterson, and Patterson's down. Patterson's gone. The championship leader. Patterson tagged on the side, and now only 3 of them are going to be making it to the line. It's not done yet for King. He's got to go. Push to the line. It's King. Jamie King gets there from Jake Whitaker and Sam Morrison. Only a 1/10 of a second clear. What a battle in the closing stages. 4 riders. Any one of them could have taken the victory, with Jack Bednarak charging his way back to P4 behind them. You've got to feel for Tim Patterson, who's going to limp over the line, I think, having picked his bike back up again. Tim Patterson crosses the line in 10th position. Not where he wanted to be at all. But what a sensational race that was, right to the last. And so Tim Patterson's championship lead has taken a little bit of a punching there. But that was a race worth waiting for, and properly dialed in to sign up for it in the last couple of laps. Magic stuff, magic stuff. Now, who's that that's gone down towards the end as well? Looks like somebody's had a stall, either approaching the flag or having got it done further back. Well, we're still waiting to see Joshua Kay and Adam Harris cross the line. So I've got a feeling it's going to be one of those two that has not yet crossed the finish line. Wow, what a race that was, though. So exciting in Minibike 160 and Minibike Vets. Jamie King, Jake Whitaker and Sam Morrison. 0.3 of a second between the three of them. Jack Bednarak P4 from James Mostica and Chris Wells. Jack Bednarak from the back of the grid, only 2 seconds back. Amazing. Ryan Esmond in 7th place from Aaron Parker. Mike Carr, and in P10, Tim Patterson, who fell on the last lap while battling for the win. Dave Cook, Ben Johnson, Lee West and Dee Bednarak from Jordan Grant and Ben Nixon. Behind them, it is Jamie Bunclark, Michael Judkins, Nicky Margetson, Connor Smith, Jamie Smith, Dan Barker, Barry Lindley, Matthew Lindley, Adam Harris and Joshua Kay. A 26 bike field, 26 finishers in one of the races of the season already. That's going to take some beating. I have a feeling that the Minibike 160s and the Minibike veterans are going to sign up for that battle a little bit later on. It's going to be great to see. So after a race like that one, time for the Road to MotoGP, the FIM Mini GP UK 160 category. One of the 2 premier Road to MotoGP categories in this sport. As all of the riders are, of course, seeking an opportunity to move their way further forward and get on that bandwagon to MotoGP. It's such an incredible sport. And of course, a lot of riders here on the grid will also be hoping for a crack at the EWC, which is having its 24 hours of Le Mans Moto this weekend. So a lot of riders will no doubt be keeping an eye on the progress of that race whenever they're not in the starting lineup for the next particular race, whatever that chooses to be. It's definitely cooking up a lot of drama at the moment here at Teeside, though, isn't it? Tim Patterson, that kind of fall in a field this competitive, you may not see another big fall in the top 5, and that could really come back to bite you as a potential championship contender. So still some good performances there. Nathan Gardner pointing out 1 more lap and Jack could have had the lot of them. It's a very fair point, I would say. Such an incredible race, though, right to the last. And that's what I was telling you right at the start of that particular event. These guys will just see a gap and go for it. They won't leave anything to chance. They'll make it happen. I can't wait to see them out on the circuit again a little bit later on today. Meanwhile, though, let's focus on the FIM Mini GP UK 160. Matthew Thomas, pole position, beating the championship leader at this point, Sebastian Kozlowski. Then Max Robinson, Josh Herring, Leo Soliu, Ollie Everts, oh, and a crash on the way to the grid. What on earth happened there? A crash on the way to the starting grid for Matthew Thomas, the pole sitter. Well, that is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in British mini bikes. We haven't even got to the starting grid yet, and we've already got a major crash. Matthew Thomas, that is a big disaster for him. What was going to be pole position. Well, we haven't even started the race yet, and already there is a big moment. So I've got the luxury of having the live stream afforded me in front of me. There is Matthew Thomas's bike, so I can go back and have a look at the incident. He's just weaving from side to side, and there's a miscommunication as he slides into the side of one of his opponents. I'm trying to figure out which bike it actually is, and I'll try my best to kind of pinpoint who it was that he tangled with. I think it might have been Max Robinson, but it's not guaranteed on that one, so don't quote me on it. Well, the riders have come to the back, and look, they're just explaining to the officials what happened. They're explaining to their riders that I got struck. I think it's in the middle of the road there. Is that Sebastian Kozlowski? I think it is Sebastian Kozlowski, because the rest of the field have arrived on the start-finish line, and Matthew Thomas isn't there. So Matthew Thomas, absent from the front of the grid. Sebastian Kozlowski and Max Robinson, then Josh Herring, Leo Soliu and Ollie Everts from Riley Robinson, Austin Wilton, and Charlie Bunn, Sticky Bunn himself, down in P10. Well, we've only got 8 riders, so I don't think Charlie Bunn is there, actually. So Unbelievable that the pole sitter, Matthew Thomas, falls before the start. And in FIA Mini GP UK 160, it's time to get this race underway. The green flag is stationary at the back, but the pole position sitter is absent. So this is a chance for Sebastian Gostovski to take full advantage, which he does. Out of the whole shot on the line, and he's going to go straight into the lead. It's going to be a great start for Josh Herring. He's going to come through to second place in front of Max Robinson, I do believe. So a terrific start, but you've got a feel for Matthew Thomas, who is now on the sidelines watching this race rather than competing in it. So a great start for Herring. I think it might have been Joshua Herring who actually got struck into by Matthew Thomas on the warm-up lap. But devastatingly bad luck. First of all, we've had one pole position sitter come a cropper earlier on in Carter Spinks, and now we've got another one in Matthew Thomas. So now the battle's raging as the run for second position has swapped again. I don't think Herring is your man in second place anymore. That looks to me like it might be Robinson, who is having a great start to this race. But out in front, it is still Sebastian Gostovski, looking very strong indeed as he works his way through that final hairpin, but he may get some pressure here. I think Robinson fancies his chances of going for the win. You know, almost side by side out of some of these shorter hairpins. But now they're going to come off the turn together. They're going to go across the timing screen, across the timing line, I should say. And on your screen, you'll get to see what the gap is. It's very easy to distinguish, 0.173. But Max Robinson fancies his chances. Here he goes, up on the inside line into the hairpin at turn 2. And Max Robinson gets in front, but he drifts wide on the exit. That might be enough for Gostovski to get back through on the inside line, which it is. So Robinson versus Gostovski, take one. It's stalemate. They both trade a punch or two. And an excellent run from Gostovski. He remains in front of Max Robinson. So Robinson's now going to try something else. Off the turn, alongside, and that'll do for Max Robinson. Max Robinson gets the job done this time and holds his nerve. But for how much longer can he hope to hold on to that? Because Sebastian Gostovski is going to be knocking on his door, asking all the same furious, serious questions that you can expect from this category. FIM Mini GP UK 160. Very competitive indeed. We've got Herring versus Robinson as well behind them. Although it looks to me as though Robinson may have fallen away a little bit from Jaden Herring. Joshua Herring, I should say. I do apologise. So Josh Herring closing up on Sebastian Gostovski. Max Robinson in the lead of the race still, though, but Gostovski is in second place, looking for consistency. Max Robinson, though, full of the joys of spring here at Teeside. Great run for him so far, as he runs very competitively, I have to say. So it's looking pretty neat and tidy. Again, a lot of opportunities here for Gostovski to fight back on Max Robinson. But it's not done yet, and he's got a lot of homework to do here. Robinson is not going to have this race on a silver plate. Gostovski and Herring are going to push him to the death. So down to the front. Up to the hairpin, through the sweepers. And now into the hairpins section. Long, fairly stable left. It's got to be accompanied by a full, fairly stable right. Not easy. Up to the hairpin once again. Max Robinson, having grabbed the initiative from Sebastian Gostovski early, there's now going to be an interesting question as to how much further into this race he can take him. So Robinson, Gostovski still trying to essentially tease Max Robinson into a mistake, an error on the brake handle or something along those lines. That's all it needs for Gostovski to get back in on this. But Max Robinson has done some amazing moves in this race to put himself at the front, and he certainly doesn't want to let it drift away. Up on the far side, Gostovski looking more confident at the start of this lap. Robinson is still right in front of him. And then Josh Herring, third position. You've got to go a long way back now to find Riley Robinson. He's having a great race ahead of Leo Soliu, Austin Wilton, Charlie Bunn and Ollie Everts. So they are all still together. The one that's missing, of course, is Matthew Thomas. No problems for Robinson, Gostovski and Josh Herring. Hairpin turn. This is getting an opportunity too close to call for Sebastian Gostovski. Might get a better run off the hairpin now compared to Max Robinson. They're fairly even, fairly stalemate. Now to the long flowing hairpin. When is the move going to come? Is the move going to come anytime soon? Still got 4 and a bit laps of this left. As diving to the inside, I thought Gostowski was going to make a serious attempt there on Max Robinson. It was more just sort of testing it, trying to figure out where the opportunity is, almost like poking the bear with a stick there, try and see what his reaction will be. But look at Gostowski, he's not fazed by losing the lead to Robinson. If anything, he's fired up now. He was good before, he's better this time. Down to the braking zone. And full credit to Josh Herring. He has kept himself right in the playbook here. Again, Robinson pulls across. This is not going to be easy at all. Gostowski putting Max Robinson under a lot of pressure. And let's see how it affects them going into the very close proximity of running a good race here. Let's see. Robinson's got so much aggro coming his way. Does appear to be quite interesting, though, that both Gostowski and Herring are not actually... They're not actually proving to be the fastest riders on the track at the moment. They're all pretty even. Josh Herring has gone quickest of all, a 1:15.02. Just to make me eat my words then. So Robinson on a 1:15.3 compared to Gostowski on a 1:15.2, and now Josh Herring on a 1:15.0. 3 laps to go as they cross the line this time by. But all the pressure is on Max Robinson to let it slip. Robinson, Gostowski, Herring. If only Matthew Thomas had been in this race as well, then we really would have had a grandstand showing, wouldn't we? Round the outside, is that going to be a continuation of the move? It is, as Gostowski shakes off Herring a little bit further. And that move was such an emphatic one, he's even got the confidence to start looking at Max Robinson again. Up the hill, nothing to choose between the two of them. So this is where Gostowski could find a benefit. Good run off the throttle. Through to the chicane. It's got to stay relatively close to Max Robinson. Doesn't want to let him get too far away, but he's under pressure now because that's Josh Herring right behind him. Slow in, fast out. Works well on bikes. He's got momentum. He's not quite going to draw level in time for the turn-in. So flowing through that long, sweeping right apex. There is certainly more to do. Off the turn. Dive into the inside corner. Brilliant. Still intoxicating to watch these 3 race for the victory as well. Gostowski is certainly closer now to Max Robinson than he has been for a while. And Josh Herring is only about 3/10 back from that. So there is only about half a second between these 3 riders. A big launch on the inside line from Josh Herring. Had a go, and Gostowski didn't make it work, and now Gostowski again is having a think about Max Robinson with 2 laps to go. Well, I said the Minibike veterans were going to have to work hard to upstage this, but considering this is the Premier category in FIM Mini GB UK 160, this is absolutely nail-biting. Side by side for second. Is the Herring through on Gostowski? It is. That's how critical it was to get in front of Robinson, because now Herring can take on the man in the lead of the race. He can try and go for the win himself now. Slow off the turn and fast out for Josh Herring. But he's going to get some pressure into the hairpin, I think, from Gostowski, who decides to bail out of it. Just let him see what he does. So no worries at all for Robinson. Gasly in second position with a lot of pressure from Sebastian Gostowski. This could end in a very messy fashion between them. They're going to go into the last lap. And Max Robinson has the opportunity on the yellow and black machine to hold the pace of this one. Josh Herring, second place. Sebastian Gostowski, third. Championship leader. Through turn 1. Up to the hairpin at 2. What have you got left in the tank, Josh? Can you take on Max Robinson with a fair fight? Gostowski trying one more trick to get into second place up the hill. Not going to happen. Through the right, through the left. Through the right again at the top of the crest. And now, is there anything left for Josh Herring? He's going to need to get on the throttle and really punch it here. Trying to cut through the air quicker than Max Robinson. He really is on him. But there's not going to be a lot of room through the S's. He's going to need a big, bold braking move into the hairpin here. But he can't find the move on the inside line. Through the left. Up to the right, he can't quite get the switch out of the turn in time. So now he's got to set it up for one final push out of the hairpin. But Gosnowski's there as well, and they've got traffic in front. This could become a big moment. Breathe in. Herring's going to get out wide. Gosnowski's going to chop it on the inside. Robinson's going to lose ground. Oh my goodness. Robinson loses the lead to Gosnowski, who goes from third to first in a couple of meters. Sebastian Gosnowski has stormed it through to grab the victory in the dying seconds. Sebastian Gosnowski, what a victory over Robinson and Herring. Right to the end there. Magnificent from Seb Gosnowski. Oh my word. Just a couple of meters to go. And the back marker, Charlie Bunn, is right in the vanguard of all of it. Gosnowski steals it from third position through the hairpin. Herring caught out wide, drifts across. Gosnowski slices on the inside. Robinson hesitates. Gosnowski stormed in on the throttle. This is my race now. Wonderful stuff. And Sebastian Gosnowski sucker punches the opposition with a few meters to go. That's why he's the current championship leader. And that is a race win that is going to be replayed in the Gosnowski household over and over and over again. Magic scenes at Teeside. Well, it's going to be a very tough mission for any class to upstage that one. Sebastian Gosnowski snatches the win with corners remaining in the race. Max Robinson, so close. Josh Herring third from Riley Robinson. And then Leo Soliu, Ollie Everts, Austin Wilton. And a lap behind, Charlie Bunn, almost in the middle of it all. That was such an incredible way to steal the victory in the dying seconds of that race. Truly extraordinary. And what a magnificent race. And that is what it means. The only thing that race didn't have, sadly, was Matthew Thomas. And it really should have done. So a race that had drama written all over it here at Teeside. And certainly one of the most exciting British minibike races that you're ever going to see. And certainly one of the most exciting I've ever commentated on in the last couple of years. Boy, oh boy, was that worth it. So, Mini GP UK 160, the FIM Road to Moto GP is kicked off in magnificent fashion. We're going to see a few more of those, I hope. And anyway, we can move on now to the 24th session of the weekend. Race number 2 in the Mini GP 17 Championship, as well as the Super Mini 2025s. So a very exciting continuation. I wonder what you all made of that. Do let us know in the comments and the chats below. That was one of the most stunning victories in British minibikes' recent history. Just such a fantastic, opportunistic moment there from Sebastian Gosnowski. If he tried to do that a second time, it would be so difficult to pull it off. That was pure instinct from Sebastian Gosnowski, as there the recovery teams have gone in search of Matthew Thomas. What a disappointment. Matthew Thomas should have been part of that race. There he is with his bike not far away from him. I really do feel for Matthew Thomas. As exciting as that race was, the man who was supposed to start it from pole position, no longer part of the activity. And that's not quite justice, is it? That's not quite fair. Nothing anybody did there. It just looked like a miscommunication between the riders. Thomas was just doing his thing, warming up his tyres, as you're supposed to try and weave around a bit, to try and generate temperature in the brakes, temperature in the wheels as well. But there was just a miscommunication. I think he just slew into the side of one of the other bikes. I don't think he did anything particularly wrong. And I don't think his opponent did either. Just one of those bizarre situations where the accident happens and it kind of ruins the race for those involved. Well, we've got Super Minis out on circuit next. Michael Med is going to take over the pole position run from this point. Leo Cornfield will be second from Lawrence Wardle, and then Louis Smith in fourth position. As the bike is being recovered, but I don't think the rider is there with it. Oh, no, the rider is there with it in the terrain vehicle, sat in the passenger seat. You really have to feel for Matthew Thomas. That isn't the way you wanted his race to go at all. At least for him to be a participant would have been nice. So hopefully he'll get his chance in the next encounter, race number 2. So we'll keep our ears to the grindstone for that one. Meanwhile, though, in Super Mini and Mini GP 17, it is going to be very exciting. Michael Med, Leo Caulfield, Lawrence Wardle and Louis Smith will be our front runners. Then Andre Todea from Jake Smith, Joe Milnes, Alex Clark and Phil Dickens, Ben Simpson and Andrew Jones. The leader in MGP 17 is Tyler Hartley ahead of Travis Shaw. And then George Muscat, Annabelle McCarthy, Liam Whiteley and Sid Marshall. Here we go. So we'll watch out and keep a watching brief on Michael Med in the treble 7, as well as the number 4 of Leo Caulfield. A really exciting showcase for all the contenders now, as the riders will have a very good race of it on this particular battle. So now there's going to be a really interesting continuation for the next part of the race, the next phase. So we'll see if we're going to have a really solid effort for the contenders. But now the duel is going to get interesting. Again, this is one of the adult classes, so the riders who are in full confidence mode on their bikes will push a little bit more instinctively to find that gutsy, determined overtake. The Brat Bikes Super Minis along with the MGP 17s. This really will be a scintillating race battle. Michael Med, Leo Caulfield, Lawrence Wardle on the front row of the grid from Louis Smith, Andre Todea and Jake Smith. Just before we completely come away from the Mini GP UK 160 race, I should point out, not only did Sebastian Goslovski snatch the win with a couple of meters to go, essentially, he also, rather cheekily, pulled off the fastest lap of the race on that very last lap as well. Just extraordinary how he managed that. So here we go. Med, Caulfield and Wardle, front row. Louis Smith, Andre Todea and Jake Smith, and then Joe Milnes, Alex Clark and Phil Dickens from Ben Simpson, Andrew Jones and Tyler Hartley. And then we'll have Travis Shaw, George Muscat, Annabelle McCarthy, Liam Whiteley and Sid Marshall. The riders getting ready to charge forward. The Brat Bikes Super Minis race, the first of our broadcast. This is the second race of their weekend so far, though. So let's see what the contenders are prepared to give us here on this rather now shiny and blustery Sunday afternoon. It's looking a little bit more exciting out there for the contenders rather than this overcast start. We've got hands in the air for the 120. I think we've got a problem. Yes, we do. It's Ben Simpson. Ben Simpson's pulling off. So Ben Simpson with a problem. Something's definitely not right for Ben Simpson as the bike seems to have an issue on the left side front. And so it looks as though Ben Simpson's not going to go anywhere. And that's devastating news for him. Look, I'll just try it again. He said, no, I'm afraid you've got to pull it off the start line. I'm sorry, Ben. Those are the rules. So it's very much game over for Ben Simpson for the time being. He said, no, I really do mean off the line, Ben. Sorry. The desperation and the urgency to try and get back into the race is all well and good. Green flag at the back of the field. They're waiting for the lights to go out and then they'll charge forward to the start. We're off and away. And an absolutely cracking start as Michael Med tries to beat it to the first corner. Round the outside. What a launch from Andre Todea. Magnificent as Todea creeps forward into the lead of the race. Magnificent from the unlucky 13. Oh no, sorry, now it's Michael Med who's crept forward. So Todea's down to second place. Med picked it up on the way through. And that's Louis Smith in third position trying to get through Todea on the inside line. No, you don't. So a great initial launch from Todea. But Michael Med is now charging his way back into the lead of the race. And there he goes from Todea in second place, third position. With a lot of gusto underneath him is Louis Smith. What happened to Lawrence Wardle? Well, he's still there in the top 5. But no exceptional gusto from him on the charge forward. But excellent work from Andre Todea, who went from about 5th position on the grid to charge through to the initial race lead. I wonder if he's got a problem with the bike, though. because he's just not quite as settled as the other riders. As down the inside for third place, that's shaking it up a bit, because that's Smith losing out there on the inside line. Michael Med is your leader, second is Tadeo, and I think that's Lawrence Wardle getting himself back in a third position. But off goes the leader! Michael Med, big disaster! He tried his best to save it, but he's gone. Michael Med! I thought that was going to be the save of the century, but unfortunately he caught the curb at the wrong angle, and Michael Med tumbles out of this race from the lead, and that now hands it to Andre Tadeo. So Andre Tadeo leads this race. The back end of Michael Med's bike started to slide. He thought he could catch it, and it just went completely from him. And now Tadeo is going to lose the lead of this race. Up into the lead is going to come Leo Caulfield. Caulfield snatches it. So Caulfield takes the lead away from Tadeo. That is 3 race leaders in half a lap. Michael Med down on the drink. Andre Tadeo takes over the lead. Then Leo Caulfield takes it from him. And I'm not sure Tadeo has got full confidence in this bike, you know. Just doesn't seem to have that air of smooth fluidity. Wardle now in front of Smith. So they run around for third and fourth position, those two. Lawrence Wardle on the 414, trying to take him Andrea Tadeo. So Andre Tadeo is now going to have to watch as Leo Caulfield takes the lead of this race then. Through he goes into the lead of it. Tadeo second, Wardle, Louis Smith. And then in fifth place now is Alex Clark. In front of Mills, Jake Smith, Phil Dickens. And then in ninth place it is Andrew Jones, ahead of Tyler Hartley and George Muscat. The top 4 are still very close together though. Caulfield, Tadeo, Wardle and Louis Smith. This climb up the crest is so punishing on these bikes. You've got to make sure you nail it right. And Leo Caulfield, now that he's got the lead, is absolutely charging away. Today has got a big pressure cooker bubbling over for Lawrence Wardle behind him. Louis Smith will be fancying his chances as Leo Caulfield is absolutely on the crest now. Charging away from Tadeo, Wardle and Smith. He's going to leave them to it in the fight for second place. So Leo Caulfield into a comfortable lead through the hairpin. Todd in second position, Andrea Tadeo. So Toddy doing a good job there in P2. Look at the move on the inside line from Louis Smith. Thought he could have that, and Lawrence Wardle just shut the door on the final part of the apex. So Lawrence Wardle going after Tadeo. Through the chicane again, try and stay off those curbs. That's the one that launched Michael Med off the road. I should point out that Michael Med has got going again. You're allowed to pick the bike up in the adult classes and carry on in pit bikes, or mini bikes as they were. Super minis is what we're currently watching, but you are allowed to pick the bike up and carry on again in this category. Michael Med is now up to 13th, so he's got ahead of Sid Marshall and Annabelle McCarthy in their MGB 17 carts, MGB 17 bikes, I should say, sorry. Teeside, you're used to watching carts go round, and on the inside, good move from Lawrence Wardle. He zips the Brat Bike Super Mini up the inside line there. That'll do nicely. Into second place. Good run from Lawrence Wardle. That was good conviction up the top of the crest as well. That's where that move started. Good flick on the throttle. Charged his way forward. Nicely done. So through goes Lawrence Wardle into second place. Has Andre Tadeo got enough in the tank to keep in front of Louis Smith? It's a long race this. 12 laps in total on a very long circuit. Don't forget it's 2,300 metres long. 2.3 kilometres. Lawrence Wardle trying to get well clear of Andre Tadeo. Louis Smith is in that mix still. Don't count him out. And with Alex Clark trying to get away from Joe Milnes, Phil Dickens, Jake Smith, Andrew Jones and Tyler Hartley, the leader in MGP 17. That class has only got about 5 bikes in it, I do believe. But certainly it's important to lead your class. So there is your race leader. Leo Caulfield stretching out in front of Lawrence Wardle. Andre Tadeo in third place, trying to stay with him, but it's not easy going. A very dramatic start to this race, that is for sure. As we had several big challenges. Andre Tadeo taking the lead. Michael Med crashing out while leading. He's now up to 11th, by the way. So clearly the bike not that badly damaged. They're built to be tough old beasts, these Super Minis. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one for our contenders as they continue to make good work of it. But Leo Caulfield is your race leader. This is still so close for second though, isn't it? Wardle, Tadea and Louis Smith. Louis Smith is the man who can really make the effect here. He's just got to bide his time, pick his moment on Andre Tadea, and he can use the energy from that move to get back on terms with Lawrence Wardle and get himself into second place. But it's all got to be measured. It's got to be controlled. You can't just go gung-ho in. So it will be tough in this first part of the race, as Michael Med is now up to 9th place on a 1:13.3. So Michael Med going a lot quicker than the riders around him. Only the riders in the top 4 are actually setting faster lap times, and you can argue that the reason for that is because Michael Med's going through traffic at the moment. So I would suspect that if Michael Med were able to get himself into 5th position, he would be lapping very similar, if not better lap pace, as past one of the MGB 17 bikes. That is Ben Simpson. No, sorry, that's Liam Whiteley, I believe, that they've just managed to get the lap on. So Liam Whiteley getting well out of the way. Up on the inside, Andre Tadea is going to lose ground here. Oh, another big challenge to move forward, as Louis Smith appears to have fallen away from that battle. So Wardle and Tadea still going strong, but what's happened to Louis Smith? He was there in 4th position, but now is no longer part of it. Tadea has now got confidence as a result of that to dive in at the inside of Lawrence Wardle, and that puts him in a second. But can he finish it on the exit? Wardle's back. No, you can't. Tadea finishes it off nice and smooth. So an excellent performance there. Well, I'm going to try and see back what happened with Louis Smith. Louis Smith was actually slowing coming up the top of the hill. So Louis Smith had a mechanical problem behind Andre Tadea. Going up the hill, I think it really exacerbated. So that's why we suddenly saw an absence of Louis Smith. He hasn't actually come through yet, I don't think. Oh no, my apologies, he has done so, but he just did a 1:40.0 for the lap. So Louis Smith all the way down to 9th position, just in front of Tyler Hartley and Andrew Jones. So not good news for him at all. But Andre Tadea back into a confident frame of mind, getting ahead of Lawrence Wardle with, what is that now, 5 laps to go, because Caulfield will cross the line. He does so now. So Caulfield is in the lead. Tadea second, Wardle third. Michael Med gets a 1:12.1 under his belt. Same sort of pace as we've seen from Leo Caulfield, but still a full second quicker than anybody else is going. Tadea needs to be settled on the bike coming out. Wardle climbing up the crest. Really trying to measure himself here against Andre Tadea. Down the drop, back on the power, along the back straight. And you're going to need a really strong argument from Lawrence Wardle if you're going to get ahead of Andre Tadea today. He seems to be well poised. Tadea is so good at placing his bike in the right parts of the racetrack to make it so difficult for Lawrence Wardle to get in front. In the background, you're going to eventually start seeing Phil Dickens and Alex Clark, who are about 15 seconds back from this double act. But Alex Clark has got Joe Milnes for company, and then not far away from him is Jake Smith. Michael Med will want to charge there. Oh, there is a yellow flag there at the chicane. That looks like one of the MGB 17 bikes parked up. I think that might be Travis Shaw. We'll double check, but I think that's Travis Shaw who's had a problem mechanically. So his race over. He was lapping pretty quickly up to that point. He was doing 1:18.3s, which for that class on this particular race day isn't bad at all. There is Clark. So Alex Clark with pressure building. So Alex Clark trying his best now with a 1:14.8 under his belt. That's his personal best in front of Joe Milnes, Jake Smith and Michael Med, who is now in 8th position. So look back. Here's the duel again between Tadea and Wardle. Wardle going to go right around the outside of Tadea. Oh, masterful from Lawrence Wardle. Beautifully done. And Lawrence Wardle getting the exit right out of that crest turn. And absolutely nothing that Tadea can do in response to that. He's been hoodwinked, and he knows it. Lawrence Wardle, job done. Thank you very much. I'll disappear into the distance, thanks. So into second position moves Lawrence Wardle with an absolute bold as brass manoeuvre. And so the race battle continues for the contenders around them. Here is that battle for 5th position, and Michael Med is now in the thick of it all, having worked his way further forward, the treble 7 into 8th position. But you've got Dickinson, Clark, Milnes. Dickens is there in 4th position, I should say. Then you've got Clark, Milnes, Smith, and a little way behind them is going to be Michael Med side by side. Michael Med is trying to squeeze his way through. He's got himself up into 7th place. So now he's going to try and take on the 43 of Alex Clark. Phil Dickens is P4, Joe Mills is P5, but for how much longer? Here comes Med slicing up the inside. That'll do. P6, thank you. And so that's 6th position for our second lap crash out leader, Michael Med. He's not going to get himself into the top 3, but he's certainly going to get himself as close as top 4. But Phil Dickens is 2 seconds ahead of Joe Milnes. There he is. So Michael Med is going to have to drive out of his skin, but he's certainly made his way to P5. What a ride. Michael Med is now in P5 ahead of Joe Milnes, ahead of Alex Clark. And the only man standing in his way of a top 4 finish now is Phil Dickens, and he'll have 2 whole laps to take him on. Through the hairpin, Michael Med riding angry. And let's see if he can finish the job. Great run to recover from Michael Med. After crashing out at turn 1 from the lead, he has worked his way through the pack from what was essentially about 12th or 13th, I think. And now here he is in P5 across the line. Continuing on, and he's not got much to make up here. He's only 1.9. No, he's not. He's 0.6 of a second. He's made up most of it on that last lap. So Phil Dickens is trying his best to get away from Michael Med, but Michael Med is absolutely charging. Up the crest, be patient. You've got 2 laps to do this. Take your time. Off the crest, nail the throttle, now get after him. And so Michael Med has plenty of time to take on Phil Dickens. He looks confident and he's already ahead. 4th position. What a comeback from Michael Med. But he's got 20 seconds now to find to close up on Andre Todea. So I'm afraid that one is insurmountable. But a great charge from Michael Med. Absolutely terrific situation. In MiniGP, by the way, the MiniGP 17s, Tyler Hartley is your leader. 2nd is Annabelle McCarthy. 3rd place, Sid Marshall. Good going for him, actually. He's been having a very good old race there with the likes of Liam Whiteley and Travis Shaw. But it's Whiteley who's made the best of it between him and Travis Shaw. Travis Shaw only having completed 7 of the racing laps. As through comes Michael Med. 4th position with a new fastest lap earlier on of a 1:11.6. About half a second quicker than anybody else has managed. That shows you just how quick he would have been if it was his turn to take a visit to victory lane. But on this occasion, Lady Luck is not with him the way he'd like him to be. So it's going to be the number 4 bike, Leo Caulfield, who took that lead emphatically away from Andre Tadea when the opportunity first arose for him. Becoming the 3rd leader in almost as many corners, I was going to say, but certainly in half a lap. As the number 4 bike of Leo Caulfield will come through to finish things off. There's Wardle ahead of Andrew Tadea, but the checkered flag is in the air. There is your winner, Leo Caulfield. Wardle in 2nd. 3rd is Tadea. Excellent performance and a really solid race up at the front end. And look in the background, there's Michael Med. He's going to come through to finish in 4th position. What a recovery from Michael Med under the circumstances. He can be happy with the way he's fought himself back into position. He's not happy, I'm sure. He could have gone for the win there and probably should have done. But 4th under the circumstances, that'll do. It's good, steady points on the board for Michael Med, and at the end of the season, that's definitely going to matter. Here comes Tyler Hartley. He's going to get the victory in the MGP 17 class. So Tyler Hartley will come through to finish that job. But it's an absolute stormer of a victory for Caulfield, who can be so happy with his race performance. But Tyler Hartley, who started 12th on the grid as the leading MiniGP 17 rider, now he's got his chance to pull away clear of his opponents out there on the course. The others are just going to retreat through. Through across the line has already come. Tyler Hartley. This is the battle between Andrew Jones, Louis Smith and George Muscat, they've gone well. Annabelle McCarthy crosses the line to be second. Sid Marshall, third in class. So some good races there from our riders. But certainly not without drama, that's for sure. There's been plenty of that. We've had absolute buckets full from these last couple of races. Full effort to Andrew Tadea. A victory was not going to come his way in the first part of the day. Maybe it'll come in the second. So race 2 of the weekend, Leo Caulfield wins from Lawrence Wardle. Andrew Tadea in third ahead of Michael Med, who crashed and then recovered. Phil Dickens fifth from Jake Smith. Alex Clark and Joe Milnes. Tyler Hartley is the winner in MGP 17. Andrew Jones is 10th. Louis Smith and George Muscat. Podium finishes for Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall in MGP 17. And then Liam Whiteley ahead of Travis Shaw. The one retirement from the race was Ben Simpson. In fact, Simpson was one of 2 retirements in that race because Travis Shaw didn't complete the full race distance either. Next up, it is the Mini GP 160/50. This is the British Mini Bikes class as opposed to the FIM class that will be coming up a little later on in our programme. But now we're in for a really exciting battle out on the course. We've got 3 races to go before our pause in proceedings. Mini GP 160/50, Mini Bike 140, and the FIM Mini GP UK 190. And then, guess what, folks? We get to do it all over again, twice more. So venturing out onto the circuit, then the riders will come in the Mini GP 160/50 category. Kai Golder was the one who got the best of it in time qualifying in front of Sebastian Gosnowski and Bradley Curtis. And then Max Robertson ahead of Matthew Thomas, who's got a chance to redeem himself now. Leo Soliu, Riley Robertson, Riley Paisley, Josh Perkins and Taylor Davies in the top 10. Then it'll be Leon Simpson ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe. Ella Mosgrove will be there in 13th, ahead of Emilio Pereira, Max Johnson, Charlie Bunn and Frankie Watson. Out onto the circuit, then the riders go. Fascinating start to proceedings. The BMB 160 Cup will continue its 2025 campaign. And so now it's going to be an interesting one to see what Kai Golder can do out of this particular battle. The wind is at 3 miles an hour, which can cause a little bit of an issue on a circuit like this one, which can be a bit of a wind trap. You would think probably not that much, but you catch it at the wrong angle when you're on the lean, and it can actually unsettle you a little bit. And it's very rare that we see someone of the calibre and ilk of Michael Med in such fantastic fashion. But what a sensational race it has been so far in all of the categories here at Teeside. 3 races to go before the pause, but it really has been fantastic to witness. Lots of great action all the way through the grid in all of the different categories. So we've had plenty to get excited about through all of the different categories. Kai Golder, though, will be starting from pole position this time by. And it'll be an interesting one to see if he can hold on to this in Mini GP 160/50. This is not the FIM class. This is the British Mini Bikes category. So for a lot of riders, this is a good opportunity to warm up for that race a little bit later on. Time to clear the grid. Golder from Gosnowski and Curtis. Robinson, Thomas and Soliu. Robinson, Paisley and Perkins. Then Davies, Simpson and Ratcliffe. Mosgrove, Pereira and Max Johnson from Charlie Bunn and Frankie Watson, who did not set a time in qualifying practice. I can't see him on the grid, so we might not have Frankie Watson in this particular race. He may have chosen to do a different class, or he may not be here at all. So engine revs rise. What can Kai Golder do from pole position? And Gosnowski in the middle of your picture on the 64 is going to want a good charge forward, as will Bradley Curtis. Green flag at the back of the field, and we're going to charge our way to the top spot. Who's going to get to the first corner first? There's only one way to find out. Big charge forward, a couple of wheelies off the grid further back, but Gostovski is going to try and take the lead into turn one, and he's got there. Good start from Gostovski. So Sebastian Gostovski gets it done in perfect fashion, and he leads the way. Out of turn two, the hairpin, climbing up to the crest, and looking so confident. So a great start from Gostovski. He's got ahead of Kai Golder. Through the right-hander up the top end of the crest, and it all looks perfect to me. Max Robinson is there in third position as well, having a good race of it so far. But there's a lot of hungry competitors out there. Max Robinson currently P4, so I would say that's the 71 of Curtis, who's in third place. It is indeed. So Bradley Curtis already trying to take on the man in second place, Kai Golder. There wasn't much to choose between them in time qualifying, of course. Gostovski was beaten by Kai Golder, who managed to find a 1:13.8, but racing is so different from qualifying, and Gostovski has just come off the back of one of the most sensational race victories in recent British minibike history. So that will have definitely put his dander up. He'll definitely be in a very strong situation to charge after the leader and get the victory, which he's already taken the lead of. So Golder is dropping into the clutches of Bradley Curtis. Gostovski is doing exactly what he wants to do. Run away and hide up the inside for Bradley Curtis. He's going to steady it on the brakes. Goodness me, that was so tight for Bradley Curtis as he had the back wheel off the ground under brakes. Well, that was a very tricky moment there. A very tricky moment. So they come back off the turn again, but you can see that Bradley Curtis is really getting an interesting one for all of the contenders here. Very nearly putting a stoppie in the way through the hairpin at turn two. So Bradley Curtis going after Golder. Golder doesn't want to be fighting for second place, though. He's running for the win. So he's definitely increased his acceleration, going after the race leader, Sebastian Gostovski. So Gostovski, Golder, Curtis, running off the turn, looking for some good crescendos off these acceleration points. Across the line again, 6 laps to go for Sebastian Gostovski in front of Golder and Curtis. Curtis looks fired up here. He looks a little bit erratic, but you can turn that into a great result. Because for the moment, Curtis looks as though he's got energy, and that could give him absolutely everything he needs to go after Golder. Doesn't quite look settled on the bike, does he? He almost looks a little bit loose. But Bradley Curtis is definitely looking quite motivated. So Kai Golder trying to get away. Gostovski is the one who's getting away from the pack at the moment. He's got himself another couple of bike lengths off that tight climb up the crest. So now a little bit of late braking is required from Golder to upset the balance a little bit and bring it back to his favour. Through the right-hander. And then that long flowing hairpin right that just goes on and on forever. Gostovski's got to keep that together, flowing nicely. Good run from Golder. And from man in third place, Bradley Curtis. Then Max and Riley Robinson in front of Leo Soliu, 4th, 5th and 6th. That's the order. With the hairpin again. And trying to get that little bit of magic to work in the favour there. So still a lot of pressure put on Gostovski from Kai Golder. A 1:13.877 for him on that last lap. And that is the new fastest lap of the race. So Kai Golder really pushing to try and get back on terms with Gostovski while shaking off Bradley Curtis in the same breath. Through the left, through the right. Gostovski could have this race on a silver plate, but he's not going to find out easily because Kai Golder is going to be pushing all the way. Curtis is not that far behind him. Only about 3 bike lengths when they get to the braking points. So now it's going to be all down to Gostovski. Can he control his pace now? Can he keep himself in that hunt where he doesn't have to stretch himself too far? So far, so good. Golder still has a great chance here alongside. Here they go at the end of the lap. Gostovski, Golder, and Bradley Curtis. 3 very fired up riders in Mini GP 160. So who is going to get the best of it as they ride on through? This is good fluidity from Kai Golder, looking so strong. He just knows exactly where he's going to position the bike, where he's going to get the most run off the turns. He looks really composed here. Bradley Curtis, by comparison, looks a little bit ragged, but it's still working for him as Golder is now starting to eat up the road again to Kozlowski. But is it too little too late? We've got 3.5 laps to go in this one. And I wonder if that advantage Kozlowski's built up over Golder is just going to be enough to be safe. Half a second it is. But where can he make a little bit more improvement? Through the left hairpin. Careful. Through the right hairpin. Steady yourself again. Charge back down the straight. And up towards this long flowing hairpin. If you're Kai Golder, you're looking for every single inch you can grab to close up again on the race leader. So Sebastian Gostovski doing a great job, but Kai Golder's got to go aggressive. Third place. Still going very well indeed is Bradley Curtis. So they go through and across the line, and it's all good for Gostovski at the moment. But Golder senses that he could be weak. So Golder is closing the gap down. He's just set a personal best of a 1:13.694. So there's genuine opportunity here now. Through to the S's. Bradley Curtis sizing up the situation on Kai Golder. Going to be an interesting one as they continue to watch forward. Golder closing again on Gostovski. Gostovski's got real pace down that back straight, but Golder's got commitment, and Bradley Curtis isn't done yet in third position. Goes a little bit too deep into the apex for my money to be comfortable, but he needs to salvage something. He needs to come back and find a little bit more. Golder is the one on the attack now. Gostovski looks like he's comfortable on the racing line. Golder is starting to commit a bit more aggressively in some of these apexes. He's going to charge it. Oh, goodness me, Kai. Thought he was going to get it all done at once. Tries again on Gostovski. He's got confidence. That's the thing. Kai Golder knows he's got a good bike underneath him. He knows he's racy, and he knows he's got the opportunity. This isn't the lap he's going to get it done. This is. So 2 to go. Gostovski knows he's running scared now. Golder all over him. Bradley Curtis is there in the wings, ready to pick up the pieces. So up to the crest once again. Golder so threatening on Gostovski this time. Can Kai Golder snatch this lead back? Slow in, fast out. Kai Golder looks really confident. Can he keep this momentum going down the back straight? He's gaining to the S's. It's not going to be close enough, but can he launch in on the braking zone? That's where Golder's going to be strong. Here he goes to the inside of Gostovski. Nails it. Absolutely nails the move. Gostovski's going to try and come back at him. Round the outside. How did he do that? Gostovski takes him back again on the outside line. Oh my goodness. Sebastian Gostovski. 2 genius moves in consecutive races. Wonderful from Seb Gostovski. Now, what has Kai Golder got in response? Because this isn't over. There's a bike down. I wonder if that's Bradley Curtis, is it? Because Bradley Curtis is suddenly missing. Yes, it is Bradley Curtis. He's gone from the fray. So Curtis is no longer in the equation. We didn't really see that because we were so busy focusing on Gostovski and Golder. But Bradley Curtis is out. He was in third place. Well, I think Gostovski has done what he needed to do to fend off from Kai Golder. Golder's going to be close, but he's not going to be close enough. All that hard work is undone as Gostovski has pulled off the mother of all comeback moves to deal with Kai Golder. So through the S's, and it doesn't matter what Kai Golder throws at him. You can't get him on the next corner because there's a yellow flag. He's got to wait till the green. I tell you what, though, Golder is doing the work. This isn't over yet. To the hairpin. Gostovski's got to be committed. Golder's still throwing everything at it. What if there's a chance? What if there's one window of opportunity? Gostovski's still being a little bit defensive. Golder can be a little bit more racy. You've got to nail this exit, Kai. That's the only way you're going to get Seb Gostovski. He knows it. He's tried his best. One more lap and he might have had it. But it is going to be Seb Gostovski in front of Kai Golder. Oh, my word. What a great ride from both men as Kai Golder He's livid with himself. I should have had him. That's racing. Third position will be Max Robinson, who cruises home to third after a very disappointing end for Bradley Curtis. And they're still racing further down in the pack as Bradley Curtis sits on the tyres and watches it all unfold. Got a great battle going on here between Emilio Pereira and Josh Perkins. They're having a great ride on the final lap. And they've been swapping places every single corner pretty much for the last 2 laps. So Perkins tries again on Emilio Pereira. Needs to get a decent run off one of these turns. And there's only one more turn to really get a run off. So Solu's going to be fourth from Riley Robinson, Riley Paisley, Taylor Davies, Caelan Ratcliffe. And then it's Emilio Pereira in 9th place ahead of Josh Perkins with Max Johnson in 11th. Well, what a tough race that was. Sebastian Gosnowski nailing yet another sensational move on Kai Golder. You've got to feel for Bradley Curtis. He could easily have been in the fight for that victory, but it wasn't to be. A real shame, a real difficulty for Bradley Curtis, and he'll want to bounce back in the later race today. But I'm sorry to say that it doesn't go his way on this particular occasion. So it's Sebastian Gosnowski who's done it again. Double trouble here on the Sunday at Teeside. Kai Golder just 3/10 back and frustrated. Max Robinson third in front of Leo Soliu and Riley Robinson. Riley Paisley in P6 ahead of Taylor Davies and Caelan Radcliffe. Emilio Pereira only just managing to beat Josh Perkins in the top 10 fight. Max Johnson is 11th, a lap adrift with Leon Simpson and Ella Mosgrove. But so unfortunate for Bradley Curtis, the only retirement from the race on the penultimate lap. Within inches of Gosnowski and Golder, could have been a race winner himself. Well, even more drama then in Mini GP 160, and a great ride all the way to the finish line, as Gosnowski and Golder have definitely showcased another sensational race battle. But now we get into the thick of it again for the Minibike 140, their first race of the weekend. And it's definitely going to be an exciting one before we get to the FIA Mini GP UK 160s. That's going to be a really exciting race. Sorry, the 190s, I should say. We had the 160s a little earlier on. So now for the Minibike 140 race battle with the last of the contenders in the Mini GP 160s of the British Minibikes Championship making their way back in. Minibike 140, not far away. So Minibike 140s are up next, and the pole position in qualifying went the way of Bjorn Esmont in the number 19 machine. Chris Wells second. Alongside them on the front row will be Tommy Armand on the 21 machine. So that'll be a very exciting battle between the three riders. Arnie Carr, Tim Patterson and Tommy Fielding will be on the second row, as Bradley Curtis's bike has been recovered from the previous Mini GP 160 encounter. You've got to feel for Bradley Curtis. Very similar to Matthew Thomas. Didn't deserve to be collected on the sidelines. Had a brilliant race up to that point, and Bradley Curtis was looking really strong all the way through it. Could easily have taken the win himself in that particular encounter. So he'll have to wait and try and come back and have another crack at it later on. But it's Bjorn Esmont, Chris Wells and Tommy Armand in the front row. Arnie Carr, Tim Patterson and Tommy Fielding on the second. Then Stuart Hardman, Jamie King and Sam Morrison on the third. From Stephen Humphreys, Aaron Robinson and Dan Merrin. James Mostica, Dane Blackburn and Daniel Cliff are on the fifth row of the grid. Then Mark Portis, Tom Wise and Aidan Walker. Liam Trinder, Finley Cottenham and Simon Portis. Then Harry Swan, Adam Hilton and Rob Leveridge. Barry Lindley, Sean Brunning and Ryan Hayburn. And then it is going to be Sean Wiles from Ben Lord and Jack Bednarak at the back of the grid. Lord and Bednarak didn't set lap times, nor did George Hopper in 31st. And that really is going to be a full capacity grid. To see the likes of Ben Lord and Jack Bednarak charge their way forward, that's going to be entertaining for sure. Out onto the circuit then go the riders in BMB 140. So the Minibike 140s, this is the premier category of the British Minibikes Brigade. And this is definitely where the senior kings have a magnificent time of it. Expect a lot of great overtakes from riders at the tail end of the field, particularly from Ben Lord and Jack Bednarak. They will not stay at the back for long if they can help it. And they are certainly two of the riders who will give us a chance for a bit of a showcase. So the riders just getting themselves dialed in for this penultimate race of the morning session. The afternoon session will see a lot more great battles in it. But expect a lot more drama and suspense from our contenders as the battles will continue. Definitely going to be a tight race all the way. So I think we're going to see some more exciting drama from our contenders as the battles will continue to progress. So expect a little bit more from our contenders this time. And we want to see some more great duels from everybody, that's for sure. In this category, you're almost certainly going to get some. But the contenders will give us a very tight race of it. And I think we're going to see some really exciting badinage between our contenders here, as the last couple of contenders get themselves geared up for another exciting show. Running a little bit behind schedule because of the couple of delays and clear-ups. But we should still get ourselves underway for the second half of race action at about 1:30. So the front row that sees Bjorn Esmond, Chris Wells and Tommy Armand on that front row, with Arnie Carr, Tim Patterson and Tommy Fielding on the second. And then we should see Stuart Hardman, Jamie King and Sam Morrison chasing them down. Expect a lot of riders to take a few names here. Watch for Ben Lord and for Jack Bednarak charging through the field. Green flag is risen up the tail end of the field. They'll watch for the lights. And we're under starters' orders. Oh, and a bit of a sloppy one from the pole sitter. Bjorn Esmond gets a terrible start. And that's going to drop Bjorn Esmond down. Oh, we've got two riders down. Two riders down further back in the pack. So as the Minibikes charge their way through on the first turn, we've got somebody down at the tail end of the field. Not entirely sure who that is, but not everybody's crossed the line, that's for sure. So we're going to have to pick that up a little bit later on. Whether the race gets stopped or not, I'm not sure, but certainly for the moment, we've got a great race up front, as that is no longer the race lead for Chris Wells. It was briefly off the start, but now Chris Wells is going to have to go wheel to wheel if he wants to go for the lead of this race up to the S's. Oh, pure conviction. Excellent work as Chris Wells sizes up the opportunity and takes back the lead. It's Rob Leverage who went down on the first start. So Rob Leverage will now join in with the rest of the pack, but he's going to be a long, long way back. So the man who leads the way then is Chris Wells, having had a fantastic charge forward. Bjorn Esmond needs to get himself back up the order once again, having not had the best of starts. He almost tripped over the handlebars of his own bike there as they went through on the start initially. But certainly Chris Wells leads the way. And with a feisty, determined nature, having got ahead of Arnie Carr, Bjorn Esmond has recovered to get himself in a third position, but his pace earlier on in the qualifying suggests that Esmond is not going to have too much difficulty getting past either rider here. He did a 1:14.9 in qualifying compared to the best from Chris Wells of a 1:15.8 of Tommy Armand of a 1:15.9. So Wells is leading, Carr second, Esmond third, Patterson fourth, and it's King, Morrison, Hardman, Fielding, Humphreys and Aaron Robinson. Jack Bednarak, by the way, is already in 11th place. That is astonishing pace from Jack Bednarak. So Ben Lord decided not to take the start of this one then. He was entered, but he's clearly not racing. Jack Bednarak, meanwhile, is, and he's already into P11. So how long is it going to take for Jack Bednarak to charge his way back into contention? Wells is your leader, though. Carr in second place. Third is Esmond. timing screen seems to think that Rob Leveridge is leading the race, but he's not. He ended up just moving his bike over the timing beacon at the wrong moment to recover. And here comes Bjorn Esmond, breaking his bit on the inside of Arnie Carr, and he gets the perfect switch back. But Arnie Carr's going to have the inside line for the next apex, but Bjorn Esmond still gets there. Great run from Bjorn Esmond. Second position now, in front of Arnie Carr. Almost no opportunity to respond in kind there from Arnie Carr, so he has to contend with it. Patterson is fourth, Morrison is fifth, then Fielding, King, Humphries, and Jack Bednarak is now P9. Here he comes. 2 laps completed, 6 to go. How much more ground can Jack Bednarak make? Stuart Hardman is 10th from Aaron Robinson, James Mostiger, Dan Merrin, and Dane Blackburn. Then Daniel Cliff and Aidan Walker. Tommy Armand, Mark Portis, Finley Cottenham and Tom Wise. And then it will be Liam Trinder. So, fascinating situation. Really tight battle now about to begin here between Bjorn Esmond and the race leader, Chris Wells. 1 lap pace was with Bjorn Esmond in qualifying. It's going to be an interesting one for Bjorn Esmond off these turns. Just watching him, he's certainly very fluid. So we'll see if it's going to be an interesting one. Bjorn Esmond hunting Chris Wells. Turn by turn. Looking for his chance to elevate. Arnie Carr in third from Sam Morrison and Tim Patterson. Then Fielding, King. Jack Bednarak is 8th now. Stephen Humphries and Stuart Hardman. From Robinson, Mostiger, Merrin and Dane Blackburn. With Tommy Armand just inside the top 15, having been third on the initial grid. So not good news for Tommy Armand in this race. Look at Bjorn Esmond. Hunting the inside line for Wells. No way is he going to get that move done. I thought he was going to do it in one go. Tries for the next apex. He's got to wait. Chris Wells is no pushover, as Bjorn Esmond is learning very quickly and learning the hard way. So let's see if it's going to be an interesting one again for Bjorn Esmond into the hairpin. Trying to cut through for the inside line again. Not going to happen yet. Bjorn Esmond, side by side. Very nearly there with Chris Wells. Wells is still punching. Trying to get his way through on these S's apexes, and there's nothing Bjorn Esmond can do. He's got to wait. He's got to bide his time. So down the straight towards turn 2, where the hairpin dips down a little. Esmond is going to wait for his moment. Good opportunity for some pressure here as he goes in through the right, in through the left, and then back out through the right again. So it's going to be fascinating to see just how much of a push we get off on the far side of the course. Bjorn Esmond chasing down Chris Wells. They've got traffic in front of them about to become a factor. So this is going to be an interesting one. Sean Wiles will be the first one, but he gets well out of the way. So well done to Sean Wiles. Not going to cause any headaches for the leaders. And that certainly benefits Chris Wells, because I think Bjorn Esmond was hoping for a little bit of a pendulum swing. He's going to get alongside and up on the inside line. And he's there. Bjorn Esmond takes the lead away from Chris Wells. And there's very little that Wells can do in response. Bjorn Esmond just has no problem at all holding that to the inside line at that long flowing high speed hairpin. That is a tough place to make the commitment to go for the overtake. But Bjorn Esmond clearly had the advantage of pace, and he's been able to get ahead. Chris Wells is not letting him get away, though. Wells clearly preferring to be in the chaser role than the chased. Up the inside into turn 2. Not going to make that one work. And that could be the last attempt he gets, because Bjorn Esmond looking so good. 3 laps to go. So through they go. Oh, and there's a retirement in the distance there. So we've got one rider out of the race. I wonder if that's Jamie King. No, it's not. It's the 5:45. So that is game over, I'm afraid. Oh, I thought it was the 5:45. I might be incorrect about that one. Maybe they borrowed a bike from someone, but certainly game over somewhere there. I think that might be Mark Portis, you know. Mark Portis seems to be tumbling down the... It is the 56, so I misread it. It is indeed Oh, no, sorry, that's the 56. That's Barry Lindley. So Barry Lindley pulling off the road then. So Barry Lindley is out of this one. Hopefully he'll get a better chance in the next one. This isn't over, folks. Bjorn Esmond can get into the lead, but he can't get away from Chris Wells. Well, now I think it might be over. Chris Wells, a big twitch out of the hairpin. That's unsettled the bike. And unfortunately, that's upset Chris Wells' rhythm. And I'm not sure Bjorn Esmond's going to be catchable from there. Looking at the pace in qualifying, looking at the confidence he's riding with, I think that was the last chance gone. So Bjorn Esmond certainly looking pretty fever pitch about things out in the lead. Chris Wells in second. There in third is Arnie Carr, who's done his best to run as close to these two as possible. Loves just chucking the bike in and letting the raw pace of it continuing forward. Meanwhile, Jack Bednarak has gone up to fourth position. So again, he's been working his way through the field very valiantly. But again, I also fairly feel that he's not really going to get another crack at it, because he's 9.4 seconds back from Arnie Carr with a lap and a half to go. You're not going to make up that much deficit, even if your name's Jack Bednarak. But Esmond, I think he was expecting to pull away from Chris Wells. Wells has been like a fighter plane behind him over this lap, and he's made up so much time. They've got a back marker. Wells is going to go for it. Why not? Well, Esmond is going to be held up here. Wells can try and take the opportunity round the far side. Well, it ends up being a bit of a stalemate, so Wells can have another go at Bjorn Esmond. 1 lap to go. So Bjorn Esmond into the S's. Last lap has well and truly begun, and Chris Wells has made up all the time he lost on the previous lap. So Wells can really have a go here on the inside of Bjorn Esmond. Wait! Nearly pulls a stoppie, trying to get on the inside of Bjorn Esmond. Climbing up the crest again. Through the right, through the left, and then back up the hill through the right. This is where Chris Wells needs to be perfect off the turn. Slow in and fast out. This is more like it for Chris Wells. He really needs to hunt down Bjorn Esmond. It's going to be side by side. Wells can really attack at the chicane. He can't quite get the momentum through. So now he's got to wait for a big stop into one of these hairpins. Through the left, not going to happen. Through the right, set up the long hairpin. This could be where Chris Wells gets his opportunity, gets his real benefit. Charging. They got a slow rider in front of them. This could be the opportunity round the far side. They've both got to take the far line. It's going to be interesting on the way through. But even a little hold up there from Rob Leveridge can't do too much damage to either rider. Wells might get a chance off the turn, but it's going to be nothing in it. And it's going to be Bjorn Esmond who will just get there in front of Chris Wells. That was a tight battle to the line. But Esmond beats Chris Wells by 0.2 of a second. Well, there was a late flag fly. So I wonder if Chris Wells, he looked over his shoulder there just to double check, I think, that the checkered flag was waved, which it was. But Chris Wells essentially missing out there by 0.2 of a second. He's going to have to come back, regroup, do the homework again, and figure out what's next best in terms of a strategy, because this could end up getting very tricky to respond to. So Bjorn Esmond, a good ride there in front of Chris Wells. Arnie Carr slipping away to third position. Jack Bednarak was only 8 seconds behind him at the flag, so could have been a good ride there from Jack Bednarak had he started at the front. But it was a fairly emphatic one, going from pretty much dead last up to fourth position. Another great ride from Jack Bednarak, who, if you snapped his arm in half, would have British Minibikes written through it like Blackpool Rock. So in the AMR Moto Minibike 140 class, it is Bjorn Esmond from pole position, who just manages to beat Chris Wells to the line, but they had a great battle all the way through. Arnie Carr in third position ahead of Jack Bednarak, who fought back from the back of the grid to P4. Stuart Hardman and Samuel Morrison ahead of Aaron Robinson and James Mostica. Then Tommy Armand, who should have been higher, started third. And then Stephen Humphreys rounding up the top 10 ahead of Tim Patterson, who also had a difficult race from what was initially fifth on the grid. Dan Merrin in 12th from Dane Blackburn and Tommy Fielding. Then Jamie King and Daniel Cliff. Behind them, a whole host of talent. Aidan Walker, Finley Cottenham, Tom Wise and Simon Portis. Then Adam Hilton, Sean Brunning, Ryan Hayburn, Harry Swan, Liam Trinder, Sean Wiles, Mark Portis. And then the two retirements from the race, Barry Lindley and Rob Leveridge. Well, a tough race in the offing then. It was always going to be a tricky one for Chris Wells to try and double Bjorn Esmond after he had found so much time in qualifying. But he certainly is equal in race trim. So I suspect that there's going to be a lot more for the riders to give us over the course of the next encounter a little bit later on. But it's going to be really exciting to see how the battle continues to progress. But Bjorn Esmond leads the way in the first of our Minibike 140 encounters. Next up on the field, it is going to be the FIM MiniGP UK 190 and the MiniGP 190/70 that is combined on the same grid. It's time for the last race before our lunch break pause. So the FIM MiniGP UK 190 series will head to the grid along with the MiniGP 190 from the British Brigade. The first 8 riders in the field are going to be from the FIM series: Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries, Hudson Cooper and Lucas King, with Annabelle McCarthy, William Round, Oliver Pitcher and Charlie Cunningham. Harry Rafferty will be the leader of the MiniGP 190/70 category, and then Travis Shaw from Harry Barrell, John Pitcher and David Wilton. So it is going to be an interesting one for the contenders as they head out onto the circuit. Their mechanics are already out on the starting grid. So it will be an interesting one. So it will be an interesting one for all of the contenders out on the course, but this is definitely going to be an interesting competition for the contenders as they run in close proximity off the start line. So it is going to be an interesting one for all of the contenders as they work themselves out of the pit lane. So it will be an interesting one for them. Out they come. Tyler Humphries is going to be in a very interesting position here from second on the grid. Wilson Dilks along with Hudson Cooper will be trying to challenge him. Wilson Dilks has already done a lot of the hard work in qualifying. A 1:10.23 for him at the front end of the field. Tyler Humphries, 0.6 of a second back in qualifying. That's a big margin to carry into this first race of the weekend for them. Hudson Cooper and Lucas King have been there or thereabouts. Annabelle McCarthy, top 5. Not a bad opportunity for her to move forward. Then William Round, Oliver Pitcher and Charlie Cunningham. Then we get the MiniGP 190 British riders. I mean, they're all British contenders, but only one of them is the official FIM Road to MotoGP, and that is the FIM MiniGP UK 190 Championship. The MiniGP 190s are part of the British Minibikes paddock themselves, but they run in the same class because they run in the same race, I should say, even though they're 2 different classes, because the bikes are so similar in terms of their regulations and makeup and everything that they may as well put them out together out on the course. So the MiniGP 190, the FIM Road to MotoGP class will be the ones parked up on the start line first. Then the MiniGP 190/70s of Harry Rafferty, Travis Shaw, Harry Barrell, John Pitcher and David Wilton will be the riders that give chase further back. This is our last race before our pause. We are a little bit delayed in our schedule, but I have a feeling that we're going to be getting back into the action once again at bang on 1:30. So hopefully this race is going to get along for a fairly clean switch. Otherwise, a lot of the mechanics, engineers, riders, and even the officials and broadcast team around the paddock are not quite going to get to their pie and chips in time. So hopefully everyone's going to get it done nicely in this particular race. Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries, Hudson Cooper, the front row of the grid, very competitive in FIM MiniGP UK 190. So let's see what this triple act can continue to do for us. Round 2 of the 2025 Championship continuing on then, with the first race of the weekend in FIM MiniGP UK 190 and the MiniGP 190/70 category. Green flag at the back, wait for the lights to go out. Engine revs rise. Let's race at Teeside. And it's a very tough launch from Tyler Humphries. He's going to get through onto the inside of Wilson Dilks, and he's there. So Tyler Humphries leads in front of Hudson Cooper. Wilson Dilks drops to third, and so the battle begins. Dilks is going for second straight away on the inside, and he's made it work. Wilson Dilks on the inside of Hudson Cooper, so he's straight back in a second position. Now hunting down Tyler Humphries for the race victory. But he's got a lot of work to do. Tyler Humphries is not the kind of man who concedes a race win easily. They go off the top of the crest and down the back straight. And it's Tyler Humphries ahead of Wilson Dilks and Hudson Cooper. And these three are already well clear of the rest of the pack. Up the inside. Magnificent racecraft. And that's job done, isn't it? Isn't that Wilson Dilks back into the lead again? It is indeed. So he lost the lead initially, dropped to third position, and Wilson Dilks has found the steely nerve to get himself back into the lead and pull clear. Look at it. He's already got himself some distance as Hudson Cooper takes on Tyler Humphries again. Absolutely magic ride so far from Wilson Dilks. It's exactly where he wanted to place the bike. Got himself back into the lead. It took him half a lap, but he is there. And Wilson Dilks is now already starting to put a gap between himself and Tyler Humphries. It's absolutely extraordinary what he's done in this opening lap. So Dilks dropped to third position, fought his way back to second position, then got it back to the lead again. But what Wilson Dilks has effectively done there is Ayrton Senna in Donington 93, but on bikes. Fantastic the way he's worked his way forward from pole position, dropping to third, then kicking it back to second, getting it back up again into first position. Magic. So Wilson Dilks trying to get well clear of Tyler Humphries, who's also pulled clear of Hudson Cooper. So I'm surprised actually at how big these gaps have got in the early phases of racing. 2 laps in, and Wilson Dilks is making this racetrack his own personal playground. He is fired up. And look at that on the lap time. A 1:10.5 compared to a 1:11.2 and a 1:12.9. So very impressive stuff then from our contenders as they continue to push forward. But I will say with that full impressive ilk that Wilson Dilks has definitely made mincemeat of the rest of the opposition. Meanwhile, we've got a great battle going on further back. This is for the British Mini-GP category. This is Rafferty, Shaw and Barrel having a terrific race battle, although it's not perfect. A little bit of a twitch there from our race leader, Harry Rafferty. Travis Shaw in second place on the 4, and then Harry Barrel on the 90 behind in third position. This is actually a closer battle in BMB 190/70 than it is in Mini-GP 190. So off the turn, making their way back up the crest again. You do wonder what Travis Shaw is going to have to pull out of the bag here to get one over on the race leader in this class, Harry Rafferty. But Harry Barrel is there or thereabouts as well. David Wilton in P4, John Pitcher in P5. But these three will squabble away. Is that the move again on the inside line there from the number 4 of Travis Shaw? It is, but he's going to lose it, run wide. Oh, big disappointment for Travis Shaw. And that has dropped him to third position there, behind Harry Rafferty, behind Harry Barrel. The traffic really causing him a headache. That is exactly what he didn't need. So I'm afraid it's a lot of hard work that's needed to happen again here for Travis Shaw, as now at the inside barrel has to think about going for the move on Rafferty. Has to bail out of it, but he's going to come back at him after a slow in, fast out approach of the turn. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go for these 3 riders. It's actually 5 laps to go, my apologies, because the leaders in class for Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper in FIA MiniGP 190 have only come through for 3 laps completed. And on the inside line, it's going to be a nice duel continuing here for Travis Shaw. Gets through on the inside line again. So Travis Shaw finishes that move and gets back on the inside of Harry Barrel. Second position then in BMB 190-70. Down to back straight. And he's got a good run off the pace. Can he get back round the outside and do it all over again? I thought he was going to actually finish it before they got to the braking zone for the hairpin. So Travis Shaw definitely threatening a big result here, looking racy. Meanwhile, back at the front end in the FIM MiniGP 190 category, no concern at all for Wilson Dilks. Ever since he got into the lead, he has started stretching away. This is unusual for FIM MiniGP 190 to have this big a lead over your opposition, especially when you've got riders like Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper to race against. This is a statement of intent by Wilson Dilks in 2025. Catch me if you can, boys. Excellent results so far in this race from Wilson Dilks, but it's so close up front in BMB 190-70 between Rafferty, Shaw and Barrel. That race duel is still electrifyingly close. Dilks has got 3.6 clear now of Tyler Humphries. Humphries is 5.2 ahead of Hudson Cooper, who in turn is 5.4 ahead of Lucas King. So for once, FIM MiniGP UK 190 is not the nail-biter that it tends to be. Certainly the first lap was pretty rip-roaring, but after that point, Wilson Dilks has settled in and said, no, I refuse to lose. So up the crest, 3 to go then for Wilson Dilks. Still going strong, but you've got to be careful, because if you fall off the bike in the FIM categories, that's it, you're out. It's not like in the pit bikes or the mini bikes or super minis as they're known, where you can fall off the bike and get going again. In the FIM MiniGP categories, and the British Minibike MiniGP categories for that matter as well, if you fall off the bike, that's it, you're done. So do not come off the bike at any point during the race, because you will not be on safety grounds permitted to go racing again. Wilson Dilks going to get through on the back marker there, nicely planted. He just looks so in the rhythm. He's opened the gap up to 5.12 seconds between himself and Tyler Humphries. This couldn't be going better really for Wilson Dilks, with Tyler Humphries P2 and Hudson Cooper in 3rd position. What else more do you need from the way things are currently working out? This is absolutely perfect, as Hudson Cooper falls away to 6.2 back now from Tyler Humphries. Meanwhile, the battle in the British Mini Bike 190-70 class is still fairly fever pitch, although Travis Shaw has now got ahead of Harry Rafferty. We've been so busy watching the leader here in FIM MiniGP UK 190 that we didn't get to see, unfortunately, the move that Travis Shaw has made to get ahead of Harry Rafferty. But it was coming, and it was inevitable. He had such good energy off these turns. So it was really good to see how it continues to progress. But it's been an absolutely fascinating challenge forward so far from our contenders. Certainly, out in front, it is all one-way traffic for Wilson Dilks, who's now pretty much the best of 6 seconds ahead of Tyler Humphries, with 1 lap to go at the end of this one. He may have lost the lead into turn 1. He may have slumped to 3rd position. But by the end of that first lap, he was absolutely making it clear to everybody he was going to dominate this race. And considering he did a lap time of a 1:10.23 in qualifying compared to the next best, Tyler Humphries, of a 1:10.86, that kind of dominance was not too difficult to predict. Into the last lap then goes our race leader, Wilson Dilks. This has been a superb effort from him, out in front of Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper. 3 riders that you're definitely going to be hearing more of in the future in British and international motorcycle racing. Keep an eye on the names Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper. I'd start following them on the old social medias now, because they're going to have so many hundreds and thousands and maybe even millions of followers in the future. These 3 riders have got such great pedigree. You'll almost certainly be seeing them trading not too much paint, I hope, but certainly going wheel to wheel and head to head with so many great competitors from motorcycle racing. But so far for the moment, Wilson Dilks is just living in the moment. He knew it was going to be all about managing his pace, and he's done that since the start. Once he got into the lead at the end of lap 1, halfway round lap 1, I should really say, Wilson Dilks has been absolutely immaculate. He comes off the final turn, and it's an absolute lights the flag victory for Wilson Dilks. Superb job. That's a great victory. And unbelievably, Wilson Dilks is going to be over 8 seconds clear of the second place man, Tyler Humphries. There is Tyler Humphries going across the line. 9.4 seconds was the gap. That's extraordinary. Even for Wilson Dilks, that's extraordinary. Hudson Cooper comes home in 3rd position. And Lucas King is going to be the man who comes home in P4, ahead of Charlie Cunningham and Annabelle McCarthy. Oh, interestingly, we seem to have had an incident for Travis Shaw. We were so busy following the progress of the guys in the battle for the FIM MiniGP 190 that we didn't see what happened to Travis Shaw. He's out of the race. He had taken the lead. So now it's going to be between Barrel and Rafferty, and Barrel has got ahead of Rafferty. I should point that out in the last couple of moments of the race. So Harry Barrel is now likely to come through and take the victory here. He's just got to try and hang on to it, and he does indeed do so. So Harry Barrel has worked his way forward here in front of Harry Rafferty. And so Harry Barrel is the winner in the MGP 190/70 category in the BMB class, and that's devastating bad luck for Travis Shaw, who had fought so valiantly to get there. Well, big drama all the way. So a victorious start to the day then, a dominant victorious start to the day then for Wilson Dilks, who crosses the line a full 9.41 seconds clear of his next opponent. Tyler Humphries had absolutely no response to him in that race in any way, shape or form. So as the riders cruise back to the paddock, and they'll have a quick dust and brush up and maybe a quick drink as well. They'll just about have time for that, I think, before we start racing this afternoon. Wilson Dilks, look at that time, 9.4 seconds clear of Tyler Humphries. Hudson Cooper is another 9 seconds back. Then Lucas King from Charlie Cunningham, Annabelle McCarthy. The winner in the BMB 190/70 is Harry Barrel, and that was not expected. William Round in 8th position, ahead of Harry Rafferty and David Wilton. John Pitcher, Oliver Pitcher, and the one retirement from the race, Travis Shaw, who was leading in BMB 190/70 at the time. So a very exciting start to the day then here at Teeside Autodrome. There's more to come from the British Minibikes 2025 second round. We'll take a pause in proceedings, and when we come back, the battle will once again be drawn amongst all of the contenders in our categories. See you in a bit. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break as much as we did. Fantastic start to the day here at Teeside Autodrome for this second round of the 2025 FIM Mini GP UK classes, as well as all of the British mini bike categories. It really has been an exciting one after the opening round of the championship at Rowra in Cumbria. Boy, has Teeside delivered. The battles have been raging ever since the start of the day, and we've got 16 races to come now to settle out things for this second weekend of 2025. Already there's been drama across the classes, but there's going to be some great racing for sure. Jake Sanson with you again once more in commentary for the afternoon session. And it's definitely going to be a tough one from the outset. Carter Spinks had a very difficult start to his day in the first JSM 90 race. Converting a pole position was impossible into a race win. Certainly charged his way back into contention after a difficult start. If he can get it right this time, then he can certainly gain some ground on the championship leader, Cody Brennan, who goes off second position off the grid for this one, with Louis Craig in third. So that's the front row made up of Spinks, Brennan and Craig. Then Jake Todd and Oscar Rowland, with Tommy Dickinson sharing the second row with them. Oscar Duckworth, Oliver Med and Ryan Merrin. And then at the back of the grid, it will be Dylan Mosgrove. So the competition is going to be an interesting one to continue to move forward. But it is going to be a really exciting situation. But it's a tough one for the contenders as they get themselves into position. The last couple of checks being made there to the start for Cody Brennan, I think that is, the mechanic just taking one last little look over the man who took the victory in the first race earlier on. Clear the grid, though, because the race is about to get underway as the Road to MotoGP continues here this weekend. Junior SM90, race number 2. It was a victory for Cody Brennan earlier on. The green flag at the back of the field. The riders are going to charge their way further forward. Which rider is going to make it to turn 1 first? We're about to find out as the lights go out now. And it's a good start again from Cody Brennan. Much better start for Carter Spinks. So Brennan is going to take the lead. Spinks is going to be there in second place. At least he's in the battle for the race victory this time. So now we're going to really get to see Carter Spinks open up the taps and go for glory at the head of the field. These two are the class kings of this field, with everybody else getting in the 127s in qualifying. These two were in the 125s. So it'll be an amazing charge forward for all of them. But certainly for Brennan and Spinks, this is very much danger zone territory as they charge away from the rest of the contenders. And we're going to see some truly exceptional battles now as the riders go along the back straight. Up towards the hairpin, they will go through the S's. This is going to be tricky to try and settle things out. Very nicely handled, though, from both Brennan and Spinks. And they've already cleared Jake Todd, who is the only real contender in third position to their crown. So a good situation for the field so far. But it is Brennan and Spinks that have a decent advantage up at their front end of the field. Is that Spinks in front? No way is that Carter Spinks in front already, having worked himself into a good position. I just need to double check as they've come through on the far side. That looks like Carter Spinks has got back in front. He has indeed. So Carter Spinks on the 296 bike has somehow found the gumption to work his way forward and now leads this race. That is a brilliant opening lap from Carter Spinks if that's the case. And yes, it is. He got ahead of Cody Brennan. I didn't really see where that happened. I was so busy checking in on live timing. He must have done it behind closed doors. But absolutely fantastic from Carter Spinks to get back into the lead of the race then over Cody Brennan. So excellently held and managed. I kind of want to see where he did that. So fortunately, having the live stream at my fingertips on my disposal, I'm going to do cheat mode and go and have another look at the move, if indeed it came up on the stream. Yes, it did go up on the stream, but I looked away at exactly the wrong moment. There was a little bit of a hesitation, I'm afraid, from Cody Brennan in the chicane, and that's where Carter Spinks managed to get his move done. So that makes a little bit more sense when you go back and look at it in context, because it certainly happened at exactly the wrong moment. You know when you're watching a race and then at the exact moment you decide to draw your eye level away, it all changes. Well, that just happened in stereo for me just then. So out in front then, Carter Spinks. Then it is Cody Brennan. And this man doing a fair job in third position, Jake Todd. So it'll be a really interesting run for him as he continues on his way in that very smooth third position. It's Oscar Rowland who is in fourth position ahead of Louis Craig and Tommy Dickinson. Then Oscar Duckworth from Ryan Merrin, Oliver Med, and then it is Dylan Mosgrove at the back end of the field. Louis Craig has not had the same sort of pace that he had in the race one earlier today. Temperatures have skyrocketed to the dizzying heights of 8 degrees Celsius. Still very cool at this point. Right, there's a yellow flag in front of us. Right, we're in... Has Cody Brennan gone? Has Cody Brennan gone from the race? He hasn't come through. So Cody Brennan... It was Carter Spinks who was in trouble in race 1. Cody Brennan has not crossed the line. So it looks to me as though Cody Brennan may be out of this race. There's yellow flags up at the far point of the course. So I don't know what's happened to Cody Brennan, but he has... The race 1 winner appears to be out of it. Cody Brennan not transponding. So I didn't see what really happened there to Cody Brennan. Having initially taken the lead of the race, Carter Spinks getting ahead of him. I can only assume that cough and splutter on the first lap that got Carter Spinks ahead of him became a bigger cough and a whimper than that, and has essentially turned into a mechanical failure because he's out of the race on the second lap. So disaster for Cody Brennan as this man, Jake Todd, now takes over second place in front of Luke Craig. In front of Louis Craig, I should say. So Louis Craig, unfortunately, only able to inherit third position by default, but the pace not quite with him compared to what it was this morning. But Louis Craig will certainly take a podium position. But it's Carter Spinks who looks like he's going to take the victory this time, rather than Cody Brennan, who did this morning. So the roles are absolutely and totally reversed for Cody Brennan and Carter Spinks across the two races. Well, that is devastating misfortune then for Cody Brennan, who loses a race in very much the same way that Carter Spinks lost his earlier on. A mechanical problem that really didn't deserve to go his way. So Carter Spinks is the leader, Jake Todd in second, then it is Louis Craig from Oscar Rowland in fourth, Tommy Dickinson, Oscar Duckworth, then Ryan Merrin, Oliver Med and Dylan Mosgrove. So it is a very tricky scenario for all of the contenders there. Weaving their way through the S's and climbing up the crest once again. So Carter Spinks is your leader, then Jake Todd, then Louis Craig. Oscar Rowland is doing a fair job there in fourth position in front of Tommy Dickinson, who didn't have the best of races in race 1. He looks a little bit stronger in terms of lap pace this time. Oscar Duckworth, P6 at the moment from Ryan Merrin, and then Oliver Med, and then it is Dylan Mosgrove in P9. But I'm afraid to say that Cody Brennan did not complete the second lap. So disaster then for Cody Brennan, whose race started in a victorious fashion. I'm afraid it's ended in a frustrating one this time. As round the outside, Carter Spinks has put a lap there on Dylan Mosgrove to continue what is now a much more emphatic form race for him. Pole position is looking likely to be confirmed and converted into a race victory. And this is exactly what Carter Spinks wanted in race 1. If you were here at the very top of the bill at the start of the live stream, we had Carter Spinks spluttering off the line, banging his handlebars in frustration with absolute rage. He still managed to get the bike going again and come home in fourth place. This time, Cody Brennan can't even finish the second lap. So way more technical problems than he would have wanted. And so it becomes a very tricky race indeed from his point of view. So now we've got to try and figure out what happens next here in this battle of the Junior SM90 in the third and final race later. That race, of course, the grid will be decided after the proceedings of races that we've got coming up. But of course, the grid for race 3 will be decided by the aggregation of results from the two races. Well, I think that means then that there's a chance Jake Todd could actually end up in pole position for it with a pair of second places. Because there's a first and a fourth coming the way of Carter Spinks, a first and a retirement the way of Cody Brennan. So it could be a very interesting final grid for the Junior SM90 later on. So whatever you do, stick around later, because it's going to be a very interesting run to the first corner in the third and final Junior SM90 race. Meanwhile, though, Carter Spinks is doing the job he should have done first and foremost. Not that it was taken from him by his own problem. It was a mechanical malady that took him out of the action earlier on. Salvaged to fourth place, but should have had so much more, particularly after his pace in the original qualifying session. But now Carter Spinks is able to showcase that pace that he promised us in qualifying yesterday. And this is exactly what he deserves. Great young rider, Carter Spinks. Big future ahead of him. Whether he chooses to take that to the world of superbike racing, to the world of MotoGP, or to the Isle of Man, Carter Spinks has got such a future. Real talent and a real developing grade of development for him. This young rider with so much potential. Carter Spinks bringing the bike down to the hairpin. He'll coax it in. Decent lean angle. Doesn't need to put himself under too much pressure here. Absolutely perfect. Looks so sublime. And the balance he's got on that bike is absolutely rigid. So no worries at all for Carter Spinks. This is when there's no stress, there's no pressure. You can just do your own thing and ride to your own pace. Carter Spinks redeems himself after the misery of this morning. He bounces back with a win. That's more like it for Carter Spinks. Excellent stuff. The pole sitter manages to get the job done, to convert to a victory this time, with Jake Todd going to come through in second place and Louis Craig going to come through in third. Excellent display then from Jake Todd. Excellent effort from our riders lower back. That's Oscar Rowland coming through in fourth position. Also a big part of this category and this whole weekend. As I keep mentioning to people, in the world of mini bikes, it's even tougher to develop in the world of motorcycle racing as a youngster than it is in the world of karting and rally cars, for example. Because in this sport, at British mini bike level, there are no club races. There are no regional tracks that you can go and do this sport in and build your way up and then go into the British Championships. The only way to develop and the only way to build is to race in the British Championships. So you've got to throw yourself right into the hunt at the tender age of 8, 9, 10 years of age. And you've got to do all your development in the glare of the spotlight. It is so demanding and so difficult. You've got to have a real strong will and an incredible amount of power in your own confidence and convictions to do this sport to the high level, whilst also developing at a rapid pace. It is not easy, and I do not envy these youngsters in terms of having to deal with the pressure of that at such a tender young age. But they acquit themselves incredibly well under the circumstances, as Carter Spinks has definitely done what he needed to do on this occasion. Great ride. So Carter Spinks taking the victory in front of Jake Todd by 20 seconds in the end then. Louis Craig in third ahead of Oscar Rowland, Tommy Dickinson and Oscar Duckworth, Ryan Merrin, Oliver Med, Dylan Musgrove a lap behind, Cody Brennan not even completing the second lap. A big drama and a certain shake-up of the form book here in JSM 90. Not what either of the racers wanted, Carter Spinks in race 1 or Cody Brennan in race 2. But now they've got a win and a disaster. So it's going to be interesting to see what that does for the starting grid for Junior SM90 for their third and final race later this afternoon. We'll come back to that in a little while. But it's certainly great news for Carter Spinks. And he has put himself in exactly the position he wanted to be in. Next up will be the Mini Motos 2025, race 3 of their weekend. So as you can see, the marshals are resetting the circuit and they've blocked the run to turn 1 for the normal procedure of the races, because in the mini motos, they only use half of the circuit configuration here at Teeside Autodrome. And that's because these riders are so young and so little that it's actually easier for logistics to keep them in a confined space. So they're not going to have the challenge of dropping down. And also on these bikes as well, it's worth pointing out that in mini motos, there's no way they'd climb up that crest at the far side of the course either. So better to keep them on the flatter part of the circuit where they can have a much more even run of it. Austin Dilks is going to go from pole position in mini moto this time. Daisy Grayson will be second on the grid with Joey Billum, Logan Paisley and Harry Everts. It's a very depleted field in mini moto this time. None of the regular contenders that you would normally see in Minimoto, they will be returning back in the later part of this season. We've obviously got another event coming up at Rowrah later in the season. We've also got Three Sisters in Wigan near Manchester. And, of course, we've got Pembrey, one of the most exciting venues on the British Minibike calendar for me. There's something about the fact that this race series doesn't just compete on karting circuits, but it also gets its turn at Pembrey, which used to hold a round of the British Touring Car Championship back in the day, and to this day still currently and regularly hosts Rallycross and the British Truck Racing Championship. That's a proper venue to go racing on. And of course, they plentiful race motorbikes there as well. So the Ninjuice Super Juice Mini Moto Pro category continues on for the youngsters, the youngest in the field. Austin Dilks, Daisy Grayson, Joey Billam, Logan Paisley and Harry Evitts will go to battle. And to give you an indication of how close it was between Austin Dilks and Daisy Grayson coming into this race, they were separated in qualifying by 45 thousandths of a second. Nothing to choose between the two leaders. The green flag goes up at the back of the grid. It's Austin Dilks versus Daisy Grayson. Take 3. The lights go out and we're racing. And it's a great start as the riders charge their way forward. Austin Dilks has done exactly what he set out to do. And he goes into turn 1 with the lead. Daisy Grayson in behind in second place. Good launch for Daisy. She now has to try and charge her way towards Austin Dilks. But she's got such good composure even on the opening lap. It looks like somebody's gone down there further back. No, not quite. It just had Harry Evitts losing a little bit of ground. We had a running marshal. He looks like to reset the course, ready for the charge through the first couple of corners, rather than the problems that there might have been at turn 1. But again, Daisy Grayson able to pull clear of Joey Billam and Logan Paisley and let them race amongst themselves while she charges after the race leader, Austin Dilks. She learnt a lot in their earlier encounter today and, of course, in their race yesterday. But can she overturn things? Can she get underneath Austin Dilks' skin in race 3 of their weekend? We didn't televise race 1, which was yesterday. We did televise the race this morning, and there wasn't much to choose between Austin Dilks and Daisy Grayson in the early stages. Grayson having a look on the inside line. Can Grayson get the move done here on Austin Dilks? She's through! Daisy Grayson! What a start to her race this is! Into the third lap of racing. Sorry, into lap 2 only. Then Daisy Grayson has found the confidence and found the surge through to take the lead. Well, for all you budding female riders out there, Daisy Grayson in the mix as Austin Dilks now comes back at her. So Austin Dilks retakes the lead, but Daisy Grayson is not done yet. And for all those of you who are big fans of the likes of Jenny Tinmouth and all the other fantastic, groundbreaking women who have come through the motorcycle world back in the day, Taru Rinner being amongst them, this is a fantastic chance for Daisy Grayson to join their ranks. She is another fantastic talent after the brilliance of Nellie Newth, who is, of course, one of the contenders in 2025 in British Minibikes later this year. But what a run from Daisy Grayson so far. Yellow flags. So we've got yellow flags flying. I wonder if there's been a problem for Harry Evitts, because we've had all 4 of the others come through. There was a yellow flag up at the top end. I wonder if somebody came off and then or ran wide or something, but maybe I just mistook that there was a yellow flag. I thought there might have been, but all 5 riders are still going. And of course, in this category, which is one of the youth categories, if you fall off the bike, you are not allowed to restart it again like you are in the adult categories. And that is for safety reasons, because you never know when you've fallen off a bike what has broken internally in the machine. And only the adults really are designed to cope with that. So in the kids categories, if you fall off the bike, that's it, game over. You're not allowed to restart for safety reasons. So Dilks is back in front. I was going to say, before Daisy Grayson made that incredible move to get up the inside of Austin Dilks, I was going to say that she had pace to be equal with Austin Dilks in the early phase of the earlier race, but then eventually Dilks got into his rhythm and started to stretch away. And I fear that history might be about to repeat itself a little bit here, although Daisy Grayson certainly didn't get the chance to go for an overtake for the lead in the earlier race today. She did on that occasion, and that gives so many young girls out there watching the reality that they can race at this level. They can go for race victories. Doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl. If you want to race, go do it. So there is the third place rider, Joey Billam, trying to get well clear of Logan Paisley. Good racing between these two earlier on as well. It ended out that Logan Paisley unfortunately had to retire from the race with a technical difficulty. Joey Billam, though, had to fight his way back after losing out to Paisley initially at the start. Joey Billam then had to dig deep and find that third position again. He did so, and then it turned into a mechanical failure for Paisley anyway. So Joey Billam, I think, would quite like to beat Logan Paisley in a straight fight this time. I think it would certainly give a little bit more satisfaction in the long run. So working the way through the S's, you can see a little bit of a wobble there as the bike flexes through those curbs. If you just get the wrong part of the apex, there's the slightest little twitch on the wrong part of white paint. These bikes are so nimble. You've got to remember that these are mini motos, so they weigh about 3 bags of sugar, roughly, in the grand scheme of things. But power to weight ratio, this is akin to Grand Prix racing level. Mini motos, by their very nature, as far as I'm aware, are restricted to 40cc engines, and these ones do not have the full 40cc whack, because obviously these are for young kids. Austin Dilks not pulling away from Daisy Grayson in the way he would have liked. So Daisy Grayson is having another go. This is terrific stuff from Grayson. So what kind of impact can Daisy Grayson make then on Austin Dilks? Two fantastic young riders here, and they're giving us a great little show. So they are still putting on a great effort, but it will be an interesting one as they continue to charge down the back straight. They will then tuck the bike, on the way through on the inside line. And there's a slow rider in front. That's Harry Evitts, who just about stays off the part of the line that's going to be dangerous, although Daisy Grayson does have to take a very wide trajectory out of that long flowing hairpin. So a very tricky manoeuvre for these riders. But still, Austin Dilks has the pace over Daisy Grayson. Grayson is still there or thereabouts, though, half a second back. This is not a dominant force like it was earlier for Austin Dilks. He is not going to have it his own way if Daisy Grayson's got any say in the matter at all. So this is great work from Daisy Grayson. Really starting to showcase her skill here. Half a second back from Dilks. And Dilks is still going hell for leather, trying to get away, but Daisy Grayson is equal to him. Come on then, let's see what you've got. I'm still here. I've still got this opportunity. And Daisy Grayson is still making good work of it. They're 13.5 seconds clear now of Joey Billam and Logan Paisley. It's a great effort for these two, and I think Daisy Grayson is turning into a little star in the making here. Along with her and Nellie Newth, we've got two great young girls working their way through to the MotoGP racing ladder. Imagine what it'll be like when they get into the FIM Mini GP categories. That'll be amazing. They're not quite at that age yet, of course. So give them a couple of seasons and we'll have two great female talents, Daisy Grayson and Nellie Newth. That's exciting. Daisy Grayson is just a little bit too heavy on lean angle there through the chicane, but not by enough to really phase things. And again, it's fair to say that by this point in the race, Daisy Grayson was a good 5 seconds back from Austin Dilks at this point. So the fact that she's still on the same touching distance of straight to him is not only an improvement, but it's certainly a sign that Daisy Grayson is getting better with it. Not quite the angle she would have wanted there through the hairpin, but still very much a factor in this race. I don't think it's game over yet by any means. 5 laps to go, and all it takes is one error for Austin Dilks, and all of a sudden, Daisy Grayson becomes a contender for the race win again. Through to the S's, right, left, and then through to this long flowing hairpin, which on the Minimoto course, it becomes a hairpin rather than a run to the flat out left-hander for turn 1. Through that little sweeper section. That is not easy to get right, to be fair. So you've really got to work hard on that particular section, of course. But this is absolutely phenomenal from Daisy Grayson. A real turnaround from what we saw from her in race 2. Race 3, she has got her act together. Whatever they've managed to change on the bike, she is so much quicker than she was, and certainly so much more capable of being quick. That's the thing. It's not just about being a flash in the pan. It's Daisy Grayson being in that position to challenge all the way. And she looks such an equal to Austin Dilks here. Look, she's even eating up some of that gap that he's built up in order to have another crack at him. Great confidence boost to this, I'm sure, for Daisy Grayson. Second place, the number 19 bike. This is a rider that you need to put in your bookmark for the future. Daisy Grayson certainly looking confident here. Hunting down Austin Dilks, who is very much from a motorcycling family, of course. Plenty of great history, none the least of whom from Wilson Dilks, of course, who is going to be out later on in the FIM MiniGP category. It's Austin's turn to go racing at the sharp end and is already a race winner. So let's just see what Austin Dilks can continue to do. You got a wider trajectory in general around this hairpin in Minimoto Pro than you would have done in some of the other categories. But this is a good effort from Austin Dilks ahead of Daisy Grayson, who is definitely turning into a little firecracker of a megastar. It's an amazing. You wait years for a great young female talent in the world of British motorbikes, and then two of them come along at once, Nellie Newth and Daisy Grayson. So into the penultimate lap goes our leader, Austin Dilks, but only a second ahead of Daisy Grayson, roughly. In the previous race, he had about 5 or 6 seconds on her, so this is a better run for Daisy Grayson in second, and certainly a very exciting one for her future and for the sport's future as well. Those things cannot be underrated and undervalued. So a great effort from the riders all the way throughout. There goes Austin Dilks, though. He's really started to settle into his rhythm. A bit later than in race 2, but certainly in race 3, the rhythm is back with him. And this is what we came to expect from him this weekend. He's finally getting the job done that he wanted to. I think Daisy Grayson's just tiring slightly. But hey, fair play to her. She put up a real fight for the majority of this race. So now we've got just 1 lap remaining for our race leader, Austin Dilks. Just going to finish off this race in style. Doesn't need to be too aggressive now. Just fluid and calm and composed. They've got a slower rider in front of them. I think that's going to be Logan Paisley, actually. Or might it be Harry Everts the second time? That could be Harry Everts the second time, you know. But even so, it's been a very calm run for Austin Dilks. This is what we were talking about. You've got to do your homework and learn the sport with the live streaming cameras going on you. So that's a tough mission for any rider, as it is indeed Harry Everts who gets out of the way and allows Austin Dilks the chance to go through. Daisy Grayson is now just over a second back, but that's so much better than what she gave us in race 2 earlier on today. Race 3 is still going to be an Austin Dilks victory, but it's getting tougher for him to dominate as Austin Dilks comes through and takes the checkered flag. Good run for Austin Dilks, but in second place, that's much better for Daisy Grayson. She is a real talent of the future to come, and definitely one that we can all, as a nation, get excited about. There's some proper talent in those there handlebars. Third position, good ride from Joey Billum. He's going to be about half a minute back from Daisy Grayson. But again, showcasing his smooth fluidity. That's what you've got to showcase in these races. You can't really afford to be too aggressive. He's come through for a smooth run to third place. Excellent performance. And fourth position will go the way of young Logan Paisley. There is Logan Paisley in the background, so an excellent performance as Logan will come through. So the victory is taken by Austin Dilks. He gets the job done, but it wasn't as easy this time as it was on the previous run, that's for sure. As Austin Dilks only gets 1.9 seconds away from Daisy Grayson this time. She's looking much quicker as the day goes on. Joey Billum, third position. Very good effort indeed from him. Fourth place for Logan Paisley at the end of a very tough race. And then fifth position, 2 laps adrift for Harry Everts, having to learn on the job. So Minimoto Pro gave us plenty to get excited about. There's more on the way because it's Mini GP 110 time along with the Ovali 110 Cup for their second race of the weekend. So the revs rise and the riders in Mini GP 110 and the Ovali 110 Cup head out onto the course once again. Now this is going to be a real shake-up of the grid this time, as the contenders are going to give us a lot of excitement. And of course, Austin Dilks is going to jump straight off his Minimoto and jump straight to the bike at the back of the field in the Ovali 110 Cup. So going straight from race victory into another race. Goodness me, Austin Dilks is burning the candle at both ends. But let's see what kind of race he can give us this time. So pole position will go the way of Leon Simpson alongside Dylan Cook. Ella Mosgrove, another talented female rider. Third position on the grid for her this time with Cody Brennan in P4. As we get ourselves ready for the Great Motorcycle Giveaway, BMB 110 and Ovale Cup. Caden Herring will be fifth on the grid and Samuel Whittaker will join Brennan and Herring on the second row. JJ Magister, William Dickinson and Carter Spinks will be on row 3. Cian Daly, Jasper O'Neill-White and Rex Armand will be the next ones in. Then it'll be Matthew Jennings, Thomas Med and CJ Maguire, followed by Dan Tanton, Oscar McAllister and Austin Dilks. 18 riders and a very exciting race in prospect. So as the competitors get themselves into a cool, calm position on the front of the grid, Leon Simpson is going to be the man to watch from pole position. They can get to the grid in any order they choose, as long as they line up in the correct order. All is fine and to the good. But this will be a tough race. There's no two ways about it. The grid is very different to what we saw earlier on. And Leon Simpson pretty much had things his own way initially, but there's a lot of riders that could certainly make a play for it. Don't forget, JJ Manchester was very strong in the early phase of the race earlier on. Dylan Cook got himself into a high-powered position. Cody Brennan and Carter Spinks are both fresh off the back of a winner piece in Junior SM90, so there's a lot of opportunity there to ride the crest of that confidence. And Ella Mosgrove being right up in third position. A great chance for her. What can she do from the front row of the starting grid? 2025 appears to be the year that all the girls emerge in British minibikes, and I hope long may it continue. As the clear the grid message has been given, the green flag is at the back. And now we're going to see who gets to the first corner first. Will it be Simpson, Cook or Mosgrove? Let's find out. Good start from Cook. Looks like a really good start from Cook. He might get to the first corner ahead of Leon Simpson, but Simpson sweeps in around the outside, finishes that one off. So Simpson is the leader. Second place for Cody Brennan, I think, who has managed to make his way charged forward. So a good run certainly from Cody Brennan as he comes off the turn now. On the 13 bike, it's Dylan Cook, so it is Cook in second position. I thought as much, but Leon Simpson... Oh, wait a minute. Where is Leon Simpson? That's not his bike, is it? So that looks to me like it's Cody Brennan's bike. So Brennan is actually the race leader. Leon Simpson is absent from the front of the grid. He must be saving himself for one of the later races, because you do not throw away a pole position just casually like that. So an opportunity then for Cody Brennan to go and take another victory, having had the frustration of retiring in his Junior SM90 race 2 races ago. Now he can get it done in the category here in the MiniGP 110, an Ovale 110 Cup race. Dylan Cook is, of course, racing on the 110 MiniGP bike. But the Ovale 110 rider is Cody Brennan, along with Ella Mosgrove. So how is that currently looking? Because Ella Mosgrove was a really relatively good starter initially. I think she's lost a place or two, but as they come across the line, it is going to be Cody Brennan who leads the race here from Dylan Cook. So Cody Brennan trying to charge his way further forward. Hang on a minute. The bike that is in front. No, that is Leon. Well, Leon Simpson is showing us not coming through, and nor is JJ Manchester. So that's why we got confused on the timing screen. But no, that is Leon Simpson. I thought it was. I didn't think it was an error of judgment there, but the timing screen was trying to tell me I was wrong. But no, Leon Simpson is the race leader. Because the 85 is definitely the bike that's out in front from pole position. Then it's Cook, then it's Brennan, and then it's Caden Herring. So Ella Mosgrove finds herself currently a long way down the field. She had a terrible start, all the way down in 14th, I do believe. So not a great launch for Ella Mosgrove, and that's a real confidence shaker, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we've got an issue for one of the riders who's in 5th position. That transponder is not coming through correctly. So I'd suspect then that we've got a real shuffle of the deck that's needed there on that particular one. We'll try and update that as soon as humanly possible. But the race leader is definitely and most certainly Leon Simpson. There is JJ Manchester, so he's in the race as well, albeit like Leon Simpson, he's not transponding in the correct order. So that's going to be a bit of a confusing one, but there is the battle for supremacy. 13. Trying to work the way further forward. That is Dylan Cook in second place in front of Cody Brennan. So that is where we currently see things at the moment. An interesting charge forward as Cook leads the way behind our race leader, Leon Simpson. So Leon Simpson doing a great job here in front of Dylan Cook, Cody Brennan. Then it is Caden Herring ahead of Sam Whitaker, Seth Hayward, Cian Daly, William Dickinson, Carter Spinks and Jasper O'Neill-White. There's the leader, Leon Simpson. In the background, here comes the challenge behind. That is Cody Brennan giving chase to Dylan Cook. And Dylan Cook being a little bit too overly... just dialing in the bike a little bit too unevenly there through the S's. When you're using a little bit too much steering, you want a straighter trajectory through that part of the course as humanly possible, really, because it saves you a lot of time in the long run. There's Caden Herring trying to go round the outside. So really interesting challenge for them. That is the 95 Caden Herring, who seems to have got ahead of Cody Brennan, by the way. So he's got through. Cody Brennan is there just knocking on the door. And so they continue to make a great race of it at the moment. But out in front, it's still Simpson, then Cook, then Herring. Then the number 10 bike is the man behind. That's Sam Whitaker. And then it is Seth Hayward in front of Cody Brennan, is it? Well, Cody Brennan isn't transponding anymore. So I wonder if Brennan's got a problem somewhere. We certainly didn't see anything, or I didn't see anything, but... well, this is going to be one of those races, I'm afraid to say, where we don't have a clear picture on everything, so we're going to have to pick it out from a distance ourselves. We know that Leon Simpson is leading, we know that Dylan Cook is second, and we know that Caden Herring is locked in this fantastic battle now with the 10 of Sam Whitaker. Whitaker wants to get the move on the inside line, not going to get there through to the chicane, no chance at all of that. Caden Herring is all over Dylan Cook like a bad habit. So Dylan Cook working his magic out of the hairpin, trying to find even more speed. And over the shoulder goes Dylan Cook to have a look. That is not what you want to be doing as a rider. Don't be intimidated, be motivated. Just get away from the rider who's chasing you down. Once you start looking over your shoulder, they know you're vulnerable. So Dylan Cook trying to control the pace. At least he's starting to get back away again. Whitaker still riding a great little duel here in 4th position. But Leon Simpson is still out in front of the pack, although he's not transponding. So Dylan Cook is showing up as the race leader, although he's actually in 2nd place, ahead of Caden Herring. But for how much longer? Because Caden Herring's got a magnificent run off turn 1 up towards the 2nd turn. Oh, Caden Herring putting in a big amount of pressure here to Dylan Cook. So Cook is running a fairly solid race, but he's riding a defensive race at this moment in time. So Caden Herring trying his best to get an undercut manoeuvre through one of these corners. And Caden Herring holding it. There's Leon Simpson, the race leader. Not showing on the transponders, but he is the race leader at the moment. So Cook, Herring and Whitaker still very close and even behind for 2nd place. Through to the hairpin. Caden Herring still hungry for success here on Dylan Cook to try and get into 2nd position. Cook again looks over his shoulder. You don't want to do that too often. You're letting the rider behind know that I am worried, I am scared, and you're in my headspace. So up to the hairpin. Herring looking for his chance to get into 2nd. Looks one way, looks the other. Great chance as well for Samuel Whitaker. He's got an opportunity to move his way forward. Good comeback recovery for Ella Mosgrove at the moment. She's up to 10th again. So Ella Mosgrove has definitely made her way past several riders to try and get herself back onto what was, of course, the front row. Initially starting 3rd, has suddenly slid all the way down. Right, there you go. There's the correction then for Leon Simpson. JJ Magister is finally transponding, although he hasn't been able to get his lap back yet. So Simpson in the lead, Cook in 2nd, 3rd is Caden Herring, 4th is Whitaker. It won't be long before JJ Manchester is put back where he's supposed to be in the field. But Cody Brennan, I'm afraid to say, is down at the back, having only completed the first 2 laps. So I don't think he's actually transponding anymore. He's out of it. That's a real shame for Cody Brennan. Caden Herring still going well here in 3rd position. Hustling Dylan Cook, hoping for an overtaking move. Got to stay hungry in this game. You never know when it's going to appear. Round off the turn again. Caden Herring fancying his chances on the inside line. That's protected well by Dylan Cook, so a little bit more throttle application needed for Caden Herring around the far side. But he's opened the door, and that's enough for Sam Whitaker. Sam Whitaker storms in instead. Well, if you're not going to give the open door policy, I'm going to walk through it. And that's given Sam Whittaker a whole burst of confidence. Now he's going after Dylan Cook. Yellow flags waving in the background. Somebody's gone down. So I'm not entirely sure who that is. And we're going to find out, though, because that was a very uncomfortable one by the look of it. But certainly we're going to see one rider retire from the race here. And that's a very unfortunate incident that might end up causing a stoppage. We'll try and double check to see who it is that hasn't come through, but certainly one of the riders in that whole collection, that whole gaggle of riders, no longer participating anymore. I wonder if that's JJ Manchester, actually. Might have been JJ Manchester that came off the bike there. Ironic that he's the one with transponder issues, but I think he may have fallen as well. So a big issue for a couple of the riders in the field, certainly two of the big names, JJ Manchester and Cody Brennan. Now showing up as down at the very back as Leon Simpson is just taking this race in his stride. Look at his stance. That's not a man in trouble, is it? That's a man absolutely in control. So smooth, so fluid. Everything about motorcycle racing is about confidence. You've got to know the bike inside and out. You've got to be able to throw it on any racetrack and know that it will give you what you ask of it. Right, here's Sam Whittaker going after Dylan Cook. The battle for second place still raging. And watch out for Caden Herring in fourth place. He wants to get his chance of P2 back again. And he's launching after Sam Whittaker through turn one, flat on the throttle. Leon Simpson on the final lap. He climbs the crest. He's got 6 seconds over that duel for second place. So for the moment, Leon Simpson is looking calm and comfortable. But what about the trio behind? Cook, Whittaker and Herring are definitely giving us a real race of it. As we go down to the back straight, Leon Simpson looks comfortable in the lead. But look back and we'll see three riders absolutely duking it out. Here we go, Dylan Cook, Sam Whittaker and Caden Herring. Herring looks strong. Can't quite use the flat-out trajectory through to the S's, but he might dive in last minute, or he thinks better of it. So Caden Herring wants a bid here into the tight hairpin after the long flowing one. Cook's still looking over his shoulder. Sam Whittaker might be able to do something here. Into that final long flowing hairpin turn at the bottom of the circuit. Tighten up for the next one. It's not close enough. I'm afraid it's just going to be a little bit short. But the race is going to be taken in fantastic fashion by Leon Simpson. He will cross the line to take the checkered flag. Excellent display from Leon Simpson. In fact, he's already done it. Second place for Dylan Cook. Third for Sam Whittaker. Fourth for Caden Herring. Immaculate. No need to break a sweat for Leon Simpson. That was a race well taken and well won. Fantastic stuff. And a very strong effort there from Leon Simpson. Looked absolutely composed all the way throughout. What a great recovery ride, by the way, as well for Ella Mosgrove. Having started third, dropped all the way back to 14th. She finishes at the flag, just one place behind Kian Daly in P7. Great effort from Ella Mosgrove. That's a fantastic recovery. And yet another fast female in motorcycle racing in Great Britain. Get used to it. So a fantastic end to the race then for Leon Simpson. The win never looked in doubt at any stage. And a fantastic result for him, with Dylan Cook managing to sweep across ahead of Whittaker and Herring to claim that second place. Plenty of reasons to get excited about their final race later in the day as well. But in the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race, Leon Simpson absolutely euphoric in front, leading the way 5 seconds clear of Dylan Cook, with Sam Whittaker and Caden Herring waiting in the wings. Seth Hayward in 5th place in front of Kian Daly. Ella Mosgrove, though, what a comeback ride. 7th place after dropping as low as 14th. She can be happy with that. Carter Spinks in 8th, ahead of William Dickinson and Thomas Med. Then Matthew Jennings, Rex Armand, Dan Tanton and CJ Maguire in front of Oscar McAllister and Austin Dilks. And then the final riders home. Jasper O'Neill-White was the last man home, although I'm not sure he completed the full distance. He was 2 laps adrift, only completing 6 of the 8. And we know that JJ Manchester and Cody Brennan didn't finish. Next up, it is the Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160s.
Is this muted at the moment? Does it come on muted or?
And so the riders venture out once again then for the next category, which is the Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160s. You're going to see some fantastic competitors in this field. These are the real personalities of the paddock who have been living and breathing bikes for so many competitive seasons now. And the Minibike Veterans have given us so much joy and excitement. Pole position this time goes the way of Jack Bednarak, having not set a time in the first session and having to charge his way from the back. Now you're going to get to see the Jack Bednarak we all know and love. Can anybody beat him in a straight fight? Well, that is the question, isn't it? Tim Patterson, Sam Morrison, the two men that join him on the front row have the best chance to go after him. But then Jamie King, Jake Whittaker and James Mostiker are going to be on the second row of the grid as well. Then we've got Aaron Parker, Chris Wells and Dave Cook. Two men who coloured themselves in a lot of glory in the last race. Ryan Esmond, Mike Carr and Ben Johnson on row 4. Then Dean Bednarek, Lee West and Jordan Grant. Joshua McKay, Ben Nixon and Jamie Bunclark. Jamie Smith, Nicky Margetson and Connor Smith. And then Barry Lindley, Dan Baker and Adam Harris. Michael Judkins, Matthew Lindley and Barry Clark. And then the final row of the grid, we'll see Pete Johnson and Reese Morgan. 29 riders. It's going to be a really exciting challenge. As Brian Hamilton points out on the YouTube stream, Teeside is a brilliant track. And it really is good to see the young generation moving up the ranks. Fortunately for us, the younger generation are taking a quick breather so we can get our act back together again with them very shortly indeed. Hello to everybody who is watching around the world, wherever you're watching from. Not just fans in Britain of these mini bikes. I know there's so many great people around the world who keep up with our sport and are looking for the next big sensation in the world of motorcycle racing. So you never know where they're going to come from. And certainly a great opportunity here to watch it play out in fine style. The riders are in position and we're ready to go to battle. So really exciting situation for the contenders. But it's going to be an exciting one off the start. We watch for the lights and we're charging to turn 1. Jack Bednarak on the far side looking for the lead into turn 1. And I don't think he's going to have to break a sweat to get there. Jamie King is making a good launch. He's got up into third position, I believe. So Jamie King following in behind Bednarak and Patterson. Morrison not getting the best of starts. So now it's time for the battle to rage on as Tim Patterson charges forward to try and go after Jack Bednarak. Watch this. It's going to be a great duel between these two. Bednarak enjoying himself in the lead on the number 91. Tim Patterson regularly runs as 13, but he's got 3 digits on the bike this time. There's not a lot of strictness about the numbers in British mini bikes. I've always felt personally perhaps there should be, just to make my job a little bit easier, but the riders are happy with it and so are everybody else, so it will remain as it is for the moment. Although that looks like Sam Morrison, who's actually got ahead of Tim Patterson off the initial launch. And that's definitely Jamie King in third position, trying to get up the position, so this might not be quite as clear-cut as anyone would have hoped. Certainly for the leader, though, Jack Bednarak, that is looking pretty clear-cut. Got into the lead and has already pulled out about 15 bike lengths. So I wouldn't worry too much about Jack Bednarak's victory going a burden if you're a Jack Bednarak fan. 7 laps to go as he comes across the line. So no worries at all for Bednarak. And it is Sam Morrison who has got into second position ahead of Jamie King. So a terrific start from Morrison then, who shared the front row of the grid with the others. But Tim Patterson appears to have dropped back to 5th place behind James Mostiker, but is still ahead of Dave Cook, then Aaron Parker, Ryan Esmond, Ben Johnson and Chris Wells. Here is the duel. Jamie King going up the crest to challenge after Sam Morrison along the back straight. And now we're going to get to see what kind of pace Jamie King has actually got in this bike. Is there something he can use to his effect? Oh, he's got ahead. There's the answer. Jamie King has got ahead of Sam Morrison. Now, it looks to me as though he did that coming off the turn. So Sam Morrison is now down to third position, and Jamie King says, thanks very much. I'll go and see if I can get after Jack now. Good effort here so far from Jamie King. Around the far side, but he's not 1.2 seconds ahead of James Mostiger anymore. He's a few tenths of a second ahead of Sam Morrison. Mostiger still in fourth position, by the way, in front of Patterson. Then Dave Cook, Parker, Esmond, Ben Johnson, Chris Wells, Mike Carr. Dean Bednarak is doing a fair job in 12th, and then West, Grant, Margetson, Whitaker, and Ben Nixon. Jamie King doing a great job in second place. This is exactly what he wanted from the start of this one. He wanted to be right up there at the sharp end, battling away with the contenders, and he looks really fast here, looks quite strong. So expect more good actions to come in this race. Certainly, if your name is Jamie King, you don't want to be taking anything too much to chance. So I would say that this is exactly where he wants to position himself, exactly where he needs to be. And this is going full guns blazing, isn't it? Wonderful stuff. But up in front, no need to break a sweat either for Jack Bednarak, as Jack Bednarak is looking so strong at the moment. Running a very steady and tidy race up in the front end of the field. Right, we've got another battle developing here. This is for fourth place. This is James Mostiger and Tim Patterson. Really good race between these competitors. And I think it's going to be absolutely sensational to see how it all continues to play out. We've got ourselves a really exciting challenge now as the competitors move their way further forward round the course. Patterson into the S's, right, left, kick out through the right and then back in through the flat out left-hander. There's so much elevation change here, but there's also so much direction change. It is a really tricky one. And a bit of a run wide, that could be enough. Is that going to be fair for Patterson to go through? It is indeed. Mostiger got it wrong on the exit of the hairpin, and that'll be enough for Patterson to sweep through. You've got to be careful. Those opportunities will be taken away from you with the slightest error in judgment. These riders do like to snatch it away, especially when there's confidence brewing. And there's been confidence brewing in this lad for quite some time this weekend. Tim Patterson may have had a bit of a difficult start to the race earlier on, but there's certainly an immense amount of pride in being able to move his way further forward. So he's managed to get some good stuff working in his favour there. Excellent stuff so far. And a really solid effort from all of the contenders as he continues to make it work to his advantage. But I think you're going to get to see some really exciting challenges now. The competitors will still put on a good effort here. And so, I think you're going to see some more good challenges. Patterson is going to have to do something fairly special here, I would think, to get any more from it. But certainly for the moment, it's all looking fairly decent. So now we get to see if there's going to be any more to come. Off the turn, down the far side of the course. And as they work their way through to the end of the 4 laps to go mark, this is going to be tough for Mostiger to get back in on terms with Patterson. Bednarak is your leader from Jamie King and Sam Morrison, then Patterson and Mostiger. Cook, Parker and Jake Whitaker, who's made up some places. He's now ahead of Chris Wells, Ben Johnson and Mike Carr. So it's been a very successful lap there for Jake Whitaker, who's been able to go up from 11th to 8th in one lap. That doesn't tend to happen too often. Now, Jamie King is, I think he's sort of looking down at the bike as he went through there on the approach to the hairpin, or maybe that's just the way he leans, I'm not sure, but it sort of looked to my eye like he was having a look around as if there's something not quite right with the bike. So through the hairpin, Jamie King just trying to shake away from Sam Morrison. Certainly for the moment it looks okay. And if he was looking, then I don't think it was to see if there was a problem. Certainly Jamie King is just bouncing his bike through these changes in direction. It can be so difficult to get right because there's so many differences and variations in corner. So you've got to make the most of it, and these opportunities don't come every day to get a decent result out of the bag. So I would suspect that this is a really good effort from Jamie King when all the numbers are crunched. To stay clear of Sam Morrison to the tune of 0.8 of a second is not easy when Morrison is a very fired up individual. And he will make mincemeat of you if you give him half a chance. So this is good work from Jamie King. But Jack Bednarak has managed to pull the gap out to 3.8 seconds. That's the kind of pace he has. And Jack Bednarak looking so good out in the lead. Second for Jamie King. Third place for Sam Morrison, then Tim Paterson and James Mostiger. Then Dave Cook, Aaron Parker, Jake Whittaker, Chris Wells and Ben Johnson from Mike Carr, Dean Bednarak, and then it is Lee West and Ben Nixon ahead of Nicky Margetson, Jordan Grant, Jamie Bunclark, Dan Baker, Joshua Kay and Jamie Smith in 20th, just ahead of Michael Judkins. 2 laps to go then. And for the race leader, Jack Bednarak, he does have 0 issues to contend with at the moment. Meanwhile, Jamie King is keeping that gap between himself and Sam Morrison steady at anywhere between 7 and 9 tenths of a second. He's just got so much authority. And again, how you handle the bike does kind of get into the mindset of the rider behind. If they can't stay with you, even for a couple of meters more, and they kind of go to pieces, it can be very enraging and frustrating, I'm sure, for the following rider to hustle the race leader, even when the race leader is trying to lap you to a certain extent. But here comes Jack Bednarak, looking so good as he will enter his final lap of racing next time around. And this has been an absolute masterclass by Jack Bednarak, hasn't it? Doesn't need to show up for qualifying every time. He's still got a bike that's good enough to run in at the sharp end. Anything top 5 would have done, I think, in terms of starting position for Jack Bednarak. But the race leader has kept it nice and tidy. Jack Bednarak ahead of Jamie King and Sam Morrison. Tim Paterson P4, James Mostiger P5. And there's a huge gap back to the riders behind. Dave Cook in 6th place ahead of Aaron Parker, Jake Whittaker, Chris Wells, Ben Johnson, Mike Carr and Dean Bednarak. But there is your man in front, Jack Bednarak, who is on the last lap of the Minibike 160 in Vets. This has been such an emphatic race performance from him. Absolutely deserves this chance to move forward. And so it's going to be a fantastic counter to the victory if he just keeps it together. Still a good run so far then. Jack Bednarak, these last few corners, it all looks good according to the procedure at the moment. But Jack Bednarak, running in good proximity, leads the way. This is still close. It's actually closer than it has been, as Morrison is getting right up tight in behind Jamie King with a few corners to go. Could he snatch second place away in the dying seconds of this race? Morrison's trying to widen trajectory. Jamie King's going to try and hold the inside line. Morrison, oh, he's lost it! Morrison drops it! Oh, Sam Morrison loses the bike in the hairpin right in the middle of the road as Bednarak takes the victory. King is going to take second, undoubtedly. And the rest of the field now has to just avoid Sam Morrison, who gets going again. But there goes the podium. What a shame. Tim Paterson picks up 3rd in front of James Mostiger. And Sam Morrison has to limp home for a very disappointing 8th position. What a shame for Sam Morrison. Just like that, a chance at a 2nd place disappears and becomes an 8th place finish. It's unbelievable how quickly the tide can turn. And it's been a very tricky race battle all the way. But that is not what Sam Morrison wanted. However, for Jack Bednarak up in front, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Good work. Returns to form, runs at the front. And that's exactly what we were hoping for Jack Bednarak, really. 5 seconds clear of Jamie King, who in turn ended up 5.7 clear of Tim Paterson. But what a dramatic race battle it turned out to be. So, for Jack Bednarak, the race was never really in doubt for the race win, but everything else was pretty much up for grabs. And we had to wait till the last lap before it was settled. Jack Bednarak taking the victory. 2nd place for Jamie King, ahead of Tim Paterson in the end. James Mostiger P4, Dave Cook in 5th position, and then Aaron Parker from Jake Whittaker and Sam Morrison, who literally crossed the line 0.003 of a second behind Jake Whittaker as they duelled for the finish line. Chris Wells in ninth ahead of Ben Johnson. Then Mike Carr ahead of Dean Bednarek. Lee West and Ben Nixon from Jordan Grant and Jamie Bunn-Clark. Behind them, we had Nicky Margetson and Joshua Kay, Dan Baker and Jamie Smith, Connor Smith, Michael Judkins, Matthew Lindley, Barry Clark, Barry Lindley and Ryan Esment. The latter two riders, Barry Lindley and Ryan Esment, not actually making the finish of the race, unfortunately. They only completed 5 and 3 laps respectively, but a very tough race battle, that is for sure. Well, a victory for Jack Bednarek after the disappointment of his race 1 earlier on. Now we get to focus on the FIM MiniGP UK 160 class. The road to MotoGP is back out on track next. So, as ever, the premier categories in these race weekends are, of course, the competitions in the Road to MotoGP. The young riders of the future. And I cannot wait to see what this race is going to give us after the slam dunk effect at the end of the last race, when Sebastian Gostovski was able to fend off a fantastic run and snatch the win away from Josh Herring and Max Robinson in the closing seconds of the earlier race. Boy, oh boy, are we going to get to see another great drama played out in this one. Sebastian Gostovski got the pole position for this with a 1:14.982 qualifying lap. Joshua Herring second, Max Robinson third. That's your front row of the grid. Arguably, the 3 top riders in the category are in the top 3 positions of the grid, so it could go anybody's way between them. On the second row, it's Riley Robinson, Leo Soliu and Ollie Everts. And then on the third row, it's going to be Austin Wilton and Charlie Bunn. No time set by Matthew Thomas, but then, of course, earlier on today, Matthew Thomas had a pole position snatched away from him when he lost the bike on the formation lap and slewed into the side of one of his opponents and dropped it on the way to the starting grid. So a very tough situation for all of the contenders as they ran in close proximity. There is Matthew Thomas to the back end of the grid. So let's see what he can do when the pressure's off him this time. The riders are in position, all 9 of them ready for a great race start. Let's see what happens as they charge for turn 1. The FIM MiniGP UK 160 2025 season battle continues. The road to MotoGP here at Teeside for the second race of the weekend. Let's go! Great start from pole position for Sebastian Gostovski, but Josh Herring is going to get alongside him as they run a turn 1, and Josh Herring might be able to get there. No, Gostovski has it from the far side. Max Robinson's going to turn up the wick, though, to try and get in a second position by turn 2. He can't quite commit to the inside line, so he has to bail out of it and let it go to Josh Herring for the time being. Thomas is already on the warpath, I think. So a great start for Gostovski. Herring, Robinson, then it's Riley in 4th position. Riley Robinson running a good race at the moment. But as they run on the first lap, the top 3 are already stretching out clear. Matthew Thomas in 8th position, having already got ahead of Sticky Bunn, Charlie Bunn. So as they run through, it's going to be an interesting one. Down to the hairpin. Gostovski, Herring, and Max Robinson. The top 3 riders just stretching away, but it won't be too long before Matthew Thomas is going, hang on a minute, boys. What about me? I got pole position in race 1, so don't forget about me. I want to get back into this battle. So this could be a 4-man brawl by the time we get to the midway point. Robinson has a look on the inside again. Herring just can't quite find it. So Robinson tries his best there on Herring. The inside line is not open to Robinson's at the moment. So Goslovsky crosses the line to lead at the end of the first lap. Through to the S's. This is a tricky part of the lap, this. You're on the throttle, you're pounding, you're accelerating, and you're still trying to find the knife edge of what the bike can do. Not at all. Through the far part of the apex. Goslovsky, Herring, Max Robinson. Where's Matthew Thomas? He's up to 6th. He's already dealt with Austin Wilton, and he's got past Ollie Evitts. Now he's got to try and take on Leo Soliu and Riley Robinson, charge after the top 3. So Goslovsky going well. Herring is on him. Herring is going to get alongside Goslovsky, and they come to the chicane. Oh, I thought he was going to get level with him enough to make the overtaking move to the inside. But rather tactfully, keeps himself in a good position there to ensure that the angle is a little bit too acute. So Goslovsky, Herring and Robinson. Behind them, we've got Matthew Thomas trying to get himself past Riley Robinson and Leo Soliu as quickly as humanly possible. Max Robinson's got a tighter trajectory to the inside line. But again, Joshua Herring is not going to give him any favours in this race. No chance of a way through. So for the moment at least, Robinson still looking hungry. Josh Herring in second place, wanting to deal with Goslovsky. He doesn't want to be shaking off Max Robinson like a mosquito in an after party in Somerset. He wants to be right up on the sharp end of things to go after the race leader, Sebastian Goslovsky. Come on, let's see what you've got. Up to the S's. Right, left, right. They are getting so much closer to Goslovsky at that point of the course. It's a little bit of a pinch point, and this is where Josh Herring is a lot stronger than Goslovsky. He's only got really one weak spot on the whole course, and it's that trajectory. Look at the difference between them in terms of lap time. There's nothing in it between the top 3. There was only a few hundredths of a second in it. And now the 4th place man is Leo Soliu, I do believe. Or is that Matthew Thomas? Has he got through into 4th place? He has. So Matthew Thomas, I do believe, has worked himself into position. Unless that's Thomas in 5th place. In fact, I think it is Matthew Thomas. That's Leo Soliu who's in 4th position. But Matthew Thomas is still doing a great job in P5. So Soliu is the next man to target for Matthew Thomas in the 47. So it's going to be an interesting one between them as they continue to work together in formation. But Goslovsky leads. Herring second. And it looks like Robinson's got ahead of Herring, actually. We didn't see what happened. We were too busy focusing on Soliu and Thomas. But Robinson's got ahead of Herring. So that battle for second place. Max Robinson's finally found room at the end. Here's a chance for Thomas round the far side of Leo Soliu. No way can he do that round the outside. He can! Oh my word! Matthew Thomas round the outside of Soliu in a turn 2. Nobody's got the audacity to try that overtake. And Matthew Thomas denies it. Absolutely incredible. He made it stick. And now we've got Max Robinson battling Goslovsky for the lead up front. Absolutely incredible. Well, if you'd have asked me going into the weekend, can you do an overtake around the outside at turn 2? I'd have said not in a million months of Sunday. But Matthew Thomas has completely defied the logic there and made it work. Absolutely terrific. Leo Soliu probably can't believe what's happened. Max Robinson all over Goslovsky now. 5 laps to go, including this one, so we're about to have 4. And Robinson is hungry. He gets a chance off the turn. Can't quite get the benefit on the throttle. This is going to be tricky. Very, very tricky indeed. Back on the power. Robinson still hungry for success here. Still looking for his ultimate move on Goslovsky. This is the battle further back as Matthew Thomas, having got ahead of Leo Soliu, now wants to set off after the guys in front. The problem is it's taken him so long to get to that point. He's got to make up 5 seconds in 4 laps. That will not happen. Even Matthew Thomas can't pull that trick. There aren't enough rabbits or hats in the world. Up to the top of the crest. So now he's got to shake off Leo Soliu for the rest of the race. And Soliu's got a good run off the turn. Soliu's going to come back at him. And interestingly, Herring's got back in front of Robinson. They're going to go side by side for 4th place as, around the far side. Thomas checks in. But Soliu has made the job very tricky indeed now for Thomas. He's hunting him down big style. Thomas is still P4. Soliu's still P5. But neither man is prepared to give best to the other. And this could go to the wire. Good recovery for Matthew Thomas under the circumstances, but it was never going to be easy. And so the contenders are having a tough race of it in the hunt for fourth position. 3 laps to go for Gostovski, Herring and Robinson up front. They've reset the positions. We didn't see the move for Robinson to get past Herring, and we didn't see the retaliation move either. But they are back to where they were before. 3 riders separated by 3/10 of a second up front with 3 laps to go. Thomas has dealt with Leo Solia for the time being, and I don't think he has to worry too much about it. So what's happening up front? Gostovski, Herring and Robinson only separated by a few thousandths of a second in the lap times. So now we're going to see some big moves. Here they are. Gostovski side by side nearly with Herring. Herring can't quite commit to the inside of the chicane. Robinson's right there as well. 3 riders absolutely locked together for position. Look at Gostovski's stance. So defensive, but so tactical on throttle application. Robinson could be a little bit hungrier perhaps than Josh Herring. So Robinson through the hairpin. Gets the line to the inside line. Good boy, don't rush it. That could have been a very tricky manoeuvre to get wrong there for Max Robinson. You've got time. You don't have to rush into the first move you see. There's still 2 laps to go, and anything could still unfold here. That's not going to be your only window of opportunity. Through the S's, 2 to go. Herring still trying to shake off Robinson. Gostovski on a qualifying lap, trying to move away. But they're so evenly paced in Mini GP UK 160 in the top 3. Josh Herring with a wider read. That can help him going up to the crest. This is where Gostovski's weakest. He'll get the run up the turn. Robinson will go with Herring. Very close indeed between the 3 riders, but Gostovski's going to be safe on this lap, I think. Down to the braking zone again. Herring trying to pick a point in the chicane. Robinson not close enough. This is so tight between the top 3 riders. Nothing in it as they work their way through the S's again and on to that long run to the hairpin. Robinson's got a good run off the turn. Might get a dive into the hairpin, but again, Robinson is wise. He knows that that's too high risk. Bails out of it. Now he can get the flick to the inside line. Oh, not quite there. So now there's going to be 1 more lap, and I think that battle is actually giving Gostovski just that little bit of a breathing space. This could be the win he's been chasing all the way. He goes into the last lap with the lead intact. This is the reverse of where he was last time, because he had Herring and Robinson to try and overtake, which he managed to pull off in the closing lap. It looks like he might be able to leave them to their own devices this time. And ironically enough, it was a back marker in front of them that caused the issue as they close up on Charlie Bunn this time. Is he going to be another thorn in the side this time for Gostovski? Well, Robinson's got a good run off the top of the crest. He might get the chance here on Josh Herring as they go down the back straight. Gostovski's the leader. Robinson attacking as he tries to get level. He can't quite make it. Oh, and that's really caught Max Robinson in a bad place. He catches the back marker at exactly the wrong moment. That's the luck of the draw, I suppose. Josh Herring gets away with it, but he's not close enough to Sebastian Gostovski to really challenge. Well, the battle nowhere near as intense as the earlier race today. It's fizzled out to leave us a bit of an anticlimax, but in terms of the race challenge, these 3 riders are so evenly matched. I cannot wait for their final race later. But Sebastian Gostovski is going to get the job done once again. What an amazing ride. Sebastian Gostovski takes the checkered flag. Excellent. 2nd for Josh Herring. 3rd for Max Robinson. And a fantastic comeback ride for Matthew Thomas in 4th position. Well done, buddy. Fantastic end to the race there. A great ride from the top 5 riders. They all put in a fantastic display. And look at that, from the 2 of them, an air bump. They only just about managed to turn it into a fist bump there, Sebastian Gostovski and Josh Herring. Great to see that sportsmanship is not dead in teen competition. Well done, boys. Good job. So Sebastian Gostovski manages to vanquish Josh Herring and Max Robinson, but not without an amazing fight first. Austin Wilton becomes the last man to cross the line. And that is all she wrote for race 2, round 2 of the FIA Mini GP UK 160s here at Teeside. Excellent. So a victory then for Sebastian Gostovski in front of Josh Herring by 9/10 of a second. Max Robinson held up on the final lap. to no avail. Matthew Thomas in 4th place, Leo Soliu in 5th position, Riley Robinson P6 in front of Ollie Everts and Austin Wilton, with Charlie Bunn being lapped on the final lap, but still bringing it home in a fine position. Fastest lap of the race, Sebastian Goslowski, a 1 minute 15.201. Absolutely flawless. Pole position, fastest lap, led every lap, I do believe, as well, and won the race, despite how close it was. Masterclass for Sebastian Goslowski. The MGP 17 and Super Minis will be up next on the course. Well, let's do it all again, this time for the MGB 17 and Super Minis class that gave us so much drama in the first start. Andrea Tadea getting into the lead off the start. Michael Med snatching it from him midway round the lap and then crashing out on lap 2 on the way into the first chicane. Proper drama. So that gave the lead back to Andrea Tadea, and then Leo Caulfield only went and snatched it a few corners later to give us 3 different race leaders in the space of about 400 yards. An absolutely sensational situation for the contenders in the Super Minis earlier on. It was pretty exciting in the Mini-GP 17s as well, as we saw Tyler Hartley come through for the victory, but a great battle to the last for Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall. They ran the run for 2nd place. There were problems for Travis Shaw, so he couldn't really give us his full burn. Hopefully he'll get the chance to do that in the 2nd race coming up. The 3rd race, actually, of this weekend, because the first one was yesterday and it wasn't televised. The 2nd race was this morning. The 3rd race is, well, in just a few seconds. The front row of the grid is Michael Med, Leo Caulfield and Lawrence Wardle. Andre Tadea is 4th on the grid, alongside Louis Smith and Phil Dickens on row 2. Then Jake Smith and Joe Milnes, along with Alex Clark on row 3. Tyler Hartley, Andrew Jones and Travis Shaw are on row 4. Then George Muscat, Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall. And the final row of the grid should see Liam Whiteley starting alone. Not sure if Ben Simpson will get the chance to start the race. I have a look back and I have to say I can't see him, so I think that would pretty much answer that question. Looks like we've got only 15 riders on the grid rather than 16, so someone else is missing, but the green flag is at the back and we're racing. Good start from the treble 7 of Michael Med, but a better start from Caulfield, who's going to get into the lead first, and he's not the only one to get the jump on Michael Med as they run through to the first corner. Looks like 1 or 2 others may have done so as well, but Caulfield has hit the front. He was the race 1 winner, but he had to fight to get there, and up to 2nd position has come the 66 of Louis Smith. So a great start from Louis Smith. Now running up the crest, he can take on Leo Caulfield. You're going to see some more gutsy rides from these competitors in the Super Minis, because they are the adult category riders and they do not mind going for a fight. They'll be gutsy and determined. If they can go for a move on the inside line, they'll go for it. So Caulfield, Smith, Med, and in 4th position, that looks to me like it might be Wardle. Not a bad start either for Alex Clark, who's worked his way up from 9th on the grid to at least the top 6, if not the top 5. Through the hairpin for the first time, Louis Smith. Still hustling Leo Caulfield. Caulfield got a fairly decent victory in the opening race of our encounter today. But I think he's going to have it hard pushed to beat a hard-charging Michael Med, who admittedly has not had a great start. He can certainly bounce back from that. He's currently in 4th position. So it is Caulfield who leads, Smith in 2nd, Wardle in 3rd, and Michael Med in 4th place. Watch Michael Med transform this into a race win. Look at it. He already makes his spin on the inside of Wardle. Into third position. Can he get it on the exit, though? Because Wardle is going to be back in front of him. No chance. Med has the authority, and he charges into the chicane. That was the kind of stance that tells your opponent, look, I'm going to give you two choices here, mate. You're going to give me the corner, or we're going to have an accident. Which would you prefer? So up to third goes Michael Med in pure intimidation. And now that's Lewis Smith in the lead of the race. Oh, and that's someone off in the barriers. That's the 120. More problems for Ben Simpson then. He manages to get going again, but that's Med in second. Med has got through Caulfield. So Lewis Smith leads the way. Med is in second position. Caulfield and Wardle are now battling away for third position. So Wardle lost out to Med. Then Caulfield lost out to Smith and Med. So Lewis Smith is the new race leader. Michael Med in second position. Caulfield is third. Wardle is in fourth place. A proper shuffle of the decks then in the top four. I don't think any of them are in the same position they were in on the previous lap. So Lewis Smith has now got to try and fend off from Michael Med for the next 6 laps. I don't think he's going to fend off for the next 6 meters. On the inside goes Michael Med, takes the position away. That didn't take long. Lewis Smith has no response yet. Michael Med gets himself back into the lead of the race that he threw away in race 1 today. Race 2 of the weekend, of course. But an excellent run for Michael Med. That did not take long at all. That took 2 laps and 2 corners. So Michael Med has got himself back up to the front again after a difficult start that dropped him down the order to 4th position. But in 2 laps, Michael Med has put himself back into the lead of racing. He just knows this bike so well. There's nothing he doesn't know about it now, I think. And certainly able to get the most out of it when it suits him. If there's any case of a Cinderella fitting a glass slipper better than Michael Med on this particular Super Mini, I don't think there is one. I don't think there's any form of comparison to that. Certainly the way that Michael Med is currently riding it. Not making the same mistakes he made earlier on. Just keeping it nice and tidy. Don't throw the bike in too hard. That's beautifully timed from Michael Med through the S's. Gets exactly what he needs out of the bike without sacrificing the things he doesn't want from it. So excellent work. Lewis Smith, hustled by Caulfield. Up the crest. Through the left, through the right. Even the road out a bit here. And back onto the back straight. This is where you can really start to generate some speed. And you do get some big speed in these bikes on this straight, to be fair. Because then you've got a little bit of a twitch through the chicane. You've got to be careful where you balance it. And then in through the left-hander at the hairpin. Again, this is just all about confidence and faith. You know what the bike can do. You know what the circuit can do. You meld those 2 wafts of knowledge together. And hopefully you come up with the goods. So excellent work so far. Off the turn, Caulfield is not quite able to get back on the pace that he was earlier on with Lewis Smith. Just trying to stay as close to Michael Med as possible. But Michael Med is just disappearing. This is what he's so good at. So Michael Med recovered valiantly to get himself back into the top 6 earlier on after his fall when he was in the lead on lap 2. But now this is the Michael Med that we are a bit more familiar with. The one that's able to control the pace. The one that's able to keep on the straight and narrow and potentially deny his rivals for a championship title. So many different nations compete at this level around the world in these bikes. It's always good to see when the British contingent puts on a great showcase. They're one of the countries that's most developed for mini bike racing. Of course, they are an Italian invention. This is getting very tricky indeed now for Caulfield. And he has got to put himself in the framework of a move on the inside of Lewis Smith. And soon, because right behind him, he's got Lawrence Wardle. And Wardle is the kind of rider who is so good at snatching an open gap if it's offered or snatching an opportunity. And make sure you don't hear about it for another hour at least, because he's getting himself into the nice positions and sorting it all out. In through the hairpin. Good run from Wardle this, as he tries to stay close to the 2 riders up front, Smith and Caulfield, having a duel for 2nd place. But Lawrence Wardle is actually being incredibly calm here in 4th place. Just run your normal race, let the other guys do the hard work. You can pick up the pieces when the time is necessary, in the hope that obviously the race will still be necessary and available for the team to topple. Out through the right-hander. Good generation there. As with 3 laps to go, the 414 of Lawrence Wardle is trying to stamp his authority here to try and work his way forward, even for a lapping a back marker that was a bit brave into the S's. I mean, fair play. I don't think I'd have tried it myself, to be honest with you. That took some stones. That took some courage. And so now it's a case of where's your courage now? Louis Smith battling away with Caulfield, who has got in front of him briefly. Second position being played out here between these two. Oh, and down! Down goes Aardman in third place. Louis Smith unfortunately triggers the move and he drops the bike. He can get it started again, provided that he can actually get the bike moving. He gets off the racing line. Can he restart the bike? Louis Smith trying his best. I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, is it? No, it is going to happen. But any chance of second position is now well and truly dead. So second position now between Leo Caulfield, and Lawrence Wardle. Oh, that gap is 3 seconds. I think Leo Caulfield has bigger fish to fry. I think he's actually facing up to the fact that he might get a crack at Michael Med before the end. There's only a second between them. 2 laps to go. How brave does Caulfield want to be on the brakes? We know that Michael Med is a bit of a brake sensei when it comes to Super Mini racing. But certainly for the moment, Michael Med is showcasing his talents ahead of Leo Caulfield to the tune of a second. Lawrence Wardle, is in P3 ahead of Alex Clark, Joe Milnes and Louis Smith, who has dropped to 6th position. So as they continue their run through, we are just about ready to welcome the end of this particular race. Michael Med goes into the last lap, having stretched a significant advantage more over Leo Caulfield. The gap was only a second. Now it's a second and a half almost. So Michael Med definitely extracting a lot out of this bike in the closing stages. He just knows. Some people are just DNA ridden with the way to race a certain machine, and Michael Med certainly knows all the ins and outs, all the little foibles, all the little headaches of a Super Mini. And Michael Med, absolutely the man designed to win this race. From pole position, even though he got the start wrong, he's Michael Med. He knows the bike so well. He knows this circuit so well now, of course, having had fantastic times here in the past. But let's be honest, this race has not been in doubt for Michael Med since he stormed into the lead on lap 2. Absolutely incredible how he did that too. He was 4th position going in, then 3rd, then 2nd, then 1st. Absolutely extraordinary. I think it was actually lap 3 he took the lead, my apologies. But still, for Michael Med, this has been an absolutely sensational ride, and it more than makes up for dropping it in the earlier race today. Michael Med comes through and takes the checkered flag. Beautiful ride from Michael Med. Well, hang on a minute. It said the last lap came up on the board, but the checkered flag wasn't waved. It certainly said last lap on my timing screen, so the checkered flag was not waved in that one. So, fascinating. Michael Med still going on. My timing screen says that we've still got another 4 laps. Well, that is a really interesting situation to be in. So, I'm not entirely sure what happens now. Michael Med's still going in the lead. Leo Caulfield is 2nd as we watch. That is the 461 in front of us. That is Sid Marshall, who is battling for a podium finish in the MGP 17 category. So that's a tricky situation to find himself in. Well, now the timing screen thinks we've got 12 laps to go. We certainly haven't. Oh, well, never mind. We'll just have to play it out and see what happens. It's round the outside of Sid Marshall. God, dear me, Michael Med clearly throwing caution to the winds, whatever happens, as he comes through for another very risky manoeuvre that he didn't have to partake in, really. Still, they carry on, so we've still got a couple of laps to go then, clearly. Well, that was a very unusual situation, but Michael Med, the timing screen now tells me we've got 3 laps to go, so I'm guessing that is the actual number we have. And now our graphic updates as well. Michael Med is stretching out that gap over Leo Caulfield. Lawrence Wardle in 3rd position. And then Alex Clark, Joe Milnes and Louis Smith. Got a feel for Louis Smith in that race. A real chance to go for P2. Totally eradicated So it was not exactly where he wanted to be in any phase of the situation, really, but Michael Med has made the race his own in fantastic fashion, realistically. Leo Caulfield, P2. Lawrence Wardle, P3. As now we work our way past Annabelle McCarthy. Good run from Annabelle in this particular race, as the 113 is looking good for second place in the NGP 17 category. No major concerns or disappointments coming her way as she just brings it home. Second position in class for her. Another great challenge from another great female rider of the future. 2 to go. Michael Med going through. Clearly his run to the victory, that was just a dress rehearsal earlier on. Now he'll get to do the job he really wanted to do. And so Michael Med comes through the hairpin, up to the crest. A very good effort from Michael Med. Through to the S's again, climbing up the hill. That's where you really get a massive benefit, making sure that the gearing is such that the bike is going to be strong enough to make that work. So it's always going to be a tricky situation to balance with. That's when you spend a lot of your time on the Friday testing, the Saturday practice, trying to nail that one. As up the inside of one of the MGP 17 riders, that is Phil Dickens, I think, that he's been able to work his way past for the second time. Oh no, my apologies. Phil Dickens has retired from the race, as has Jake Smith. So that must have been Liam Whiteley. So Michael Med just emphatically clear of the rest. How about this, though? Michael Med is 2.6 clear of Leo Caulfield, who is 5.2 ahead of Lawrence Wardle, who is now 25 seconds clear of Alex Clark. The top 3 riders in this field, an absolute class above the rest. As Louis Smith tries to break into the top 5 in the closing stages, Louis Smith is only about 0.3 of a second back from Joe Milnes, who in turn is only 0.3 of a second back from Alex Clark. So that could be an interesting final lap battle once the top 3 have cleared. But certainly, if your name is Michael Med, you are having a wonderful time. If your name is Leo Caulfield, it's back to reality. He took a fantastic victory in the earlier race today. In race 3, I'm afraid it's Michael Med's race to lose. And Leo Caulfield, as well as the rest of his opponents, are well aware of that fact. Michael Med can take his time here. He's built up 2.5 seconds. Well, it looks like he's not going to find it easy getting through the traffic on this last lap. But Michael Med can take it easy. Don't rush this. That is Ben Simpson, I believe, in front of him. It is indeed. He finally zooms his way past. So Michael Med doesn't have to panic there. Just gives himself a bit of a breathing space moment and gets through to put a lap on Ben Simpson. So they've now lapped everybody up to the leader in MGP 17. Tyler Hartley, the number 10, who's going to get one more lap to go. So it'll be a victory lap for him. Unless Michael Med gets past him before the line, it's going to be tight. Well, I think he just about got there. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. So Hartley is going to go around for another lap, but it guarantees him the victory in the MGP 17 class. So Med beats Caulfield and Wardle. And Louis Smith's got into 4th position. We didn't see exactly there with Louis Smith, but he's managed to work his way ahead of Alex Clark and Joe Milnes. So on that last lap, he's turned 6th position into 4th place. So a good recovery ride there from Louis Smith. There he is coming through. He may have fallen in the battle for 2nd place, but fighting back to 4th position, that will have to do, as Clark and Milnes get their fastest laps on the final lap, respectively. And the last rider who is going to come home is going to be the winner in MGP 17, Tyler Hartley. Excellent effort then from Michael Med. Good performance from him then. Back to basics as far as he is concerned. He manages to convert a race pole position into a difficult start, but then it became a race win fairly quickly. Leo Caulfield 2 seconds back. Lawrence Wardle in 3rd. From Louis Smith, who could have fought for that 2nd place, but a fall dropped him back. He recovered to 4th ahead of Alex Clark and Joe Milnes. Then Tyler Hartley, the winner in the MGP 17 class, ahead of Ben Simpson. Annabelle McCarthy and Sid Marshall are 2nd and 3rd in class again. Then Liam Whiteley ahead of the retirements, Jake Smith and Phil Dickens. Good effort then in Super Mini and MGP 17. We get to watch the BMB 160/50 category next. It'll be an interesting one to see who goes for the victory on this particular occasion. Got a lot of great riders, as Sebastian Gosnowski will once again take on Kai Golder. So in we go then for Mini GP 160/50. Earlier on, the race was a bit of a cracker, if we're honest. Kai Golder, Max Robinson and Bradley Curtis all tried to take on Sebastian Goslovski, and it was an absolute classic. Now we're going in for the second race of the weekend in the BMB 160/50 category. And is anyone going to be able to take on Sebastian Goslovski at the pinnacle of his game in this particular category? He looks so strong when he's got the confidence sky high. But in qualifying, it could be a suggestion that it's going to be one of three men to get the job done here. Sebastian Goslovski got a 1:13.412. Kai Golder got a 1:13.430. So he was only 18 thousandths of a second slower than Goslovski in qualifying. And then another 10th back is Bradley Curtis. So all three of them look particularly quick around here. And in terms of race pace, they've all showcased a lot of talent. So this could go anybody's way in the BMB 160 Cup. Brought to you by EA Services. So it's going to be an interesting one for all of the contenders here. The temperatures have gone up to about 15 degrees Celsius now. It's beautiful what happens when the clouds clear. And the humidity has dropped big style. It was a little bit high pressure this morning, around the 85% mark. Thanks to those clouds clearing, the humidity's dropped right down to a much more manageable 58%. So the riders are now going to charge their way to the first corner. To the far left of your screen, Sebastian Goslovski on the front row of the grid with Kai Golder and Bradley Curtis. Row 2 is Max Robinson, Leo Soliu and Riley Robinson. Row 3, Leon Simpson, Riley Paisley and Caelan Ratcliffe. Then Davies, Mosgrove and Pereira. Johnson, Perkins and Thomas. And it'll be an interesting battle as the 14 riders lining up are going to be charging their way to the front end. Let's see how it all plays out. The green flag is raised at the back end of the field. Let's see who's going to get to the first corner first. So let's see. We are going to be racing to the first turn. Rives rising. Let's do it. Excellent charge forward as up to the first corner. It is going to be a big run to the turn. Kai Golder's going to get there first, though. Great start from Kai Golder. Side by side with Sebastian Goslovski. It's an interesting challenge for all of the contenders as they work their way through on the far side. But an excellent run for Kai Golder. Goslovski's already trying to get past him. A really exciting situation for the contenders. But it will be a tough race battle. And an interesting run for all of the contenders as they move forward. So now let's see how far ahead can this battle stretch. Because we've got 3 or 4 riders in with only a few seconds of each other, or a few tenths of a second, I should say, in terms of time qualifying. But now that Kai Golder's got the jump. Oh no, that's Goslovski in front. I've done it again. I was looking at the timing screen at exactly the wrong moment. And Goslovski's got ahead of Kai Golder. And look at him, way he's stretching away from him. I think Kai Golder actually got a little unsettled on that lap. Now he's got to try and get himself back into position again. So it could be an interesting one for all of the chasers of Sebastian Goslovski, that is for sure. But look at the battle for third position. Bradley Curtis wants his move on Max Robinson. And he wants it now. He's not prepared to wait. So it could be an interesting one as Robinson tries to shake off Bradley Curtis. And I'll tell you where Goslovski got the move. He got it on the back straight, approaching the run to the chicane. So it was a bit of an interesting one for them all, but Goslovski had it nailed pretty early on in the turn. So that's why it kind of happened. Essentially, it happened a long way after the turn. But after the chicane section, they came off the corner. And a very slow in, fast out approach from Goslovski. And the overtaking move happened in the trees where it was out of sight of the cameras. So it was kind of hidden and veiled by the way that it all played out. So Goslovski had already got the move done then on Kai Golder. That's why we didn't really see it. But it happened just outside the camera line. So Goslovski leads Golder, Robinson, Curtis, Riley Paisley and Riley Robinson, then Leon Simpson, Leo Soliu, Taylor Davies and Emilio Pereira. That's Curtis now in front of Robinson, so he's worked his magic to get into third place. Excellent ride from Bradley Curtis so far. This is exactly the kind of ride he needs to continue riding that crest of confidence. So Curtis in fine spirits, I'm sure, after that one. And again, it was one of those moves that was essentially lit up earlier on in the lap. That dive into the first corner, a dive into turn 2 actually, to get the move done there by Bradley Curtis on the previous lap. Again, I was so busy studying the timing screen and the sector times, I kind of missed that one. I do apologise. But Bradley Curtis now in third place, 4/10 of a second clear of Robinson. Here coming towards us, we've still got a good battle cooking up. This is Riley Robinson, Leo Soliu and Leon Simpson having a terrific duel, and they're not that far ahead of Taylor Davies. And now it's Caelan Ratcliffe who's got ahead of Perkins, and Emilio Pereira down to 12th place ahead of Max Johnson and Ella Mosgrove. Just 14 riders in this one. Looks like Matthew Thomas, Charlie Bunn and Frankie Watson have all decided this isn't a race for them. In through the hairpin. Good ride so far in this middle gaggle of middle gaggle of bikes, I should say. I do apologise. Run through to the S's again, and there's a slow rider. Now, who's that's dropped back? It's Kai Golder! Kai Golder is limping! Kai Golder from second position. Kai Golder is limping and he's going to crawl back to the pits. Kai Golder is out of it. That is disastrous for Kai Golder. He was in the fight for the victory. And now he's all done and dusted. So Gosnowski is your leader. But Kai Golder, the former race leader, is out. He's got a technical problem of some kind. And so Kai Golder limps across the line. He's out. What a shame. And I'm afraid there is not going to be a victory in race 2 of the weekend then for Kai Golder. Certainly not what he was hoping for. And with 5 laps to go, Sebastian Gosnowski has got this race on a silver platter. Curtis now second, Robinson now third, ahead of Riley Paisley and Riley Robinson. Leo Soliu in 6th position. Those are the 3 riders we're looking at. Paisley's going to try and shake off Riley Robinson. But this is a great little ride here from Riley Paisley in 4th position. Looks good for the moment. But Leo Soliu has potential there in P6. That bike still has plenty of get up and go. I'm afraid Kai Golder's bike has got up and gone. It's retreated back to the pits with a retirement. So Kai Golder now well and truly in Game Oversville. Meanwhile, the battle still raging for 4th position. There is the 53 bike. That is Riley Robinson. What a twitch on the way up the hill. He was lucky to get that bike stopped. But look, he's turning that into a charge after Paisley. So there's a lot of erraticism, but I tell you what, it's very aggressive and it could just work. Up the top of the crest, down the back straight. And Riley Robinson is turning this controlled fury into a little bit of a magnificent run. Close up behind Riley Paisley. He might be able to get a move or two here. Not close enough to throw it on the inside. There might be a chance coming as well from Leo Soliu. Watch out for him as he gets through. Going a long trajectory through the hairpin. But that could actually benefit him because a slightly wider berth can give you a tiny bit more speed. He hasn't quite been able to switch it up on the exit though. That's what he was hoping for. But it just hasn't worked out in his favour. He hasn't quite got what he needed out of that. So the contenders still going strong. 3 laps to go. Gosnowski, 7 seconds clear of Bradley Curtis and Max Robinson, who are still duelling over that 2nd place, by the way. Meanwhile, bit of a run ride from Riley Robinson. Is that enough? No, it's not. Leo Soliu can't quite get close enough to get into P5 there. So it's going to be a tricky trajectory for Leo Soliu. He'll come off the crest. He's going to get a much better run off the turn. And surely Riley Robinson won't have any response to that. We look up above us, and they are side by side. We'll figure out how it goes in a moment because Bradley Curtis is in that duel for 2nd place with Max Robinson. Worth keeping an eye on these two. They've only got 3 laps to go, and Robinson looks like he's been saving his best for the closing stages of this race. Through the chicane. Keep the mix and flow together nicely. Robinson still pushing Bradley Curtis. 2 to go. In through the right, left. And this is where flat through turn 1. That is such a satisfying moment, I'm sure, as you're on the bike, as you dip down through a very tricky corner. You've got to have so much patience around this lap. was talking to a few riders in various different contexts who have ridden a mini bike and ridden a motorcycle around Teeside in preparation for this, and they say it's a bit like a British Bathurst if you're a motorcycle rider. Really exciting duel for the contenders as they work their way through the S's. Up to the hairpin. And still no dice for Max Robinson. He can't find a way through on Bradley Curtis at this phase. So it's going to be an interesting one. Down the back straight. Robinson's closer to Bradley Curtis than he has been, though. This could be a chance. Looking to try and move his way further forward. Robinson has really been saving this up. If he can make one final push to get in on Bradley Curtis, this is the chance to do it, Max. No second chances as Sebastian Gosnowski has already gone through to the S's at the beginning of the final lap. Here we go. Max Robinson versus Bradley Curtis. Second position on the line. Left, right, left. Down the crest. Up towards the long flowing hairpin on the right-hander. This could be an interesting one for Max Robinson, chasing after Bradley Curtis. Up to that first turn. In through the top of the crest of the chicane. Off the right-hander. And then back down the back straight once again. This is going to be a tricky one, but there is the leader who's not had it tricky since he can't even remember when. Sebastian Gosnowski. Excellent ride. No question about it. In Mini GP, in the BMB, he is absolutely on it. Doesn't look as balanced as it should be there. He almost came off the bike in the hairpin. So Sebastian Gosnowski not looking particularly settled, but he will get it to the finish regardless, as Sebastian Gosnowski comes through to take a flawless victory. Great run from Sebastian Gosnowski. He really is making Teeside his backyard. Absolutely brilliant. It's going to be Bradley Curtis who comes through in second position in the end. Kai Golder got the bike started, but he can only finish it in last, I'm afraid. Curtis and Robinson, second and third, nothing in it, 0.2 of a second, the gap. And we can see in the distance, Paisley is still dueling away with Leo Soliu, but look at Sebastian Gosnowski. He's just flawless. If you can name one rider here this weekend who is the king of Teeside, it's got to be Gosnowski, hasn't it? He's even got time for a cheeky wave to us as he passes on the slowing down lap. What a great run for Sebastian Gosnowski. Such an exceptional, revolutionary young talent. I think you've really got to go back to the likes of Casey O'Gorman for someone who's been so emphatically impressive across multiple classes in one weekend. So that bodes well for Sebastian Gosnowski's future in motorcycle racing, doesn't it? Excellent stuff. A flawless ride for Sebastian Gosnowski. He takes the victory, and rightly so. It never looked in doubt. And he finishes 10.5 seconds clear of the next man in. So, Sebastian Gosnowski, no worries at all for him. He takes the win. 10.7 clear of Bradley Curtis, who only just pipped Max Robinson to second place. Riley Paisley in fourth position, just a whisker ahead of Leo Soliu as they come fourth and fifth. Then Riley Robinson ahead of Leon Simpson, Taylor Davies, Josh Perkins and Caelan Ratcliffe. Emilio Pereira 11th in front of Max Johnson. Ella Mosgrove is 13th. Kai Golder, rather sadly, finished the race, albeit a lap adrift after technical problems. It could have been a win. So very disappointing indeed for Kai Golder, not for Sebastian Gosnowski. It's business as usual for him, as we now get ourselves ready for the Minibike 140s. They will come out onto the circuit next up here at Teeside Autodrome. What a great performance it's been so far. And there's still a whole host of races to come. So we're going to get to see some really exciting and really emphatic rides from Mini GP 160/50, the Minibike 140s, and the FIA Mini GP UK 190s and BMB 190s before we go for our third and final rotation of the day. One done, another one begins. That's the way it flows in British Minibikes. Straight into the action for Minibike 140s then. And it is going to be race 2 of their weekend. The battle really is getting very fast indeed across the course. And I'm delighted to say that the organisation here in British Minibikes is actually picking up from the 10-minute delay that we had earlier on. I think we're pretty much back into the way things were. Interestingly enough, the previous race, we saw Kai Golder actually having to report into the pits with a technical flag. That's what it was. So there was clearly an issue with the bike. He had to come into the pits and report for a technical flag. And then he went out again, but obviously he'd lost a lap by that point. So I suppose in futile fashion, he clearly decided, well, I don't care. I'm going to finish the race anyway and show everybody how fast I would have gone. And in fact, his fastest lap was a 1:15.1. Which is disappointing because the fastest lap of Sebastian Kozlowski was a 1:13.5. So whatever the technical flag was for, it was clearly going to cost him the race in some regard anyway. So difficult really to see how it could have gone worse for Kai Golder. Meanwhile, in Minibike 140, we've got Chris Wells, Arnie Carr and Aaron Robinson on the front row of the grid. Then Stuart Hardman, Jack Bednarek and Tommy Armand, Tommy Fielding, Jamie King and Sam Morrison on the third. From James Mostiger, Stephen Humphries and Dane Blackburn. Then Dan Merrin, Tim Patterson and Mark Portis. Dan Cliff, Aidan Walker and Liam Trinder. Simon Portis, Tom Wise and Finley Cotman. Then Sean Brunning, Adam Hilton and Barry Lindley. Ryan Hayburn, Harry Swan and Sean Wiles. And at the back of the grid, it should be Ben Lord, Rob Leveridge and Bjorn Esman, who is excluded from the second qualifying position. He would have been pole position without the exclusion. So expect to see Bjorn Esman, who you can see at the back of the grid there in the white and green overalls. This is going to be a fantastic run for the man in the white and green leathers. He'll be last, but how long will it take him to get near to first place? He would have been pole position, so let's find out how this race plays out. Chris Wells gets a good start. Arnie Carr gets a better start, and Arnie Carr is going to lead into the first corner. And it's also a good start from Aaron Robinson, I think. He's managed to move himself forward as well. Not a great start then for Chris Wells. He drops into third position as Bjorn Esman has already started to work his way through the field. But out in front, it is Arnie Carr. Great launch. Second on the grid, first into turn 1. Chris Wells is third. Charging in. As already there is a good start from Aaron Robinson up in a second position. And as they work their way down the back straight, it's all going to come down to whether Chris Wells has got the acceleration off the turn. He can't quite make it down to the back straight, but this is great news for Arnie Carr. He's got himself a little bit of breathing space here. Aaron Robinson still going well in second place. They knit and weave their way through the hairpins and onto the back straight. So what are we going to get to see now? Chris Wells to the inside line. Oh, not much in it between him and Aaron Robinson, I have to say. Through the hairpin. Great battle going on for fourth place as well. See, this is why we love these particular classes, because there's so much more daring do in the adult classes than there is in the junior categories. A lot of, well, let's just not have an accident in the Mini Moto and Mini GP categories. In these mini bikes, it's much more, do you know what? Let's give it a go. We're racers. We're going to go for it. It's not actually Aaron Robinson in second. It's actually Stuart Hardman. And there's a problem with Chris Wells. Chris Wells is slowing. Chris Wells has got a problem with the bike. We need to look back because Chris Wells is in some dire straits here. Chris Wells is dropping from the fray. Something's wrong with the bike in third position. And that is devastating news for Chris Wells fans, of which there are many on our YouTube stream. What a shame. Chris Wells has fallen from the top 3. Now, is it a temporary issue or is it out of the race, I'm afraid, for Chris Wells? No, it's the latter. Oh, devastating for Chris Wells. Trying to get the bike started again. But it's all come apart for Chris Wells. Pole position turns to misery. Meanwhile, good battles in the middle of the field. Up on the inside line. That is a big charge forward from the number 3 bike, Sam Morrison. Trying to work his way through into the top 5 in a much more positive opportunity. But with Chris Wells falling out of the... Oh, second place is gone! That's Harrison! Oh, sorry, no, it's Hardman. Sorry, Stuart Hardman has crashed out. Just saw Stuart Hardman tumbling out of the race there on the exit of the hairpin. There is Stuart Hardman's bike. 2 big players in the top 3 in the same lap. So Chris Wells has gone and Stuart Hardman has gone as well. And look at what it's done to the battle further back. That's a big charge forward on the inside from Armand. So Armand works his way forward. And that puts him up another place. So up into second place now comes Sam Morrison. Third place now is Aaron Robinson. And Tommy Armand is into fourth position, battling with Jamie King and Tommy Fielding. What a race. And look who's in seventh. It's Bjorn Estman. Bjorn Estman is in P7 already. My goodness, he'll never catch Arnie Carr, surely, because Arnie Carr's got a lead of 3 seconds over Morrison on his own. But Bjorn Estman is certainly going to try and make his way to second position, side by side in the hairpin. God, that's brave. Amazing racecraft, as several riders are finding the move. Right, yellow flags were there for Hardman's bike. Now, was that an overtake under yellow flags or not? Because that was for second position, don't forget. So that could have been very nasty indeed. We've still got yellow flags for Stuart Hardman's bike. It's Armand who's now in second after all of that. Morrison is third. Fourth is King. Fifth is Robinson. And sixth is Bjorn Estman. Interestingly, just off to the left there. Oh, off the bike in a turn two. And that is Tommy Armand. Tommy Armand, who was in second place. It looks like P2 is cursed in this particular race, because all three of the riders that have gone down in the last 3 laps have been in second place at some point. Unbelievable. We lose Chris Wells, then we lose Stuart Hardman, and now we've lost Tommy Armand. So the battle now becomes between Morrison and Jamie King, as Bjorn Estman put a hex on everybody and is suddenly trying to work his way through it. Well, he's now third. Bjorn Estman is up into third position. This is absolutely astonishing from Bjorn Estman. From dead last in a field of nearly 25 riders. Yeah, 25 riders. He's gone from 25th to third in incredibly 4 laps. So Bjorn Estman is now going to try and charge after the man in second place. That is Sam Morrison. But the way this race is playing out... Oh, no, sorry, it's Jamie King who's now second. My apologies. Jamie King is now in second. Morrison's down to fourth again. So Jamie King is in second. Right. The way that this race has worked out, second place is cursed. So wait until Jamie King has a problem. No, I speak too soon. Wait until Bjorn Estman has a problem, because he's just got back into second place. So Bjorn Estman has gone from 25th to second in a little over 4 laps. Unbelievable. Well, Arnie Carr is your leader. He's 3.5 seconds ahead of Bjorn Estman. That's 3.5 seconds to find in 4 laps. Go on, Bjorn. What have you got? Currently, Jamie King is trying to keep up with Bjorn Estman. So I would say at the moment, he's got a headache. He's running around behind Bjorn Estman, Jamie King, like an angry wasp at a picnic. He's really becoming a headache for Bjorn Estman. But now that he's on the back straight, this is where Estman can really start to kick in and find that pace. Excluded from qualifying to put him down in 25th and last place. But I tell you what, this race only needs a pantomime villain coming in and sneaking in the sausages and the crocodile, and it's turned into a farce. Absolutely amazing. We've got another bike slowing in the background. So another rider from the fray has come away from it. Now, who is it this time? Estman in second, King in third still from Morrison, Aaron Robinson and Tommy Fielding. So the top 6 are the same. Trying to see who else has fallen out of the race then. I think it might have been one of the riders towards the top 10, although don't quote me on that. It might have been a back marker, actually, that was just getting out of the way. But, well, big drama here. Big drama all the way. 3 laps to go. And it's already been quite an astonishing race from start to finish. But now Arnie Carr is only 2.2 seconds ahead. So Bjorn Estman is definitely getting the job done. Arnie Carr's last lap, 1:16.2. Bjorn Estman's last lap, 1:15.41. This isn't over. Bjorn Estman is doing everything he can to close up and get the win. Can he literally go from 25th to first? And the battle further back is looking pretty interesting as well here. Morrison, Robinson and Fielding. These 3 riders battling over 4th position behind Jamie King. So there could be a couple of changes before the end of this race, but we need to look at the gap between Carr and Bjorn Estman with 2 laps to go. Carr goes across the line, 1:16.3 for him. What about Estman? 1:15.5, the gap is down to 1.4. Bjorn Esman is absolutely eating the road to close up on Arnie Carr. This lead is going to change. 2 laps to go, and I think it's going to happen on the last lap, if it's going to happen. Can Arnie Carr resist? There is Arnie Carr. Oh, no, sorry, that's Bjorn Esman. So he's the man giving chase. Arnie Carr is there, coming into shot now. There he is. So that's how much time Bjorn Esman's got to make up in 2 laps. But the big moment for him is that he is getting the job done to the chicane. Come on, Arnie. Come on, Arnie. Put up your best fight. Come on, Bjorn. What have you got to go after him? He's eating up the advantage in the apexes. Every single corner he's gaining. Bjorn Esman really is on the march to do the unthinkable here. Dead last to first in just 8 laps. Can he do it? Esman hunting down Arnie Carr through the hairpin. Right. Careful on the exit. Left. And Bjorn Esman really is going to give it every single inch of this circuit. He's right on him going into the last lap. Arnie Carr's got to try and resist here. 1 lap to go. He's twitching on the bike. Bjorn Esman's got plenty of time to do this, and he's right there with him. Round turn 1. Up towards 2. Surely he can slam dunk this into turn 2 down to the bottom of the hill. No, he can't. Arnie Carr's got him nailed. So now they're going to climb the crest. Bjorn Esman deciding to take his time over this. Left. Back on the power. Right. He can get him on acceleration off the turn. Slow in. Fast out. Here comes Bjorn Esman. Arnie Carr's got to find something now because he's a sitting duck down the back straight. They've got a back marker in the way. It's going to work out, is it? For Bjorn Esman. Arnie Carr trying to keep it nice and stable. To the inside line. Carr has protected it for the moment. So Bjorn Esman can't get through there. Dives again. Carr holds on. This is nail biting. Bjorn Esman trying to get level with him. Down to the hairpin. Carr is trying to hold him off. And he's held it for the moment. Tightening the radius. Brilliant from Carr. Esman's so quick. But Carr is beautiful on defence. Keep it together. Esman will dive in. No, you don't. I think Carr's done it. Bjorn Esman is working hard, trying to accelerate him. Pass down to the straight. Is it going to be enough? Arnie Carr will come through. And he's got him. Brilliant. Arnie Carr hangs on from Bjorn Esman. What an amazing finish. Oh, my word. It looked inevitable that Bjorn Esman was going to win. But the defensive masterclass of Arnie Carr. How dare you think you're going to take this win from me? How about that? Great sportsmanship between the 2 men. That was a fantastic last lap battle. Clean as a whistle. Hard, ruthless, justified. And totally fair as well. Excellent stuff. That's proper racing in British mini bikes in the Minibike 140 category. Wonderful. That is why these riders sign up for racing. You want a clean, hard, no-nonsense race like that one. That's what you want every time. And despite the majesty of Bjorn Esman trying to go from last to first, only one man could stop him. Arnie Carr. Wonderful stuff from Arnie Carr. That was absolutely magic on defence. Not many riders could resist someone of the might and strength of Bjorn Esman. But well done. The Viking is vanquished as Arnie Carr hangs on. One more lap and that race could have been very different, I think. But as it was 8 laps. And Bjorn Esman, on this occasion, can't quite convert dead last to first. He has to settle for second. Arnie Carr gets the win by 1/10 of a second. Jamie King in third, from Sam Morrison in fourth, ahead of Aaron Robinson and Tommy Fielding. Tim Patterson P7 ahead of Dan Merrin. Stephen Humphries is ninth, ahead of Daniel Cliff. Then Aidan Walker ahead of Mark Portis, Tom Wise and Tommy Armand, one of the many riders who had a chance at second place. Finlay Cottenham, Simon Portis, Liam Trinder and Adam Hilton, Sean Brunning and Harry Swan, Barry Lindley, Ryan Hayburn and Sean Wiles. And then the 2 men who were in second place at one point, Stuart Hardman and Chris Wells. What a dramatic race for so many different reasons, but a wonderful victory for Arnie Carr. Bjorn Esman, absolutely sensational, but Arnie Carr resisting the forces and managing to stay in front. Their last race later is going to be so good. The last race of the rotation, the FAM Mini GP UK 190 and the BMB 190/70 Cup will be next up. Just 8 races left in today's activities at Teeside Autodrome. In the FIM Mini GP UK categories, the Road to Moto GP as part of the British Minibikes weekend. Jake Sanson in the commentary box. Boy, has it been an exciting day of racing here at Teeside Autodrome. This place is always a fantastic circuit that delivers in spades. I've always felt this is one of the most underrated facilities in Great British Motorsport. So much more could happen here. So much more should happen here. But when you get proper racing, boy, is it exciting. I can remember the very first time I rocked up to Teeside Autodrome for the British 24 Hours of Karting 2016. A race that had lead changes almost every single hour and proper racing from start to finish that was emphatically exciting as it was charismatic. And this race with mini bikes, this circuit really does stand up and deliver. So we've got 8 races to go, 2 of them for this particular class, and then 1 for all the others that will follow. But it is the FIM Mini GP UK 190 and the BMB 190/70 Cup. Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper renew their battle in the top 3 on the front row of the starting grid. Then Lucas King, Charlie Cunningham and William Round on the second row of the grid. Annabelle McCarthy and Oliver Pitcher are the other 2 riders in the FIM 190. They're joined on the third row of the grid by the leader in the BMB 190/70, that is Travis Shaw, who could really do with a decent finish after a mechanical failure in race 1 today. Then Harry Barrell, Harry Rafferty and David Wilton on the next row of the grid, ahead of John Pitcher. So it's time now to see what happens next with Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper having a magnificent battle for the victory. This one is going to be an interesting one to decide. All 3 riders have a chance to take it. A 110.11 for Wilson Dilks in qualifying, a 111.10 for Tyler Humphries, a 112.7 for Hudson Cooper. Those gaps look fairly sizable, but again, it all comes down to confidence on these individual bikes. Wilson Dilks may have it all his own way on paper, but racing is very different indeed from qualifying. You never know how it's going to go until that light goes out. So the riders are all in position. The mechanics are clearing the deck. The marshals are making sure everybody's in position. And our riders are ready to charge away. The FIM Mini GP UK 190 and the BMB 190/70 Cup will charge forward. The 2 classes on one grid. FIM Mini GP 190 ahead. The Road to Moto GP. Green flag is up. Oh, the red flag is up for one of the riders. Looks like somebody isn't going to get off the starting grid. And it's devastating for one rider as the rest of the field charges forward. Oh, my apologies. No, it's the second class, isn't it? They've got to wait. So away they go. And a run round the far side from Tyler Humphries. Trying to battle away there. Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper going wheel to wheel. And somehow Wilson Dilks, after a bit of a sluggish start, has Tyler Humphries all over him for company. But Tyler Humphries thought he had him round the outside. And Wilson Dilks has the authority and the pace to say, no thanks, I'm going to keep it together, thank you. Great presence of will as the riders run through. The rest of the riders continue on their way at the start of their race, the BMB 190s. So that is Shaw, Barrell, Rafferty, Wilton and Pitcher, although I noticed that Travis Shaw is not on the grid. So those mechanical problems have clearly returned as his bike is not out there on this occasion. So Wilson Dilks leads Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper round the hairpin for the first time. 8 laps of the course here. But already that gap looks pretty sizable, doesn't it? I hope that's not the way it's just going to cruise home to the finish. Although, based on that start, it looks like Wilson Dilks is unbeatable. He already comes through as he works his way into proceedings. Tyler Humphries is already 0.8 of a second behind him, a 111.2 compared to a 112.0 and a 113.0 in the top 3. That's pretty giant crushing, isn't it? Excellent work so far then from Wilson Dilks. He just has the measure on this particular bike. In Mini GP 190, this is his to command, isn't it? He knows exactly where to place the bike. And he's very happy with his format at the moment. Tyler Humphries is doing his best to stay with him. He lost 0.8 of a second to him in one lap. I think he's going to lose at least another 8 on the second. Wilson Dilks has just got so much smooth rhythm. Now, who's that retiring? We've got one bike missing from the fray. So we've got a retirement, I'm afraid to say. trying to hone down the rider in question. We've got time to play with because I think the top three are pretty much easy to decipher. It's one of the green bikes in the mix. I wonder if that's Harry Rafferty, actually. Because Rafferty in the Mini GP category, the BMB 190s, well, it looks like he's still come through. Actually, that might be William Round, actually. We'll double check and have a look at who hasn't come through on the timing screen, basically, because there should be 12 of them. And I've got a feeling there's only going to be 11. Because Travis Shaw did not take the start initially, so we'll figure out who it is that's going to tumble down the order. It's either going to be William Round or Harry Rafferty by my math. Well, I could be wrong on that one. We'll double check, but certainly for Wilson Dilks, no worries. 1.75 is the gap, so he does indeed pull out another 0.8 of a second in one lap over Tyler Humphries. Hudson Cooper in third place is backing down as well. And there's nothing that can be changed there. And it is William Round who's out of the race. I did wonder if it was going to be either Harry Rafferty or William Round, and it is William Round. So I'm afraid to say that's game over then for one of the contenders in the FIM 190 category. So William Round, who qualified P6, is out of this race. That's going to benefit Annabelle McCarthy as she now elevates herself into P6. Now giving chase to Lucas King and Charlie Cunningham. In fact, Annabelle McCarthy actually has a great chance here to go wheel to wheel with Charlie Cunningham and put one over on him. And they've got less of a distraction in William Round to cause an issue. So that will definitely help out Annabelle McCarthy. Just look at Wilson Dilks on the limit, flying round these apexes. Sometimes there are some riders who are just artists. That's the thing I do love about bike racing. I'm a lover of all things with speed. And I'm a very fortunate and very blessed man. I get to commentate on all sorts of racing. Cars, karting, sports cars, single-seaters, bikes, karts, jet skis, and even moto surfboards. But I tell you what, the thing about motorcycles is that there's an artistry to getting it right. It's not just racing, it's pure poetry. I love watching these guys. When the lean angle is just so, it's sweet as a dandy. It's almost like watching an artist on the canvas. Check out these artists going to battle for the victory in BMB 190. Barrel versus Rafferty. Rafferty's going to get his run on the inside line, and that's a lead change in BMB 190, but he runs wide on the exit as Barrel's going to get it back again, which he does. So Barrel retakes the place from Rafferty. They're going to climb back up the crest. And boy, oh boy, is this going to be an exciting mix of racing from these two. Both have what it takes to get the victory in the class. Dilks is a long way from Tyler Humphries now, 3.5 seconds clear. Humphries is 4.5 clear of Hudson Cooper, who in turn is 2 seconds clear of Lucas King. In terms of a contest for the win in the FIM Road to Moto GP category of Mini GP 190, pretty much game over. But in BMB 190, it's anything but over. Barrel versus Rafferty continues into the hairpin. So interestingly, Rafferty is pretty much sensational from about this point in the lap onwards to the run to turn 2. And then the pendulum swings back. This is why Rafferty is able to get alongside Barrel. He's going to try again. That was lucky, though, for Harry Barrel, almost losing the position. Rafferty's going to be all over him again. 1:14.59. Look at Rafferty. So much fluidity. But he's not close enough to get the run on the inside line into turn 2, although Harry Barrel doesn't look particularly poised. This isn't going to be an easy race to win, is it? Barrel and Rafferty, both very quick, but both flawed. Both making slight errors here and there, and it certainly gives the other opponent a chance to come back in. Rafferty now very close indeed to Barrel down the back straight. They get towards the S's. Careful where you place the bike. It's always a bit of an advantage to be the second one through that section, because then you can figure out where to place your bike in comparison to the rider in front. This is going to be slow in, fast out for Rafferty. Watch this. Up towards the hairpin, and Rafferty can make some big inroads into Barrel's lead through the hairpin. Rafferty knows where to place the bike, and he does gain a massive amount on Barrel. S's again. Rafferty's so good in this section. Slow in, fast out. Watch this on the switch. Well covered by Barrel. Great racing between these two for the victory in BMB 190. I'm afraid it's one of those races where the FIM Mini GP 190 is already decided in Wilson Dilks' favour. He's just dominating out in front. Tyler Humphries in second, Cooper in third. That contest is over, but this is getting hot. Harry Rafferty, treble one. All over the back of the 90 of Harry Barrel. Up the top of the crest, down the back straight. Watching to see if Harry Rafferty can get a good run here down the back straight and try and get his way to the inside line of Harry Barrel. No chance. Look back and we'll see Oliver Pitcher eventually in third position in the category. But there is Wilson Dilks on his penultimate lap. So far, the king of the FIM Mini GP 190 here at Teeside. It's been a perfect weekend for him so far, and the road to MotoGP just got a little shorter. For someone of this talent, he's going to be undeniable. Wilson Dilks definitely setting himself up for greatness in future races to come. Well clear of Tyler Humphries, who nobody could stop singing the praises of in 2024. And Wilson Dilks really has done his homework over the winter. He's come back stronger, more composed, more stylish, and certainly more emphatic and euphoric out there on the bike. Watching him, it's inch perfect, isn't it? Look at the way he just throws the bike in, full of charisma, full of dictatorial authority. Oh, and two riders down. Are those the leaders? In BMB, have they collided? Is that Barrel and Rafferty? I think it might be, you know. Well, two riders have come together, that is for sure. Through goes Wilson Dilks. They weren't that far ahead of Wilson Dilks on the road, and I think it might have been those two, you know. There goes Tyler Humphries, second in FIM Mini GP 190. Have the leaders in BMB 190 collided, Barrel and Rafferty? Oh my word, if that's the case, then it's going to be a rare victory for John Pitcher ahead of David Wilton and Oliver Pitcher, who is limping to third position, if that's the way it's going to play out. We'll have to wait until they come through at the end of the lap, but I think Barrel and Rafferty just collided with each other. They were the closest together on the circuit, and I think they've hit each other. Well, Wilson Dilks is going to come through on the last lap to dominate FIM Mini GP 190. No worries there. And in the road to MotoGP stakes for 190, he is the king of Teeside again. So through comes Wilson Dilks. Victory is his. Perfect ride. Tyler Humphries is going to be 5 seconds back. Hudson Cooper is going to be 10 seconds back from Tyler Humphries. That tells you how dominant Wilson Dilks has been, and also the kind of pace that Humphries and Cooper need to find on each other as well as on Wilson Dilks. So the new leader, I do believe, in the category is going to be John Pitcher in BMB 190. There is, John Pitcher's come through for the win. Wilton in second. It was Barrel and Rafferty. They hit each other. I can't believe it. So fighting for the victory in BMB 190, Harry Barrel and Harry Rafferty collided with each other and ended their race at turn 2. What drama to end what has already been a fairly dramatic race. Well, goodness me. I bet Travis Shaw wishes he took part in the race now. He would have had an easy victory. But Barrel and Rafferty, look at it. Harry Barrel and Harry Rafferty colliding with each other, fighting for the win on the final lap. An absolute bitter disappointment for both men. That's bombastic. Well, the two leaders fighting for the victory in BMB 190 collide. So Wilson Dilks picks up the Mini GP 190 victory in the FIM Road to MotoGP. 5 seconds clear of Tyler Humphries, 16 clear of Hudson Cooper. Lucas King, Charlie Cunningham and Annabelle McCarthy round out the 6. In the B90s, John Pitcher picks up a very rare victory indeed ahead of David Wilton and Oliver Pitcher. There were no other finishers as Harry Barrel and Harry Rafferty collided. Travis Shaw didn't start, and William Round in the FIM category retired on lap 2. My goodness me. What a dramatic way for the BMB 190s to finish. And that is just about as unbelievable as it gets, really, in those circumstances. There is going to be a slight pause just so that the logistics can continue on here. According to my timetable, the next race is going to be at 19 minutes past 4, which by my mathematics is about 16 minutes from now. So a chance for the authorities to grab a quick drink and get themselves ready for the last rotation of the day. 7 races remaining here at Teeside. Well, there are the two riders in BMB 190. That is about as dramatic as it gets in the fight for the championship, isn't it? Harry Barrell and Harry Rafferty fighting for the win, and neither of them end up on the podium. Neither of them end up finishing the race. So in BMB 190, we've had the two riders fighting for the win take each other out. That is very dramatic stuff indeed. So I think it's going to be a very interesting bit of badinage between those two post-race. I wonder if they'll even speak to each other. Drama aplenty here at Teeside as the recovery crews go to work, and we get ourselves ready for the remaining 7 races and the conclusion of this very impressive second round of the championship in the British Minibikes 2025. Well, the schedule wasn't quite as accurate as all that. It's not going to kickstart at 4:19. It's going to kickstart now. Excellent stuff, because we've got some riders out there to put on a bit of a showcase. This is the JSM 90s once again. And it's been a very competitive ride in the first few races of their day. But JSM 90 have already given us plenty of excitement. Carter Spinks taking pole position for this one ahead of Jake Todd. Louis Craig, Oscar Rowland and Tommy Dickinson. Then Ryan Merrin, Oliver Med and Oscar Duckworth from Dylan Mosgrove, with Cody Brennan starting at the back of the grid. So it'll be fascinating. Of course, that's taken from the results of race 2. The results of race 2 will form the grid for race 3. So this could be a fantastic battle for us, because Cody Brennan is going to have to fight his way through from dead last after retiring from the earlier race in the battle. So, well, we get a very exciting show, that's for sure. So Carter Spinks, Jake Todd and Louis Craig will be on the front row of the starting grid for the last Junior SM90 race of the weekend. Then Oscar Rowland and Tommy Dickinson, along with Ryan Merrin, on the second row of the grid. And then Oliver Med, Oscar Duckworth and Dylan Mosgrove will be on row number 3. And at the very back of the grid, it's going to be Cody Brennan on the 79 bike. So for those who are watching along on the stream, enjoying the action here from Teeside Autodrome, Jake Sanson in the commentary box to take you through the final 7 races of the weekend. And boy, has it been exciting right from the start of this fantastic race day of action. Feels like I've been in the commentary box since time immemorial, but it's definitely been interesting. A fantastic run so far, and still more great action out on the course. But we're going to see more exciting battles. So let's see what this final race can give us. So a really final battle in the offing then for our contenders. Carter Spinks, Jake Todd and Louis Craig. Front row of the starting grid for them. So we go into the race battle, hoping that this is going to be a fairly clear-cut race duel. But I would love to see Cody Brennan get in amongst it all as they fight for supremacy. I think we could see something pretty spectacular from Cody Brennan in this final race, if all goes according to plan. So let's hope for that. The mechanics are just trying to finish off the proceedings and the development one last time. I can see Carter Spinks in position there, getting himself ready on the far side of our screen. Jake Todd on the 71 in the middle of your picture. Last couple of positions as a few riders are just moving forward. Is there a problem with Jake Todd's bike? It looks as though someone's crept forward to have a conversation with one of the officials as well. So I think there could be a little bit of a debate to finish things off here before we get started with racing. So that position needs to be reset for the rider that's moved forward, because obviously Jake Todd is now joined by another rider on that front row of the grid. So I think that position needs to be reset back to where it was before. So on the dummy grid, the riders are getting themselves ready for the next race in the bill, which is going to be, I believe, the Avali 110s next out on the circuit. So the grid is reset. To the back of the grid goes Cody Brennan, 10th on the starting grid. This will be a nice charge forward from him on the fourth row alone. But the riders are in for an exciting showcase. 10 riders, Junior SM90 for the third and final time. And this will be an exciting challenge forward. Can Cody Brennan go from last to battle for the victory? And is there going to be a second great run from Carter Spinks? We saw he had problems earlier on. Hopefully there'll be none this time. The green flag is raised. And for the last time this weekend, Junior SM90 is underway now. And Cody Brennan has immediately launched forward to try and split the entire field on the far side. He can overtake Carter Spinks. No way! Cody Brennan has gone from last to first in one straight. I cannot believe it. Carter Spinks has been completely floored by Cody Brennan, who's gone from dead last to first in one straight. I have never seen that before. Absolutely incredible from Cody Brennan. That is going to go viral no matter which way you slice it. Absolutely magnificent from Cody Brennan. He got the perfect start. He knew he had a decent bike underneath him. And Cody Brennan has gone from 10th to first in a couple of 100 metres. I never thought I'd see that ever, ever, ever in my life. And Carter Spinks is dumbfounded as Cody Brennan goes from dead last to first in a straight. So now we get the real battle we wanted all weekend. Cody Brennan versus Carter Spinks on equal terms, on an equal playing field. Can you believe what you've just witnessed? That is just extraordinary. I thought I'd seen everything today. Clearly not. Oh, I'd love to get your opinions on that one. You've been watching along at home all day, but if you put that in front of a Hollywood script, they'd say, look, that's ridiculous. No one's ever going to believe that happened. Well, it just did, folks. Into the lead goes Cody Brennan from dead last to first. Carter Spinks is second. Jake Todd is third. Fourth place is Louis Craig from Tommy Dickinson and Oscar Rowland. Then it's Oliver Med ahead of Ryan Merrin, Dylan Mosgrove and Oscar Duckworth. But everything pales into insignificance when you realise that Cody Brennan is leading this six-lap encounter, having gone from 10th and last to first in just a few metres. That is just unbelievable. So onto the back straight, Cody Brennan could actually turn this into a domination because Carter Spinks is doing his best to stay with him. But Brennan's got good pace here. And don't forget, Cody Brennan came into the weekend as the championship leader in Junior SM90. So this is confidence carousel time for Cody Brennan. I never thought I'd live to see the day where I'd see that. Not out of a video game anyway. And Cody Brennan checks over his shoulder just to make sure he's maintaining the pace over Carter Spinks. In through the loop. Out of the hairpin, up to that final S-bend section. Through the right-hander, and Carter Spinks isn't letting him run away with it. He's still got good pace here on the 296 bike. So Brennan is going to have to work for it. This will be quite an astonishing feat if Cody Brennan can pick this victory off, but he's definitely not going to have it easy, that's for sure. Having done the unthinkable, he's now got to sustain it for 4 more laps with someone of the ilk of Carter Spinks. On the last lap, Cody Brennan just did a 1:24.4. Carter Spinks did a 1:24.1, so Spinks is quicker. But for how much longer? Stop looking over your shoulder, Cody. It's not going to help. Works his way up the crest. And Carter Spinks is absolutely chasing him down. Brennan's done the hard work of getting into the lead. Now he's got the harder work of keeping Carter Spinks in second place. Down the back straight. Spinks looks really hungry here. Don't forget, he's still trying to shake off the misery of the first race of the day when he had pole position and didn't move. Well, Cody Brennan started dead last and moved into the lead this time. But look at the speed that Spinks is carrying. Cody Brennan's really going to have to work. He knows how close Spinks is now. Moves across to the middle of the circuit. And Carter Spinks knows he's going to go defensive. It's the last race of the day. He's going to pull out all the stops, but Carter Spinks will do the same. Out of the hairpin. No big gambles from Carter Spinks into the hairpin. Thinks better of it. Decides to go for the slow in, fast out approach out of the left-hand hairpin. But Brennan's wise to it. Back on the power. Spinks can get level and alongside. Can he dive to the inside? No, he can't. Brennan protects again. Brennan and Spinks battling for the victory in Junior SM90. The last race of the day for them. 3 to go. 3 done. Out of turn 1. Cody Brennan just cannot resist looking over his shoulder to make sure that he's still got a decent gap over Spinks. He can't afford to do it for too long, though. Focus on what's coming, not what's going to be behind you. Up the crest again. And Cody Brennan is running scared here, having got into the lead. He's now just got to try and get away from Carter Spinks, but this is exactly what Spinks wants. He wants Cody Brennan scared. He wants him nervy. To the chicane. Cody Brennan is doing all the work here. Carter Spinks can just sit behind him and let him sweat. Going into the last lap, he can pick up something nice and juicy. Carter Spinks just needs to stay unpredictable here, as Cody Brennan is having to control the pace and work very carefully to pick his moment. Out through the hairpin again. Carter Spinks going long side. Cody Brennan holding on to the lead. Watch where Carter Spinks places the bike. Wide trajectory, wide berth. Cutting back on the loop and now going for the start-finish line. They're going to get past Mosgrove without too much difficulty, who goes inside line. They go far side. And look at how close Carter Spinks is now to Cody Brennan. 2 laps to go. It's now time to go for it. Cody Brennan gets a bit of a benefit going through the traffic and going through that first part of the sector. In through the second turn. Looks over his shoulder again. Still has the benefit on Carter Spinks, but for how much longer? Spinks is still going to be pushing up the crest. Through the climb they go. And out towards the hairpin at the top of the crest. This is great work from Carter Spinks to put pressure on Cody Brennan, but it's also very impressive from Cody Brennan to hold on to it despite the pressure. So getting out of the way goes Oscar Duckworth. They've lapped Mosgrove now. They've lapped Oscar Duckworth as well. So to the hairpin. Spinks all over Cody Brennan. Patience through the hairpin. Back on the power. Cody Brennan still trying to protect this line. Carter Spinks is all over him. This is where he can really slam dunk him. Stay unpredictable. Keep Cody Brennan guessing. Carter Spinks looking for his chance on the inside line. He doesn't go for the move. Waits and picks his moment. That's it. Goes slow in, fast out. You might be able to get him on acceleration, especially if Cody Brennan is looking the wrong way. And there's a retirement. Looks like somebody's pulled off to the side of the road there. So we've got one rider out of the races. Into the last lap we go. Cody Brennan trying to stay in front of Carter Spinks to the final corners of this race. This is where Cody Brennan's strong, though. Carter Spinks has got to wait for his moment later. The last race of the weekend, the last lap of the weekend in Junior SM90. As Cody Brennan looks over his shoulder yet again with Carter Spinks all over him. Carter Spinks might get a shot here. Out of the crest. Slow in, fast out. This is the moment. And Carter Spinks knows it could be coming here. Down the back straight. Brennan versus Spinks. They're going to be almost side by side, but Spinks cannot get level with Cody Brennan for the moment. Pick the way through the S's. Wait for the braking zone for the left. Spinks can be very wise here. Get his move through the left, get his move through the right, set him up for a run at the hairpin. Not this hairpin, but the one after the long loop, and Brennan still looking over his shoulder religiously as Carter Spinks is all over him. Spinks is going to try and go from a wide berth to cut back to the inside line. He may keep it to the outside line as Cody Brennan goes ultra defensive. Spinks may get his chance just on the catch-up. Spinks is to one side. Brennan protects. One final turn. Can Spinks accelerate out? He can't get there. Cody Brennan is going to go from last to first, and he'll take the victory. Cody Brennan's done it. Magnificent racing. Cody Brennan eclipses Carter Spinks and goes from dead last to first in just a few meters. Absolutely terrific run from Cody Brennan. Carter Spinks in second place. Third will go the way of Jake Todd. Excellent race from him. Excellent weekend from him. Very consistent for Jake Todd. There he goes across the line on the 71 bike. A good run as well from Louis Craig. Consistent all the way. So a magnificent run from Cody Brennan. Can you believe he's literally gone from 10th to 1st in just a few feet? Well, this is the battle further back. We're going to get to see a nice little run to the line between Tommy Dickinson and Oscar Rowland. And I think Dickinson is just going to hang on here from Oscar Rowland, although it's going to get close to the line. Rowland pushing. He'll just miss out. That was tight. Right the way to the end there. Good run as well from Ryan Merrin, who will beat Oliver Med to 7th position. And I think that's because Oliver Med has already retired from the race. He was the one that we saw pulled off to the side a little earlier on, was it? No, Med has just come across the line, so it was Dylan Mosgrove who retired. Cody Brennan goes from 10th to 1st. Carter Spinks, 3/10 of a second behind him, pushing all the way. Jake Todd in 3rd, from Louis Craig in 4th, then Tommy Dickinson, Oscar Rowland, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. And then we'll get Oscar Duckworth in front of Dylan Mosgrove, who failed to finish. And that's the way JSM 90 ends for the weekend, with Cody Brennan going from the back to the front. Absolutely incredible. Next up, Mini GP 110 and the Ovali 110 Cup. So for the final time this weekend, we get to watch the battle raging between the Ovali 110 Cup and the BMB 110s. Really has been a sensational weekend all round in the classes, but Ovali 110 could end on a real crescendo here. Pole position for Leon Simpson, with Dylan Cook and Sam Whitaker giving chase. Caden Herring, Cody Brennan, Seth Hayward and JJ Manchester going well. But it will be a fantastic run. And it's going to be quite an exciting battle. I think Leon Simpson could have an easy time of it. But there is going to be some development still, I think. So let's see if Leon Simpson is going to have the edge over Dylan Cook and Sam Whittaker initially. Cody Brennan comes straight off the back of that incredible ride to victory in the Junior SM90 conclusion. And he'll start this race from 5th position. So is it harsh to say, well, he's obviously got an easy ride because he's not going to go from last to first. He only has to go from 5th to first on this occasion. But then, of course, these are very different classes to each other. You can't just say that, well, just because he dominated in Junior SM90, and to be fair, he didn't dominate in Junior SM90, he only just got the win. But just because he won in Junior SM90, that doesn't mean he's going to get the job done in Avali 110. They're very different bikes. They all look similar from the outside to you and I, but they're very different machines. They ride in a very different way to each other, so it is a bit of a skill to move from one type of bike to another. So it's going to be Simpson, Cook and Whittaker on the front row, then Caden Herring and Cody Brennan along with Seth Hayward on the third, JJ Magister, Ella Mosgrove and Will Dickinson on the third row, then Cian Daly, Carter Spinks and Jasper O'Neill White on the fourth. From CJ Maguire, Thomas Med and Dan Tanton, Rex Arman, Matthew Jennings and Austin Dilks, and then Oscar McAllister will be the 19th and final rider in this mix. So as we get ourselves ready for the Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race, in fact, Minimoto Pro is already done for the weekend. So a really exciting battle for the contenders. But Leon Simpson from pole position. This could be his race to lose. We wait for the lights and they go out. Now, long hold on the grid there and it almost caught out the leader. Leon Simpson with a bit of a sluggish getaway, but he does manage to get the power down. And so he launches ahead of Dylan Cook through turn one. Excellent work so far. Has no problems at all for Leon Simpson, who's had issues with his transponder before, and it looks like he's got them again here. But he does take an early lead. The field has worked its way through cleanly on the opening lap this time. No major concerns on the way up the crest, as the riders are having a very decent race of it. But Leon Simpson is your leader. Dylan Cook in second place. Sam Whittaker, I think, is there in third position still, having a very comfortable ride. No, that's Whittaker in fourth position, so I think that might be... trying to figure out if that's Cody Brennan or if that's Caden Herring. They all have slightly different appearances between their different bikes, so recognising which one is which can sometimes be tricky, but certainly Leon Simpson in front of Dylan Cook at the moment. Looking back, I think that might be Cody Brennan, you know, in third position. He really is having a fantastic end to the afternoon, isn't he? If that is the case, then that's an absolutely euphoric end. And he'll take away quite a lot of silverware in one go here. But for the moment, it is Leon Simpson being chased by Dylan Cook, the leader in Avali 110, being chased by the leader in BMB Mini GP 110. And third position is indeed Cody Brennan, ahead of Caden Herring. And Cian Daly's made some great progress here, up to 5th position from what was 8th on the grid. No, sorry, it was 10th on the grid. So Cian Daly's made an absolute scorcher up into B5, the reigning Junior SM90 champion, and he's making his bid on Caden Herring. He's in a 4th place. Cian Daly's having a great ride. So this is much better for Cian Daly, ahead of Caden Herring, and then Seth Hayward in P6, ahead of JJ Magister, Will Dickinson, Carter Spinks, and Ella Mosgrove. Great run so far from Leon Simpson, who's really getting into his stride. This is a tricky situation now for all of the competitors as they run in close proximity. But this is a great ride. All weekend long, it's been a great ride for Leon Simpson. There's so much that they can achieve here as a collective collaboration. What a great effort this could be. So Leon Simpson having a good race of it as they continue to charge forward. A lot of exciting battles to come. But Leon Simpson leads Cook, with Whittaker now in third position. He's got ahead of Cody Brennan. So Whittaker doing a great job, but Cody Brennan, I think Cody Brennan's actually lost a bit of ground here. Yes, Caden Herring's got through. So Caden Herring is now in front of Cody Brennan. As we watch the battle for Sam Whittaker. He's going to have Caden Herring alongside him into two, is he? Oh, he can't quite get level with him to the apex. So he's got to wait. There's Cody Brennan behind them in P5. In P4, my apologies, sorry. It is actually 5th, though, because Cian Daly is in 6th place. The man who is yet again missing from the timing screen, although he is actually leading the race, is Leon Simpson. So all of those positions are correct if you put Leon Simpson ahead of them all. Just to be confusing. Well, Caden Herring has finished the move then on Sam Whittaker. He's managed to get ahead. So that is Caden Herring now chasing down Dylan Cook. So Caden Herring up into 3rd position then. That's Cook in front of him. Leon Simpson will eventually be given back the lead of this race when they've sorted out the transponders. But Leon Simpson is your race leader in the BMB 110 and Avali Cup race. And the leader in Avali 110 is the leader overall, Leon Simpson. The leader in the MGP BMB 110 is the man in 2nd overall, Dylan Cook. Good run this from Caden Herring, looking so much more aggressive than Dylan Cook through that phase of the run. Up towards the next lap. We're on lap 4, and look at Caden Herring. He's full of confidence here, charging to the inside line of Dylan Cook, and he'll get through, but he'll run wide. Can he get back on the power nice and good? No, he's got to let Dylan Cook go back forward. A good effort there from Caden Herring, but you've got to stop the bike as well as turn it in. And unfortunately, he didn't do both as fluidly as he might do, and that now puts Sam Whittaker hot on his tails again. Leon Simpson, there he is in the lead. No problem. 2nd place is up for grabs. And it's Dylan Cook, Caden Herring and Sam Whittaker with a little bit of pressure from Cody Brennan as well. Cian Daly is in P6, then Seth Hayward, JJ Magister, William Dickinson, and in the top 10 is Ella Mosgrove. Caden Herring getting closer to Dylan Cook all the time through the hairpin. What can Caden Herring do? He's got plenty of confidence. He's brimming with charisma. Through the hairpin. He's got a chance here. Down to the hairpin. Doesn't want to go too ugly early. Got to take your time over these things, but also he's under some strain of his own because Sam Whittaker is right there to try and get past him. So he's got to make the move on Dylan Cook before Sam Whittaker gets the move on him. There's a lot at stake here for Caden Herring. He takes a completely different racing line to Dylan Cook on the approach to the first chicane. Look at this through the turn 1. He looks so quick, and he's going to get alongside again. But Dylan Cook shuts the door. He's going defensive. That could open things up for Caden Herring, and watch out for Sam Whittaker. Cook again moves across to be defensive. Herring and Whittaker so close together now. And Dylan Cook has just got to protect. Off the turn, down the back straight. Leon Simpson still your leader. There he goes through the S's. No worries about who's going to win this race. Plenty of worries about who's going to be second. Cook, Herring, Whittaker, Brennan. Caden Herring tries again. Left-hander, no joy. Right-hander gets a little bit closer on the exit, I'm sure. Does indeed. So much more confidence. Up to the hairpin. Dylan Cook's going to get the inside line. Caden Herring's going to have the confidence of just placing the bike where he wants to go. He'll go faster off the exit of the turn. But then to the braking zone for the next right-hand hairpin. He's got to be tactical. Where does he place the bike? Right in the same eye line as Dylan Cook. And here's Sam Whittaker. Get on with this, Caden, because Sam Whittaker's threatening big time behind you. Different racing lines again from Caden Herring and Dylan Cook. Caden Herring, this is where he's really strong. Watch him through turn 1. He'll get right on the tail of Dylan Cook's bike. He's so quick here. He goes to the left side. He wants to go for a switcheroo. Dylan Cook's going to protect the inside line. Is it going to be enough for Caden Herring to get alongside? Surely this time. Caden Herring up the hill, and he's done it. Great work from Caden Herring. He set that move up a couple of laps ago. He read where Dylan Cook was placing the bike, and he nails him. Beautifully done. Down the back straight. Catching Leon Simpson is going to be impossible the way his pace is currently looking. But it will be tricky. It'll be an interesting one. Again, we've got big pressure from Dylan Cook swarming around in third position. But even more racy behind him is Sam Whittaker. Of course, Dylan Cook could still take the win in the Mini GP 110 category, even if he lets Sam Whittaker go through. But this is also about pride as a racer. He doesn't want to lose too many positions. Sam Whittaker all over the back of Dylan Cook. Going beautifully to Dylan Cook, though. He's got such a measure of this bike. And even though Caden Herring made it look easy in the end, he certainly had to work hard at it. But look at Caden Herring through turn one. Absolutely planted. Great trajectory. And now it's going to be Sam Whittaker's turn. Dylan Cook again goes defensive. Watch for the undercut manoeuvre. Here comes Sam Whittaker. He's going to pull off the same move on Dylan Cook. Wonderful. Textbook. That's how you get that done. And Dylan Cook just has to concede it and allow Sam Whittaker through. So Leon Simpson has been placed back into his original position in the lead of the race. 7.5 seconds clear now of Caden Herring. But it's now Sam Whittaker in third position. He's got ahead of Dylan Cook, and now Cody Brennan will try to do the same move with a lap and a half to go. Big battle going on behind them. We've got Daly, Hayward, Manchester, Mosgrove, and William Dickinson, along with Carter Spinks. So that's sixth position all the way back to 11th. 6 riders going for the best of the rest title behind the top 5. So that'll be interesting to see how it continues. But Caden Herring is going to have a really interesting run here, because now Sam Whittaker has been released from Dylan Cook. What can he do on the last lap? Can Whittaker close back up to Caden Herring? Because there was a suggestion that he could do it if Caden Herring couldn't get ahead of Dylan Cook. Who's going to have the raw pace on the final lap? And can Cody Brennan get on terms with Dylan Cook? Can he get ahead on the final lap of the race? So Cody Brennan is again being quite aggressive in his stance as up the hill goes Leon Simpson for the last time. This has been his weekend, hasn't it? Leon Simpson has had the pressure of no pressure at all. Down the back straight, up to the S's for the last time. And in the great motorcycle giveaway, Mini GP 110 and Avali 110 Cup race, it's been Leon Simpson all the way. He's been absolutely dominant. What a performance. What a great display it's been from Leon Simpson. Victory after victory after victory. This is his weekend as he goes through the hairpin for the last time. Don't push too hard now, Leon. You've got 7 seconds in hand, my friend. Just cruise it home. Don't do anything silly. Finish it up. Last corner for him, really. And he absolutely perfects it. Great ride from Leon Simpson all weekend. The day is his. And at Teeside, he laps it up. Leon Simpson victorious in Teeside. And look in the background. There is the final duel for the lower positions. Second for Caden Herring. Third for Dylan Cook. Ahead of... Well, what happened to Sam Whittaker? There's a yellow flag. Did Sam Whittaker go down on the last lap? I can't believe it. There's a yellow flag in the background. Whittaker's not come through. So fifth position is going to be Cian Daly. Oh, no. Sam Whittaker on the final bend. Oh, Sam. You just want to give him a hug. That is so unfair. The last corner of the last lap of the last race of the weekend. Well, as dominant as Leon Simpson has been, poor Sam Whittaker has had the most character-building ending to a weekend it's imaginable to have. It never gets as bitter as that. Last corner, last lap, last race. A podium was pretty much guaranteed as well. Poor Sam Whittaker. I just hope he can strengthen himself from that moment and get it going for the next round of the championship at Rowra. What a shame. Leon Simpson takes the win by 7 seconds to Caden Herring. Dylan Cook inherits third position and also takes the win in Mini GP 110. Cody Brennan is fourth from Cian Daly, who wins that scrap with Seth Hayward. Ella Mosgrove, who comes home in seventh ahead of JJ Manchester. Carter Spinks, Will Dickinson. Then a bit of a gap back to Jasper O'Neill-White ahead of Thomas Med. Rex Armand, Austin Dilks, Oscar McAllister and Matthew Jennings. And then CJ Maguire was the last rider to finish. Sam Whittaker binning it on the last corner of the last lap of the last race of the weekend. Talk about injustice. So, it's going to be a very interesting situation for the contenders. But what a sensational end to the weekend it's been in Mini GP 110. Leon Simpson cleans up across the 3 races in Avali 110. Dylan Cook does likewise in the BMB 110. So we've got our 2 winners across the categories. Leon Simpson with the overall victory and Dylan Cook with the overall third place. Poor Sam Whittaker. I hope that he can just build from that and work his way closer forward. So it's been a very interesting conclusion then in Ovale 110 and Mini GP 110. Now we've got the third and final race of the weekend in the FIM Mini GP UK 160. It's going to be a really exciting battle as they conclude in fine style. I'm really excited to see which way this goes. It's already been an exciting weekend for Sebastian Gostlowski, Max Robertson, Josh Herring and Matthew Thomas. And guess what? They will start on the grid in that order. So before the start of the next race, a little bit of a clean-up job needed there on the final turn as there was a little bit of fluid deposited from Sam Whittaker's bike after his fall on the final corner of the final lap. So that's going to be a little bit of a concern, I guess, heading into the FIM Mini GP UK 160. It's not exactly summer here in Teeside. So they've obviously got to do a little bit of a clean-up job there on the final turn to get the benefit of making sure that the surface is clean. And so the marshals are going to go to work, and the Orange Army, very commendable the work they do as they put some oil dust down on the circuit just to make it a little bit easier for the riders ahead of their final race. They never quite get the credit that they deserve, the Orange Army. It's only really in the world of the inner circle of motorsport do people really know what these guys do. But having had a couple of marshal days as a proper professional motorsport marshal myself, and having started life as an indoor karting marshal, I totally understand how much hard work these guys go through. And it is a thankless job sometimes, so that can be a pretty difficult situation to be in as well. But well done to all of them. They've been absolutely fantastic this weekend. They're a really strong bunch of men and women who give of their time freely and voluntarily. It's not a job you get paid for, being a marshal. If you're lucky, you get your expenses covered, depending on which club and which championship you work in. It's certainly that way in this championship. But what a fantastic job that these marshals do. If you want to get into the sport and be as close to it as it's physically possible to get, then I strongly recommend you head to the website, marshall.co.uk, marshalling, I think it is. If not, just head over to the BMMC website, the British Motorsport Marshalling Club. They have centres all across the United Kingdom, and you can do so much when it seems like you're only going to do a little. But the world of motorsport is covered by its marshals. You can't race without them. So never mind putting teams and bikes and riders on the grid. The most important people at a motorsport event are the men and women of the Orange Army. Without them, we can't do a single lap. So out onto the circuit then go the riders in the FIM Mini GP 160, the road to MotoGP, for the third and final time this weekend in the second round of the 2025 British Minibikes. Jake Sanson in the commentary box. Only a handful of races to go now in what has been a fantastic Sunday of competition. Great racing all the way, and it really has been sensational to watch from start to finish. Sebastian Gostlowski, Max Robinson and Joshua Herring are going to be on the front row of the starting grid for this one, with Matthew Thomas, Leo Soliu and Ollie Evitts on the second row, and then Riley Robinson, Austin Wilton and Charlie Bunn on the third. This Teeside International Circuit always delivers fantastic racecraft no matter which competition we're in, and certainly in British Minibikes. This place really has found its niche, I think. Minibikes really works on this place. We get great racecraft, we get great adaptation. A lot of the riders are having to calculate exactly where they go for push laps and where they get the benefits around this particular circuit. This is a complex one in terms of setting the bike up as well, because you've got varying changes and varying degrees of spectacle on this particular category. So Teeside really is a magnificent place to go racing. I love that it's part of the calendar in British Minibikes. I think it should be part of more racing championships, to be brutally honest. So wonderful the work that the team here do. And now British Minibikes gets to conclude in FIA Mini GP UK 160 for the second round of the 2025 British Minibikes. Koslowski, Robinson and Herring on the front row. Thomas, Soliu and Everts on the second. Robinson, Wilton and Bunn on the third. The 9 riders in the Road to Moto GP FIA Mini GP UK 160 will conclude their weekend. Who's going to get the victory? Koslowski, Robinson, Herring or Thomas? Green flag at the back, and they will charge to the first corner for the final time this weekend in Mini GP UK 160. The Road to Moto GP. Let's race at Teeside. It's a fantastic start from Koslowski. Robinson's going to get a good one, but he's just going to fail to edge out Josh Herring through turn 1. So Josh Herring gets a better start from third on the grid. And Matthew Thomas is right there to try and hunt his way forward. Don't forget that Thomas set the original pole position in qualifying, but he tumbled on the first lap of the reconnaissance earlier on in the day. So he's had to work all the race weekend long to get himself back into a competitive position. So these 4 riders are going to be absolutely charging away from the rest. Koslowski, Herring, Robinson, Thomas. Good start from Josh Herring. This is exactly what he wanted to do. Up into second position, really hustling Sebastian Koslowski. Koslowski holding his nerve for the moment. Max Robinson right there in third position to give a little bit of pressure to Josh Herring. But Josh Herring is going to make his way through to the hairpin now, giving chase to Koslowski. But Koslowski looks so planted. I think now that he's in the lead of the race, it's going to be very hard for him to lose it. But it's got to come early. If Herring and Robinson have a chance to take on Koslowski, they've got to get ahead of him fairly quickly on the lap. So they've got to really ramp up the attack. This is where you've really got to stretch your muscles. So Koslowski in front of Robinson, who is now behind Josh Herring, of course. And fourth place is still Matthew Thomas. It's going to be a really close race battle between these riders. But look, Koslowski is not getting away from Herring or Robinson. They're very, very close-knit between these 3 riders. Koslowski's certainly not dominating. This is exactly what Josh Herring needs to do. He needs to put Koslowski under some pressure here. Round the far side of the course, up the crest, and down the back straight. Herring and Robinson really need to go at Koslowski, otherwise this race is going to be over fairly quickly. Down the back straight, and Robinson's got through in a second. Great run there from Robinson. He's managed to get the jump on Herring on the way down the back straight. So Robinson is now into P2. He can be the one to take on Koslowski. Clearly it hasn't worked out necessarily yet for Josh Herring. So Robinson takes up the mantle. He's going to go for it. Through to the hairpin. Koslowski gets a slightly wider berth. Here comes Max Robinson. Looks for the inside line, and he's not going to get there. So an interesting challenge into the hairpin at the end of the lap. So now we're going to get to see... Oh, we've had a retirement. It's Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas has already had a miserable weekend, and it's already come unstuck for him in 4th position. What a shame. Matthew Thomas is out of the race as Max Robinson passes the scene of the yellow flags, and he's going to go for the inside of Koslowski. Max Robinson will take the lead. Gets the move. On the exit, he's going to let him back again, though. Koslowski will take it back. And so the race for the victory truly begins. Robinson is going to try again out of the crest. Along the back straight. Now he knows he can get Koslowski. He won't need a second invitation. He's going to go for it. Half a second in it on the last lap. Robinson pushing, and he's there. Max Robinson gets back into the lead on the back straight. So Max Robinson hits the front in the most important race of the weekend. Excellent stuff for Robinson. But now Koslowski wants a piece of it. On the inside line. Back to the hairpin. No, Robinson's never going to give him that space. Josh Herring will remain in 3rd position for the moment. But it's going well for Riley Robinson in 4th ahead of Leo Soliu, Ollie Everts and Austin Wilton. Sadly, Matthew Thomas out of the race. Charlie Bunn never started it. And there is Matthew Thomas's bike on the sidelines. That's such a bitter sight. But Max Robinson really has gone gung-ho into this race. And with 5 laps to go, Max Robinson has this race in the palm of his hand. But can he sustain it? Kozlowski in front of Joshua Herring. Off the turn, climbing the crest. This is not going to be easy to manage now for Max Robinson. Kozlowski and Herring are going to be throwing everything they've got at him. Off the turn, down the back straight. Kozlowski got a good exit off the turn. They're going to be side by side. Robinson will hold it to the inside line through the S's. Kozlowski twitching a little under braking. You can sense the urgency. But Josh Herring is doing exactly what he needs to do as well. Just sitting tight in third place. Looking after his tyres a little bit. Not pushing too hard. Robinson's going defensive. This is great for Herring. Just watch what these two do and react accordingly. He can rock right up to the back of them and he can pounce. So Kozlowski behind Robinson. This is a bit more like what we saw from race 1. Kozlowski certainly didn't dominate that one. He only snatched the victory in the last couple of corners. But Robinson leads the way this time. This is going to be so tricky to finish off. But can Kozlowski make it a hat-trick? Robinson is determined to make sure he can't. Flat out through that turn 1 apex of the left-hander. Down to the hairpin once again. Kozlowski trying to get the undercut on Robinson. No chance. Robinson still holds it. On the inside of the crest. Up the climb once more. So much still to do here. And this is going to be a really close battle all the way to the end. Up the charge. Robinson still holding his nerve here in the lead of the race, but he's got so much to lose. Kozlowski is right on him. And Josh Herring is right there for good measure as well. Coming off the turn, can Kozlowski get an undercut manoeuvre? He's thinking about it into the hairpin. Not close enough. Still Kozlowski threatening to take this win away from Max Robinson, who needs to get a little bit of a gap built here between himself and Kozlowski. Otherwise, it could be easy pickings for the number 64 in second place. Kozlowski has the fastest lap of the race, by the way, a 1:14.846 compared to Robinson on a 1:14.903. They've both gone quicker than their best, as Robinson sets the fastest lap by a couple of hundredths of a second. So Kozlowski trying to stay with Robinson, but this is exactly the race that Robinson needed to produce at exactly the right time. A better exit off the turn from Kozlowski. Robinson twitches under braking. Careful, boys. You really are running on the ragged edge now. Slow in, fast out for Kozlowski down the back straight. Is that going to be enough? Robinson trying to protect, but he's only got a tenth of a second advantage. And the back straight. Go to the S's. Again, no concern for Robinson just at the moment. Kozlowski still very close indeed. Josh Herring just waiting, biding his time. Solly in fourth, by the way. He's managed to get back in front of Riley Robinson. Ollie Everton, Austin Wilton, still going consistently in P6 and P7. Robinson's built a tiny bit of a gap there over Kozlowski, and that will do him wonders going into the penultimate lap. But how quickly can Kozlowski get that deficit back again? He did a lot of work just then, but Robinson will have a couple of tenths here this time as he crosses the line. Kozlowski is close, but Robinson's pulled out just enough to be comfortable. Josh Herring, though, has just set the fastest lap of the race in third place. Right, 2 laps to go in the weekend for the Road to MotoGP FIM Mini GP UK 160. Bring it on! Kozlowski attacking Robinson. Josh Herring, the new fastest man of the race, inches behind them. The back straight could decide it. Could decide it on the penultimate lap rather than the last lap. So this is where Kozlowski really needs to ramp up the attack on Max Robinson. Up to the S's they will come. Josh Herring biding his time. But there's got to be a point when he pulls the pin out of the grenade and goes for the move on Kozlowski. Because Kozlowski could be holding him up a little bit too much here. If Herring's got a good bike underneath him with better tyres, then he can really charge. Kozlowski tries to pull across on Robinson. Robinson blocks his path. In through the hairpin. Kozlowski really running out of options here as Max Robinson is forcing the issue. Interesting trajectory off the turn, and Gostovski's going to try. No, you don't, says Max Robinson. But Gostovski's still got a problem in trying to get past Max Robinson when he places the bike right across his path. 1 lap to go in the weekend. Robinson versus Gostovski with Josh Herring waiting in the wings. Gostovski gets the new fastest lap at 1:14.528. Can he get there? A tenth of a second quicker than Robinson on the last lap. Gostovski's determined. Robinson holding it up the crest. Left, right, back straight. Give it all you've got, Sebastian. And so Seb goes after Max. This is going to be an interesting one. They go down the back straight together, and Max Robinson holding on to this victory for dear life from Seb Gostovski. So Gostovski working hard here, but look how quickly Josh Herring's caught up to both of them. He still fancies his chances of at least splitting them, if not stealing the win. This could go anybody's way. Here we go. Round to the hairpin. Gostovski all over Max Robinson. Into the right-hander. Chuck the bike in. 2 corners left. Robinson's got to be smart where he covers. He's done it right in the first apex. No worries at all there. Gostovski's going to try and throw caution to the winds, but Robinson's got him covered. I think he should have enough. Gostovski will try and get faster out of the turn, but it's going to go to Max Robinson. What a ride from Max Robinson to finish the weekend. Superb. Robinson absolutely crusoes his way to the victory. Wonderful stuff as Max Robinson finally vanquishes Sebastian Gostovski. There's a fall in the final lap there. You can see in the background. So Leo Solio in front of Riley Robinson. And I think it's going to be Ollie Everts that comes through, or is it going to be Austin Wilton who crosses the line? I think it's a final lap fall, I'm afraid, for Ollie Everts. What a shame. He was going to be in 6th position anyway, but that just adds insult to injury for him. It's going to be Austin Wilton then who comes home for P6 in the end. So Max Robinson gets the victory. What a brilliant battle. Sebastian Gostovski in 2nd position from Josh Herring and Leo Solio. Riley Robinson in P5. It's actually Austin Wilton who comes home 6th in front of Ollie Everts because Everts crashed out on the final lap. Matthew Thomas crashed out a long time ago, lap 2. What a shame for him. But Max Robinson gets the points that he needs for winning the last race of the weekend. And that really steps things up in the championship battle as well. I think we're going to see some really good racing from them over the course of this season. Round 3 is going to be a very entertaining affair indeed. Still a few races to go. We've got the Veterans and the Minibike 160s out on the course next. And we already know how emphatically exciting they've been. Expect more of the same. Right then, the last race weekend of the Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160s. Jack Bednarek is on pole position for this one with Sam Morrison and Jamie King alongside him on the front row of the grid. Jake Whittaker, Tim Patterson and James Mostica will be giving chase on the second row. But that's only a taste of the talent you're going to see in this last race of the weekend in Minibike Veterans and Minibike 160, because you're also going to get to see Aaron Parker, Dave Cook and the challenging Chris Wells, who could really do with a boost of luck here in the last race of the weekend. Ryan Esmond, Mike Carr and Ben Johnson will be on row 4. Then Dean Bednarek, Lee West and Jordan Grant. From Joshua Kay, Connor Smith and Jamie Bunclark. Then we'll have Ben Nixon, Nicky Margetson and Jamie Smith. Dan Baker, Barry Clark and Matthew Lindley. And then it is Michael Judkins, Barry Lindley and Adam Harris that will finish off the grid. It's going to be 26 to 27 riders on the grid for this one, as the sun hits the camera in exactly the wrong angle there. That's the kind of glare that you never want to see. And just think what it's like when the riders hit that with their visors at the wrong angle. It's that point in the day when the sun is just at the wrong height. And that could be pretty dodgy. If you think it's pretty tricky when you're driving along the motorway at 70 miles an hour in your car or on your bike, think about what it's like when these racers hit it, when they're flat out through a turn. Not easy. You've just got to turn in and have faith that you're going to be able to see where you're going in the next frame. So it'll be a tricky race for everybody whose name isn't Jack Bednarek, if the first race of the afternoon session is anything to go by. Jack Bednarek, of course, had to start this weekend, today's broadcast, I should say, from the very back of the grid, but he managed to charge his way forward. So let's see what Jack Bednarek is able to do from pole position. I have a feeling it's going to be run away and hide, but let's see what Morrison and King can do. Whittaker 4th, Patterson 5th, Mostica 6th. We wait for the lights. As for the last time in Veterans and Minibike 160, we are under starters' orders here at Teeside. Now! Good start from King. Better start from Morrison. Can he get to the first corner first? It looks like he's going to. Bednarek's going to have to concede the lead for the moment. So Morrison takes the lead from Bednarek and Jamie King. But it looks like there could be a charge forward to third position into turn 1. No, King has sustained it. So it's Morrison who leads the way. Second is now going to be Jack Bednarek, as the riders work their way through the first couple of corners. Mind you, hang on a minute, is Bednarek even on the grid? I haven't seen him on the transponder, so it looks to me as though Bednarek is not there. Only 20 riders have turned up for this one. And Bednarek, who should be in pole position, is not amongst them. So Morrison is your leader. Jamie King was in second position. I think it might be a transponder issue rather than not being on the grid at all. We'll double check it, but it's certainly going to be an interesting one. Or is that Whittaker in second position? It is actually Jake Whittaker in P2. So yeah, Bednarek, both Jack and Dean have obviously neglected to show up for this one. Down to the inside line, and the battle for the win is already raging. So Morrison versus Whittaker, very close together. Jamie King is snapping at their heels in third position as well. So the battle goes ballistic, as Morrison and King are really going for it to the inside line. Morrison is having to defend valiantly here from Jake Whittaker. And that's done the business for the moment for Morrison. Held his nerve at exactly the right moment. So Sam Morrison has got himself into a great position. Jake Whittaker P2 in front of Jamie King. So King is now going to try and work his way into second position. Through the apex of the hairpin, up the climb, up the crest. This is a very good race indeed from Jamie King. Already putting pressure on Jake Whittaker. Fourth is Cook, then Patterson, Esmond, Carr, West, Johnson and Jordan Grant. Through the S's. And it's incredibly neat and tidy as the riders get themselves into a good position, knitted around the course. So tight in. And we're going to see a good run off the turn as King goes for his move on the inside line of Jake Whittaker. He's not going to do it in the hairpin this time. He's going to have to do a little bit more work. Round on the far side of the course. Up to the hairpin in the right-hander, which leads straight into the left-hander adjacent to it. Jamie King just can't quite get the move here on the inside of Jake Whittaker, as Sam Morrison has got a bit of a lead, but they've actually gained a little bit of time on him on this lap compared to the previous one. So Sam Morrison does not quite have the advantage he did have. So there is Morrison, but Whittaker and King are close enough that it's still a threat. A 1:17.1 for Morrison. He's trying to get away from these two. But if he can get that sort of pace upbeat, then there's definitely a good chance. A lot of this race win is going to be dependent on what Jamie King does here with Jake Whittaker. If he stays with him as they go after Morrison, they might have a chance to work together here. But I think Jake Whittaker, has got other ideas, and so too has Jamie King. Down the back straight. King's looking to try and get alongside in the S's, has to bail out of it for the moment. I don't think this is going to be quite so predictable. We've got a very interesting trajectory between these two riders at the moment. Still the battle rages on the course between second and third place. Jake Whittaker and Jamie King. Dave Cook is currently best of the rest behind the top three. Fourth position for him at the moment in front of Tim Patterson, Ryan Esmond, then Carr, West, Johnson, Grant, Morganson, Nixon, Connor Smith and Dan Baker, with Michael Judkins having got ahead of Joshua Kay on that lap as well. And now the top three really are close together. This is what I was talking about. Jamie King decides not to challenge Jake Whittaker on that last lap. And now look how close they are to each other. A great chance to fight for the win has begun. So now we'll see what Whittaker and King are made of. Up the crest. Right. Left. And right again. Now, this is where Jake Whittaker can be really strong and go after Sam Morrison. Morrison has a quick bike, but he certainly doesn't have the dominant beast that he would like to have. Whittaker and King are giving him a lot of pressure. Is that going to be for the lead of the race into the chicane? Oh, goodness, close. How good that was that? Whittaker so nearly on the inside line there of Sam Morrison. That was a little game of chicken to the first part of the apex there. And Jake Whittaker just decided, you know what? We've still got 5 laps to go. That's a last lap risk, not a lap 3 risk. Round the hairpin. Have another go at it. Try and get back that deficit that was lost in the momentum. Because it's still achievable. Jake Whittaker ahead of Jamie King. But behind Sam Morrison. 4 laps done. 4 laps to go. The fastest man on the track was Jamie King the last time round, a 1:16.8. And he is still the fastest rider in this race. These guys are doing an absolutely incredible job. They're in the 1:16s and low 1:17s, whilst everybody else is lapping the circuit in 1:18 and 1:19. They are the class of the field, and they're already 5 seconds clear of Tim Patterson, who's now moved up into 4th place ahead of Dave Cook. Off the turn, Jamie King on Jake Whittaker like a red balloon. I should have said lead balloon, really, shouldn't I? But look at that, Sam Morrison losing so much momentum down the back straight as Jake Whittaker suddenly finds himself all over him. Up to the hairpin, looking for his manoeuvre. Down to the hairpin, and again, Jamie King getting impatient now, sat behind Jake Whittaker. A very interesting opportunity now for these contenders. In through the S's. Could be a good chance opening up here. Jake Whittaker looks for his chance to get through. Nothing doing at the moment. This is not an easy picking situation now, as the 3 riders are absolutely nose to tail. Handlebar to exhaust. The 3 bikes are very close in. Morrison, Whittaker, King. And Jamie King gets the new fastest lap, a 1:16.79. Dave Cook is the leading veteran in P5, with Mike Carr in 7th and Ben Johnson in 8th. Look how tight it is between the 3 riders now. Whittaker has a proper serious go on Sam Morrison up the hill. That's brave. So now down the back straight. Jamie King's got a better run off the turn than Jake Whittaker. Is that going to be enough to get into 2nd position? They're going to be side by side for P2. What's that going to do for the lead of this race? Morrison is almost overtaken by Jake Whittaker on the approach to the S's. That could have been very brave around the outside. But this is where things get really interesting for the Minibike 160s. They've come off the turn. Jamie King just making sure he's got nobody right behind him, which he doesn't. He's right in on Whittaker, who's right in on Morrison. Right, this is where things are going to start getting interesting in the fight for the victory in the Minibike 160s. Out of the turn and into the final 2 laps of the weekend for this class. Sam Morrison, Jake Whittaker and Jamie King are going to battle for the lead. Get a good seat I promise you, you're only going to need the edge of it. Through the S's. In through the first turn. Flat out. Morrison, Whittaker, and Jamie King. One of these three men is going to be our race victor. But it's going to need a mammoth effort to beat the other two. Up the hill. Sam Morrison has led the whole way. But with the pressure of Whittaker and King throughout. Down the back straight. They're still all locking in lap times in the 117 range, while everybody else is on the 180. Whittaker trying to go round the far side. Can he get there? There's inches between them as they get to that part of the S's. And it's just enough for Sam Morrison to hold on. Could this be the most tantalising stalemate of the weekend between Morrison, Whittaker and Jamie King? Certainly for the moment, Sam Morrison is doing what he needs to do to stay in front. Right, time to find that little bit extra now, Jake. As again, the glare of the sun hits us at the wrong angle. We just about avoid it to catch the rest of the action. But Whittaker has got to find something. 1 lap to go, and Sam Morrison might have already done enough. Jake Whittaker all over him, through the S's, left, right, into that flat-out left-hander at the beginning of the lap. Sam Morrison is so quick through this section, and that might be enough to put it to bed on its own. A quarter of a second is all he needs at the line. And look, Whittaker's not close enough here. He needs a mistake from Morrison, heading up the hill. Jamie King is getting closer to Whittaker. This could be for second, not for the win. But Jamie King's not close enough. This is what happens when you put 3 equally talented riders on the same racetrack with similar equipment, and it becomes a proper stalemate. Morrison still hanging on to the lead here. Whittaker's going to need to take a gamble if he wants to win this race. He's not going to get it into this hairpin. He might get it into the final 2 corners. He won't be close enough in the final hairpin. Sam Morrison's done a great job. Jamie King is going to attack. Whittaker's closer than he's been for a while now. He's carrying the speed. How late on the brakes dare he be? He's having a think about it. Tries to set it up for the final corner. Here he goes. And still Morrison has held on to it. It's been an absolutely fantastic duel. Not much has happened to change positions, but Sam Morrison has got the job done. He beats Jake Whittaker and Jamie King in a nail-biter to the flag. Well done to Sam Morrison. What a great race between them. Less than half a second, covering all 3 bikes at the flag. That's what you want, isn't it? An absolute rip-roarer of a race. Fantastic stuff. Well done to Sam Morrison ahead of Jake Whittaker and Jamie King. That's what great racing looks like, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw it play out here at Teeside in British Minibikes. The Minibike 160s end emphatically with the Class 3 out in front. Dave Cook takes the win in the veterans ahead of Mike Carr and Ben Johnson. So all's well in love and war. And the final victors, the final battle clinchers come through to take the checkered flag as well. A great last race. That was a fantastic race 3 to finish off the weekend in the Minibike 160s and the Minibike veterans. They certainly gave us plenty of entertainment from lights to flag. That's what we wanted to see. So Sam Morrison, Jake Whittaker and Jamie King. Tantalisingly close, half a second at the flag. Class act. Tim Patterson takes 4th position. Dave Cook grabs the veterans win in front of Ryan Esmond, with Mike Carr and Ben Johnson on the podium in the veterans. And then it is Lee West and Jordan Grant that round out the overall top 10. Ben Nixon, Josh Kay, Nicky Margetson and Jamie Bunclark from Connor and Jamie Smith. 17th is Michael Judkins in front of Barry Clark, Dan Baker and Matthew Lindley. All 20 starters cross the line. So it may not have been the race of chaos, but it was certainly a classy and very entertaining race right to the line. Plenty of drama and certainly edge of your seat stuff. But it ended the way a proper motor race is supposed to, with the 3 class acts crossing the line, evenly matched and evenly equal. Wonderful stuff. So the next act is going to be the Mini GP 160 50 Cup race, and that will be our anti-penultimate race going into the closing stages of this fantastic weekend at Teeside. BMB 160/50 Cup time. And Sebastian Goslovski with a chance to end his weekend in an emphatic note. Max Robinson and Bradley Curtis will join him on the front row of the grid, of course. It's going to be an exciting one for all of the contenders. Kai Golder, Leo Soliu, and Riley Paisley on the second row of the grid. It'll be the BMB 160/50 Cup race next out, other than the FIM MiniGP 160, which will, of course, end our proceedings today. 3 races to go. So we will get the FIM MiniGP 160 race, but that'll come later in the programme. Goslovski, Robinson and Curtis will be on the front row of the grid for this one in MiniGP 160/50. Golder, Soliu and Paisley on the second row, as I mentioned. Riley Robinson, Leon Simpson and Josh Perkins will be together on the third row. Then Taylor Davies, Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnson from Emilio Pereira, Ella Mosgrove and Matthew Thomas. And that'll be the end of it. Now, I'm kind of expecting 14 riders to show up for this one, because in the last couple of races, Matthew Thomas, Charlie Bunn and Frankie Watson have not been there. Frankie Watson was an entered rider, but had to pull out, unfortunately, for this one. Charlie Bunn decided to prioritise the other classes that he competes in, as did Matthew Thomas in the end. So as Emilio Pereira and Ella Mosgrove get themselves into their positions on the starting grid, expect to see 14 riders on this starting grid. Well, it looks like a fair few of them have elected not to start. I think we've only got 10 riders on the grid for this one, by my count. So there's going to be a notable set of absences for this one. But certainly on the front row of the grid, we've got Sebastian Goslovski and Max Robinson. Bradley Curtis is missing, but that's going to be a great opportunity for Robinson and Goslovski. They will battle for victory yet again, this time in BMB 160/50. Off we go. So Max Robinson has beaten Goslovski once. Can he beat him to the first corner? This time he can't. He has to let Goslovski go. But having beaten him once, he wants to do it again. And Robinson holds on to second place as Kai Golder almost drops it through turn 2, trying to get past Robinson. So now let's see if Robinson can take on Goslovski in the BMB 160/50 Cup race and work his way forward. Onto the back straight, and Kai Golder seems to have a really strong ethos coming into this one. Looking to work his way down the back straight and certainly put on the moves on Max Robinson. Robinson's held second position for the moment. Kai Golder looking threatening to the inside line. No, they're going to go side by side. And Kai Golder's through! What an overtake from Kai Golder on the opening lap. So Kai Golder will now lead the charge after Goslovski. But the time it took him to get ahead, is that enough for Goslovski to run away and hide in this race? Certainly for Kai Golder, he'll be hoping it's not the case. But the confidence that move will give him could set him off on the trajectory after Goslovski. But he's now got to find 7 really fast laps to close up on the 64. So Goslovski leads. Golder is now second. Third is Robinson. Fourth position for Riley Paisley. Then Robinson, Soliu, Perkins, Ratcliffe, Pereira and Max Johnson. That's all we've got. Several riders have decided to sit out of this one, as I mentioned. There's no Ella Mosgrove. There's no Leo Soliu, I don't think. Oh, no, sorry, Leo Soliu is there, but there's no Bradley Curtis, that's for sure. There's no Leon Simpson. He's decided to sit out this one. And also no Taylor Davies. He's elected to sit out, as has Ella Mosgrove. So just 10 of the riders in this 7 laps remaining encounter in the BMB 160/50 Cup. To the inside line. That looked like a sweet little move there. Trying to get the move on the inside. I think that was Caelan Ratcliffe, wasn't it? Getting the move to the inside line on Josh Perkins to move up into 7th position. And there's going to be a charge now after... Oh, no, sorry, it was Leo Soliu getting that overtaking move done. So now he's going to charge after the 17 of Paisley. He gets the move, and on the inside line, another great overtaking move. So excellent work from Leo Soliu. That's from P6 to P4 as he gets past first Riley Robinson and then gets the move on Riley Paisley. So some really good overtaking work there from Leo Soliu. The absence of Bradley Curtis clearly putting him in a really feisty mood. So he's now into 4th position ahead of Paisley, Robinson, Perkins. Looks like we may have lost Caelan Ratcliffe from the fray. Caelan Ratcliffe does not appear to have come through at the end of the second lap, so somewhere around the course we could have a very frustrated number 96 bike. So Caelan Ratcliffe looks to be out of this race, unfortunately. Goslovsky has 2.2 seconds on Kai Golder, and I don't think that's going to change too dramatically anytime soon. Golder has got good pace, but Goslovsky is going quicker. 1:14.2 on the last lap compared to Golder on a 1:14.6. So with Leo Soliu working his way up into 4th position. Riley Robinson is still all over the back of Riley Paisley. That's the two of them battling off the turn, and Riley Robinson got a fantastic run off the hairpin and it's just stormed past Paisley. Well, that's the kind of overtaking move you dream about. Excellently done by Riley Robinson. And that one's going to become a GIF on his mobile phone that he'll replay over and over again to anybody who's not going to be too bored of it to talk to him about it. Amazing. Riley Robinson, that was a sweet move. That one's definitely going in the old library banks, isn't it? And that puts him into 5th position. That will spur him on to go and going on the attack again for Leo Soliu. But looking at the pace, I think Soliu's going to have this one in their little battle over 4th place. Sebastian Goslovsky's just put in a 1:13.9. That is astonishing up in front. 0.7 of a second quicker than anybody. Absolutely euphoric pace from Sebastian Goslovsky. Just domination. Golder 2nd, Max Robinson 3rd, then Leo Soliu. So there is the man running in 4th position, Leo Soliu, who's now got well clear of Robinson and Paisley, having worked his way into the position. Max Robinson still having a fairly tidy race in 3rd place behind Kai Golder, now to the tune of a 2.5. But Sebastian Goslovsky is just uncrushable in the lead of this race. We're watching Leo Soliu running in 4th position at the moment. Good little rider, Leo Soliu. Definitely been making such a big trajectory in his development over the last 18 months. There were times when he used to go to pieces in just the simplest of battles last year. This year, he's an authoritarian. He's a developing maverick. And his racecraft is absolutely brilliant. Just a little bit more confidence in the qualifying sessions, and he could be the polished article very soon indeed. There's Max Robinson, 3rd position. I've really been impressed with Max today. He hasn't always had it easy, but every opportunity he's taken to go for the victory, successful or not, he has absolutely done the business. He's rolled up his sleeves, got his hands dirty, and he is now looking so strong for 2025. If you can just take away the lessons from this weekend and build on it, there could be quite a few more victories left in this season. So Max Robinson, I think he can look back over these races with a massive smile on his face. He's really put in an excellent display today. 3rd place will be a good return on his investment, even though Kai Golder has been able to sweep in on him early here. That's nothing to be ashamed of after the magnificent race victory he picked up on Sebastian Goslovsky in the FIM Mini-GP UK 160s earlier on. Mini-GP 190s, I should say, earlier on. So Max Robinson, great effort from him there. A 1:15.1 for him as well. That's the fastest lap he's done in the race so far. So still pulling away from Leo Soliu. Not gaining on Kai Golder, I should say. There is Kai Golder, who's had a very mixed bag of a day, hasn't he? He's had a bike that can win races, but he's also had a lot of bad luck. This is going to be a weekend where he can really draw on the positives, but it will be hard for him not to dwell on the misfortunes. And I would say misfortunes. I wouldn't say it's been a bad weekend for him personally. Kai Golder's had a lot of bad luck here at Teeside. So to finish it in 2nd place his way is a very resounding positive to end on. And he can be quite pleased with that, I think. Good opportunity for Kai Golder in 2025. Expect his stock to continue to rise, and he'll become a more and more valuable rider in the future. He's got Isle of Man TT and Northwest 200 written all over him for my money. He's got that level of commitment. He really has that level of foresight as well. He's a really exciting talent, and I can definitely expect to see him as a proper road race talent, or maybe even in the Endurance World Championship, if not MotoGP one day. I could certainly see him on the 24-hour Moto grid at Le Mans. Ironically enough, that's been the race that's been going on at the Circuit de la Sarthe this weekend. It's been a very important weekend for bike racing. That's the jewel in the crown for a motorcycle racer, is the Le Mans 24-hour Moto. Up the crest. And this is a great run for Kai Golder. Good work. But that man has been absolutely unstoppable every chance he's had. Penultimate lap for Sebastian Goslovski. The last time we talked this superlatively to one particular rider over the course of a weekend on multiple occasions in multiple classes, we were talking about Casey O'Gorman, who of course has stridden his way up to British Talent Cup and is absolutely on the path to MotoGP. Well, the road to MotoGP is paved with gold for Sebastian Goslovski. He really is a proper talent of the future. And remember where you heard his name first. It would not shock me at all to see him at the top of the podium in the same light as the likes of Jonathan Ray and Chaz Davies in the world of World Superbikes, and on the same breath as the likes of Valentino Rossi, Alex Marquez and Bagnaia in the world of MotoGP. A real talent in the making. So up the hill. Good work into the last lap then for Sebastian Goslovski. It's been a long time since we've had a genuine top-grade British rider on the road to MotoGP. Casey O'Gorman, of course, being Irish in descent. But Sebastian Goslovski, a real talent to keep your eye on. And a real British superstar in the making. And after a couple of weeks ago, when we've had rather sad news regarding one of motorcycle's great British stars, Ty Woofenden, in the world of Speedway, we could do with some good news, and we could do with a positive British hero emerging to fill those voids. Okay, it's not the same type of motorcycle racing, but it's still a craving for a British hero in motorbikes. And this man, Sebastian Goslovski, could well be that man in years to come. Across the line, what a way to end his weekend in Mini GP 160-50. Another flawless ride. 1:13.9 for the fastest lap of the race. His last lap was still quicker than anything anybody's done. Meanwhile, Paisley is still charging hard here in his duel with Riley Robinson. Can he go right round the outside and hoodwink him in the final couple of corners? He's going to try. Good effort. Good effort from Riley Paisley. He's not quite going to get there. Golder second, Robinson third, Solu fourth. Riley Robinson will be fifth, and Riley Paisley will be sixth. But yet again, a good ride to the end there for our competitors in BMB 160-50. Good racing to the end, and an emphatic performance that finishes off an almost perfect weekend for Sebastian Goslovski. Certainly in terms of what he's learnt and what he's been able to take away from it, that'll be a real positive, and very difficult to beat a weekend like that. So, one more time then, it's Sebastian Goslovski at the top of the tree. And fantastically so. After his qualification run and his fastest lap of a 1:13.9, it's hard to take this particular run away from him. Kai Golder in second from Max Robinson in third. Leo Solu ahead of Riley Robinson and Riley Paisley. Then Josh Perkins, Emilio Pereira and Max Johnson. Rather sadly, Caelan Ratcliffe retired from the race on only lap 2. So the closing stages then of this weekend here at Teeside Autodrome. We've got just 2 races left, and that is going to be the Minibike 140s and then the MiniGP UK 190s that will come up very shortly indeed. First up, Minibike 140. And so the BMB 140, brought to you by AMR Moto, will conclude with their third and final race of the weekend. And Bjorn Esment will have it so much easier this time as he will go from pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, though, will be Jamie King and the captain of defence, Arnie Carr. The second row of the grid will see Sam Morrison, Tommy Fielding and Tim Patterson go to battle. Tommy Armand, Aaron Robinson and Dan Merrin will be next up. Stephen Humphreys, Tom Wise and Daniel Cliff are on the fourth row. Then Aidan Walker, Mark Portis and Simon Portis. And then Finley Cottenham, Adam Hilton and Liam Trinder. Barry Linley, Sean Brunning and Harry Swan. Ryan Haben, Sean Wiles and Stuart Hardman after a very disappointing end to the last race. And then Chris Wells, Jack Bednarek, James Mostica, Dane Blackburn, Ben Lord and Rob Leveridge. Although I don't know how many of those last six names we'll actually see on the grid for this one. It's just gone 5:30 local time. And by this point, a lot of riders have to weigh up going for a third and final race of the weekend with what time am I going to get home tonight? And quite a few of the riders choose this opportunity to decide, you know what, a win is not in the offing. We'll live to fight another day and we'll come back stronger next time. There's nothing wrong with that policy, nothing wrong with that attitude at all. Got to remember that these riders are not professionals, they're not being paid, they are paying to go racing. If this was their job, I think they'd be more focused on doing it. But unfortunately, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m, their job will pay the bills to go racing in this. So that's also got to be a priority on the mind of the rider. But it's still a fairly busy grid down there, which is good to see. A lot of riders showing up for the last race of the day then. The Minibike 140 conclusion, race 3 of their weekend. And of course, in pole position, Bjorn Esment wants to sign off his way with Jamie King and Arnie Carr alongside. The last couple of riders forming themselves up in position. And it'll be now a charge to the first victory. The cavalry will rise. Fourth on the grid for Sam Morrison. Watch out for him on bike number 312, just to confuse you because he's registered as number 3. And then, of course, behind him is Tommy Armand on bike number 21. You can only just make out that it says 21. It looks like it only says 2. Last couple of riders then in position. We're waiting for the green flag to be raised at the back of the field, which it is now. And the riders will now charge for the first turn. Who will get there first? Esment, King or Carr? Let's find out. For the last time in Minibike 140, let's race at Teeside. Good start from Jamie King. Better start from the man in third. Arnie Carr has done it again. Into turn 1 he goes. Bjorn Esment's going to go side by side with him. So their battle will renew as straight off the road in the background. One or two of the riders have gone a cropper there. So the battle between Carr and Esment resumes, although this time Esment's got 8 laps to try and get past Arnie Carr, rather than a few seconds of a lap. And there's a battle further back. It's all gone wrong for Adam Hilton. So Adam Hilton is out of the race. Very disappointing indeed for him, as his weekend comes to a bittersweet end there. Had a good chance of a battle. It didn't last long. On the inside line, here comes Esment. Well, that didn't last long either. Arnie Carr trying to get past into the lead. Comes Bjorn Esment. And that'll do nicely. Now, because has Arnie Carr got anything in response? He's going to try it into the hairpin. But Bjorn Esment is just so strong. He's been so quick all weekend. And he's a second a lap quicker than anybody once he's got himself into a good position. So Arnie Carr has only got a few chances here to do anything about Bjorn Esment. And he's running out of time because Esment's got so much pace coming off these turns. And I think the battle may already be over. He beat the Viking in the last race. But with the man already in front of him, Arnie Carr has already got his backs to the ropes. With Bjorn Esment in front, and you might not see any more of him in this race now that he's got ahead. Carr in second, Jamie King is third. And in fourth position, chasing them down, that is Sam Morrison. Ahead of Fielding, Robinson, Armand, Patterson, Humphreys, Merrin and Chris Wells, who is already up to 11th position from 19th on the grid. Great work from Chris Wells. 23 of them decided to take the start for this one. I did think it was going to be an interesting one. Stuart Hardman electing not to take the start. Nor did Jack Bednarek or James Mostica. Quite a few of the others decided to, but not Dane Blackburn, Ben Lord or Rob Leveridge. I did think all of them would be a little bit of a stretch. Some good rides here, though, as Jamie King finds he's going to have some pressure from Sam Morrison now. 0.3 of a second at the last split. As Sam Morrison wants a podium to finish off on. Interestingly, though, Arnie Carr has actually kept Bjorn Estman under a little bit more pressure than I thought he would. So Arnie Carr is not letting Estman get away just yet. They cross the line again. Estman gets a 1:15.7 out of it. Arnie Carr a 1:15.9. And they're emphatically half a second quicker than anybody else at least. So good work from Arnie Carr to keep Bjorn Estman in his sights for the moment. This isn't over yet. Jamie King in third. Fourth place for Morrison. Fifth place is Armand. Then it's Fielding in front of Aaron Robertson and Tim Patterson. 10th position just behind Stephen Humphries is Dan Merrin. They go up the crest once again. And there are the fastest laps for the top three riders. That's the difference between each of the competitors. And even Morrison has half a second a lap on Armand and Fielding right now. That's the difference in one lap pace from cold tyres, fresh out of the blocks. You've got to be able to push the bike as quickly as you possibly can in the early stages. That tells you the display of racing after just 2 laps. The way that the field spreads out is quite incredible. On the inside line, though, that is Fielding. Getting a very brave run on the inside of Armand. Oh, that'll be a satisfying overtake. And then right behind him, joining him on the move. That was a lovely pass from Tim Patterson, wasn't it? So, feather in the cap for Fielding. Patterson gets the move done as well. But that is a proper overtake for Tommy Fielding, and that'll feel so good tomorrow morning when he gets to replay that one back. That'll feel really special. So Tommy Fielding pulling off the overtaking move there. And as they work their way through in close proximity, there's more to come. As Fielding got ahead of Robinson only fractions of a second after Robinson had got ahead of him. And that was really beautifully retaken by Tommy Fielding. It's very hard to get an overtaking move in that final hairpin. And so that'll be satisfying. And a real metaphorical pat on the back there for Fielding. And up the inside. Well, it didn't last too long, did it? But there's still a chance that he can get it back again in pretty much exactly the same place. If he can get a good run off the turn, and there's an opportunity to charge after him once more. But this time, he's a little too far back. But a good effort, though, nonetheless, for Tommy Fielding, as Robertson takes his 6th position back once more. Tim Patterson's there to try and go for a move as well in the closing stages. In terms of the battle for the victory, though, Bjorn Estman is still only 0.2 of a second back from Arnie Carr is only 0.1 of a second back from Estman. So there is still a race win to be fought for here. Jamie King has got a lot of pressure from Sam Morrison, who is really pressurising. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it into the second corner there. But look at Arnie Carr all over Bjorn Estman. This isn't done at all. 4 laps to go. And Estman, I thought he'd pull away, but Arnie Carr is making him work for it. Sam Morrison working hard here in 4th position to overturn Jamie King's advantage. There are the leaders. And Arnie Carr really putting Bjorn Estman under some pressure here. And there's going to be some traffic to deal with. Well, that just about benefited Estman by about a length or 2, I would have thought. But Arnie Carr is staying with him. Look at this. Arnie Carr is really going at it. This is terrific stuff from Arnie Carr. Just when we thought that Bjorn Estman was licked, no chance. Arnie Carr, ahead of Jamie King is what I meant to say, is now taking the fight to Bjorn Estman. Estman puts a tiny bit of daylight between himself and Arnie Carr, but I don't think that's going to last long. The way that Carr is pushing, new fastest lap of the race by Bjorn Estman, 1:15.6, but Arnie Carr's only on a 1:15.9. There's not much in it with 3 laps to go. And I would suggest that Bjorn Estman is not going to find this as easy as he thought he might. Out of turn 2, up the hill. And Arnie Carr is still waiting for just that one tiny mistake from Bjorn Estman. If it comes, he's going to have him. Down the back straight again. Arnie Carr really quick on this part of the course. And after Bjorn Estman dominated in race 1, and Arnie Carr was able to defend from him in race 2, now Arnie Carr wants to beat him in a straight fight. That would be fantastic. And with 3 laps to go, Arnie Carr is looking like he might just do so. Bjorn Esmond is not getting away. So Arnie Carr, full of confidence after his race 2 victory. Let's see what he can do through the hairpin. He's really close to Bjorn Esmond, to be fair. And one of the toughest parts of the course to follow a competitor. Through the right hairpin, through the left. On the last lap, that would be a gambler's move. It isn't on this occasion, of course. He's got to set up the move. 2 laps to go. And Esmond is only a couple of tenths ahead of Arnie Carr, who has gained ground on him on this lap. 1:15.9, his fastest lap so far for Arnie Carr. And when Esmond has only done a 1:15.99, that's game on for Arnie Carr. 2 to go. And Morrison is ahead of King. Now, we didn't see where that happened, but Sam Morrison has got ahead of Jamie King, and somebody out of the race to the sidelines there. Couldn't quite make out who it was, but I know for a fact that Tim Patterson has not come through. So I think it might be Tim Patterson, actually, who is out of the race. That is a significant problem for him. Certainly in terms of championship points, that's going to be a real negative. And there is Tim Patterson recovering. Yes, it was Tim Patterson. That's a shame. He had such a good weekend up to this point. Certainly his speed has been very convincing, but the luck has not been with him. A lap and a half to go. Arnie Carr waiting for his chance on Bjorn Esmond. Guiding through the hairpin. Just needs to get close enough to Bjorn Esmond. Just needs to find something here. Come on, there's got to be that little bit of a gap that I can make up, thinks Arnie Carr. I know I can beat this guy. He isn't invincible. I managed to defend him in race 2. Maybe there's just one place I can get him. And Arnie Carr gets a new fastest lap, 1:15.687. He's made up so much time. They've got a slower bike in front. Arnie's going to really push it now. Up to the hill. And Arnie Carr really works the advantage there to sweep up the inside of Hayburn. So Ryan Hayburn does not cause a big issue. Arnie Carr so close to Ryan Esmond now. Bjorn Esmond, is your leader. Arnie Carr is on him like a ton of bricks. They're going to come off this side by side. Arnie Carr trying to get there on Bjorn Esmond. Esmond still holds it. Braking zone. Carr goes long to cut back and switch around. This could be slow in, fast out, and Bjorn Esmond knows it. Arnie Carr's got a good trajectory down to the long flowing hairpin. Can keep his bike fairly close. But can he slingshot to the inside line? He knows that Esmond's going to defend, so Carr goes deep. Looks for the trajectory, tries to slam dunk him on the inside line. There's only one chance, but there's a slow bike in front. Can Arnie Carr take advantage? No, he can't. It's going to be Bjorn Esmond to the line. Very close indeed. But it's Bjorn Esmond who gets there in front of Arnie Carr. Well, it was always going to be tight between the two of them. And great racecraft all the way. But it's Bjorn Esmond who finishes 2-1 over the course of the 3 races. Morrison is going to come through in third, ahead of Armand and Jamie King, who lost out in the closing stages to drop to P5. Chris Wells take a bow from the back of the field to P6. What a great race from him. Absolutely terrific. A win was never going to be on for Chris Wells, but it's what you do when you don't win that impresses people. Excellent performance and a great run from Chris Wells in front of Aaron Robinson, Tommy Fielding, Dan Merrin and Stephen Humphreys in the top 10. That's a great way to end the Minibike 140 weekend. And after 3 great races, it's Bjorn Esmond who beats Arnie Carr 2 wins to 1. Great racing all the way from the contenders in Minibike 140. The fastest lap of the race went to Arnie Carr by 5 thousandths of a second. That's how tight it was between Arnie Carr and Bjorn Esmond. Just wasn't enough laps really for Arnie Carr to make his move, but Bjorn Esmond takes the win by a tenth of a second over Arnie Carr. Sam Morrison third ahead of Tommy Armand by only a few hundredths of a second. Jamie King in 5th position. Chris Wells is a fantastic P6 ahead of Aaron Robinson and Tommy Fielding, very close at the line. Dan Merrin ahead of Stephen Humphreys, that was close too. Daniel Cliff is 11th in front of Tom Wise, Aidan Walker and Finley Cottenham. Then Simon Portis ahead of Liam Trinder, Sean Brunning, Harry Swan, Mark Portis, Ryan Hayburn, Sean Wiles, and then the retirements. Adam Hilton, Tim Patterson dropped to the back but did cross the line. Adam Hilton was out on the first lap. And so we come to the final race of the weekend. It is 5:45 p.m. Just as well then that we've only got one race left on the bill. And what a race to end on. The FIM Road to MotoGP, MiniGP UK 190 and the BMB 190/70 Cup. Bring it on. What a way to end it. So the final act of this incredible play, the second round of the 2025 British Minibikes here at Teeside Autodrome, and the final race of the weekend in what has already been a weekend of so many great races. We finish on the road to MotoGP. The FIA MiniGP UK 190 coupled with the GP 190/70 from the BMB. So far, it's been one-way traffic for Wilson Dilks. But the last race could change everything. Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper are giving chase. But in the last race, in the BMB 190s, we saw Harry Barrell and Harry Rafferty fight for the victory and collide in that fight for the win, which gave John Pitcher a very unusual and very rare gift of a victory. David Wilton was second in that race. There were no other finishers in BMB 190/70 because Travis Short did not take the start. I'm really excited now to see how that race is going to end. But certainly for Wilson Dilks, this is a case of crossing the T's and dotting the I's on what has already been a fairly sensational race weekend. So let's see how this one is going to end. I have a feeling we already know the answer to that one in the FIA MiniGP UK 190. This weekend at Teeside, it's been one-way traffic for Wilson Dilks. Dilks, Humphries and Cooper will be on the front row of the starting grid. Then Lucas King, Charlie Cunningham and Annabelle McCarthy in the pink and white 113 bike. Then it's Oliver Pitcher and William Round who will be 7th and 8th on the grid alongside the front row starter in MiniGP 190. And that is Harry Barrell. Then Harry Rafferty, John Pitcher, David Wilton and hopefully Travis Shaw will take his position on the grid, although I can't see him in position. So I think it's just going to be the 12 without Travis. So the riders are together in position. In fact, there are only going to be 11 riders on the grid. I'm trying to count who we've got and who we haven't. I'd say we've got 11. So I don't think we're going to see William Round, and I don't think we're going to see Travis Shaw. But the race is going to get underway in the road to MotoGP for the last time this weekend in the FIM MiniGP UK 190. It's a great start for Wilson Dilks. But who's going to get to the first corner first? It's going to be Hudson Cooper. What a start from Cooper as Humphries gets ahead of Dilks as well. And a big charge forward to the first turn. Dilks has got a magnificent launch as Cooper suddenly drops from first to third. Such a crazy start for the three of them as they shuffle the deck twice in two corners. As the rest of the field works its way through then, Wilson Dilks is looking to try and take this lead back again from Tyler Humphries, who now leads the way from Hudson Cooper. But how long is it going to take for Dilks to get into the lead? Well, he's not going to rush it. He's got 8 laps to do something about the leader, Tyler Humphries. But looking at the race pace, we know that Humphries is going to have a struggle to beat Wilson Dilks in raw speed. He's just got to try and stay with him in terms of defence. A little bit of a run wide there from Tyler Humphries. He's got to go back to the inside line, but Wilson Dilks will try. No, you don't. Tyler Humphries has got the lead. He wants to keep it. Wilson Dilks is going to have to work at this now, and he knows it. Tyler Humphries holding on to the lead certainly changes things a little bit. I was hoping it was going to be a tougher job for Wilson Dilks this time, and certainly in the first 2 laps of racing, it's going to be. Tyler Humphries leads the way. Wilson Dilks second. He can be so strong through this part. Will he be able to slam dunk him into turn two? He's thinking about it. Oh, magnificent from Wilson Dilks, but he runs wide. And Tyler Humphries goes back. Up the hill once more. So the first attempt there from Wilson Dilks, not successful. But like we said before, he's got plenty of time. He doesn't have to rush it. In fact, he can take as little time as he possibly needs to. He can just sit there down the back straight. When he get past him? No, Tyler Humphries again able to respond. As this time, Lucas King is giving Hudson Cooper a bit of a hard time of it as well. Such a shame because Hudson Cooper led into turn one. But ever since then, he's just watched Humphries and Dilks disappear. Good run off the turn for Wilson Dilks. He slam dunks into the hairpin. No, you don't, says Tyler Humphries. But he might still get there on the exit of the apex. And he'll hold the bike to the inside line. Thank you very much. And Wilson Dilks takes the lead. And as far as Wilson Dilks is concerned, he now intends to put as much distance between himself and Tyler Humphries as humanly possible. It took him 2 laps to get there. But if he has his way, none of the other riders will see which way Wilson Dilks went from here. But Tyler Humphries still trying to chase down Wilson Dilks and still trying to stay with him as close as possible. But Wilson Dilks doesn't even need to check over his shoulder. He knows he's got a fast bike. He knows he's really good around this place. He's won the first 2 heats. Why look back? Just look forward. And look at that. Daylight has already been created. Down the back straight. And Tyler Humphries has no response at all. It was a good effort for those 2 laps. But Wilson Dilks was always going to make this race his own. So how is it looking in the BMB 190-70 Cup race? Well, it's Rafferty ahead of Barrel. But the last time we said those 2 were first and second, they took each other out on the last lap. So I would suspect it's going to be another interesting battle between them. Lucas King in 4th place ahead of Annabelle McCarthy. William Round is there in 6th position, so not a bad run so far. The rider that decided not to take the start of this one then in the Road to MotoGP race was Charlie Cunningham. Oliver Pitcher is behind William Round at this point in the race. And the 4 riders that took the start in the 190-70 Cup race were Barrel, Rafferty, Pitcher and Wilton. No Travis Shaw on the start of this one. He started the first race, but ever since then, he's elected not to compete. But Wilson Dilks is not only competing, but he's stretching away. This isn't a race, this is a showboat. Wilson Dilks absolutely romping away to the victory here. Beautiful work. 3.5 seconds back is Hudson Cooper. He's trying to shake away from Lucas King. Still a bit twitchy through the S's there for Hudson Cooper. You've got to nail that one a little bit better next time. In the latter stages of the day, that's when your concentration can be low. Hudson Cooper just makes sure, well, Lucas King is only about 7/10 of a second away, but that's still a good few bike lengths. Here's the battle then in BMB 190-70. The latter class, Barrel versus Rafferty. In race 2, it was an amazing duel. They both led at one stage, and on the last lap, it got too close, too personal, and they binned it together on turn 2 on the final lap. So who's going to get it done this time? At the moment, it's Harry Barrel who's able to run in front of Harry Rafferty. And it looks like he's actually got a bit of a gap to him, so he doesn't have to worry too much about how close Rafferty's going to get on the treble 1 bike. So Harry Barrel determined that Rafferty is not going to get close enough to make it happen a second time. Wilson Dilks goes into the battle up front. He's going to have 3 laps to go this time, I do believe, as he comes through. Well, Wilson Dilks is on lap number 5 now. These riders are about to go on to lap number 5. But Barrel has got plenty of distance between himself and Harry Rafferty to be focused on the trajectory. Meanwhile, though, Rafferty is still throwing everything he can at it. It's not done yet for Barrel. Rafferty still fancies his chances here, and he's made up a lot of ground in that first sector. So the faith is still there for Rafferty. The man who's ready to pick up the pieces if he doesn't get it, though, is David Wilton, still ahead of John Pitcher. So imagine Barrel and Rafferty coming together a second time. Hopefully they'll have learnt from it. But stranger things have happened in racing. 3 laps to go for Wilson Dilks up front. 3.5 seconds now ahead of Tyler Humphries, who's 5 seconds clear of Hudson Cooper. Just look at the charge of Wilson Dilks into these apexes. He just knows where to place the bike. This is effortless for Wilson Dilks this weekend. Things might be different when we go back to Cumbria, of course. At Three Sisters, he may not have the edge. At Pembrey, he may not have the edge. So this is where Wilson Dilks needs to take full advantage of the confidence he gets from running around this Teeside Autodrome as if it was a glove on his hand. Working his way through the traffic. Careful, don't trip over. Gets past Pitcher, gets past Wilton. It's not going to be too long before he makes his move on the inside of Oliver Pitcher. Job done. What a ride. What a ride from Wilson Dilks. Tearing through the field like scissors through wet newspaper. And he goes on to the penultimate lap of the race, of the class, and of the weekend. Wilson Dilks, another rider that you're going to need to keep an eye on in the future. Just so much speed and class. And this is a rider who has the earth laid out before him with the kind of speed he's been able to maintain. There is the man in second place, Tyler Humphries. Good effort from him. He gave everything he possibly could to Wilson Dilks in the early stages. But the pace is just not with him this time. Look at the way he went round the outside of Oliver Pitcher there, though. Round the outside of David Wilton, I should point out. My apologies. But still, absolutely extraordinary where Tyler Humphries feels he can place the bike. 4.5 seconds back from Wilson Dilks. He gave it his best effort. But this race, this weekend, this Teeside circuit, had Wilson Dilks written all over it from a very early phase in the weekend. So now with a lap and a half to go, it's just a case of Wilson Dilks finishing the job. Out of the hairpin, charging forward, and he'll cross the line for the penultimate time in a weekend that has been absolute domination for Dilks. Just as his younger brother Austin did a fantastic job in the Minimoto Pro earlier on, Wilson Dilks is going to clean up. I wonder who does the washing up of the two of them tonight. They might just decide to give them the night off after such an incredible ride. Austin Dilks cleaning up in Minimoto Pro. And now Wilson Dilks will complete the hat-trick in the road to MotoGP, the Mini GP 190. There are race victories, and then there are just pure dominant displays. This is definitely the second of those options. As Wilson Dilks just streaks away from Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper. And essentially, it's been a one-man battering ram. When they go to Cumbria, he's going to need to work hard again to get the setup right. But after what they've learned here at Teeside, that could be a foregone conclusion. Out of the final couple of corners for Wilson Dilks. He won race 1, he won race 2, he's dominated race 3. Wilson Dilks is the king of Teeside. The triple goes to Wilson Dilks, and he makes it look like child's play. Tyler Humphries comes home in second position now, and third position will go to Hudson Cooper. What about the BMB battle? Well, Rafferty is still battling away with Barrel. In fact, he's got ahead of him. So Harry Rafferty made the move on the previous lap to get ahead of Barrel. So we'll have to wait to see who comes through first. But the battle between Rafferty and Barrel has gone all the way to the last lap again. And this time they are racing each other. They have gone through past turn 2 without hitting each other. Here they are. Rafferty in front of Barrel. Barrel's got one final push. This is for the win in BMB 190/70. And again, Barrel is going to have to work hard here. Rafferty has managed to get in front of him. But is it going to be enough? Barrel will have one final trick up his sleeve. He's not going to be close enough, is he? He'll get on the throttle fairly quickly. They're going to be close to the line. Very close to the line. But it's going to be the treble one. Harry Rafferty just gets there in front of Harry Barrel by 1/10 of a second. That's the battle we should have got from them in race 2. We finally get there in race 3. What a great race as Harry Rafferty picks up the victory in the BMB 190/70 race. Wilson Dilks dominates in the FIM Mini GP UK 190 race, and we end on a positive note in both categories. Brilliant. Wilson Dilks triumphs for the third and final time. Tyler Humphries in second ahead of Hudson Cooper. Lucas King a fraction behind him. Annabelle McCarthy, good solid weekend for her in 5th place, with Harry Rafferty a 10th clear of Harry Barrel after a great fight. William Round is 8th, ahead of John Pitcher, David Wilton and Oliver Pitcher, who were all lapped on their way to the finish line. Well, what can we say, ladies and gentlemen? Teeside Autodrome has given us an absolutely amazing race day of action. The weekend has been sensational, and we can't wait for round 3. Do join us for more action through the course of the season. Hit the like and subscribe and the notification bells on the YouTube channel. You won't miss a moment of the 2025 season. We've got a few weeks now to prepare for round 3, which is next month, of course, on the Browra circuit in Cumbria. From me, Jake Sanson, and the whole crew, thank you so much for watching. We can't wait for the 2025 season to continue in British Minibikes. Peace out for now. We'll see you later in the season for round 3.